Chapter 3958. Xiao Hua replied indifferently, I brought my disciple to the gladiator arena to end my karma with the arena. However, even after this Xiao ended things, the arena still wanted to use this Xiao. Thus, this Xiao decided to go all out and destroy their arena to save my disciple. As for Jiangsheng, I just saw that he was a hero and didn't want him to die in the mouth of the fighting beasts, so I saved him along the way. And I was kind enough to bring him to you. Since he didn't believe me, why would I save him? Besides, if I didn't come to you, he would have died in the hands of the leopards sooner or later. What Shinran Xiao said is... Jiang Hai waved his hand to stop the dragon from speaking. He looked up at the door and said indifferently, it's almost time. Whether or not the North Sea Dragon Palace is ambushing Tao Wu, there should be news coming. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, a layer of inscriptions on the door flashed. A cloaked dragon barged in, walked to Jiang Hai's side, and said a few words in the dragon language in a hoarse voice. Naturally, Xiao Hua could hear the dragon language clearly. And didn't have the North Sea Dragon Palace's ambush. The two dragons easily rescued Jiangsheng from Baiyan, and to Xiao Hua's surprise, Jiangsheng didn't suffer much in Baiyan. Damn it! Xiao Hua understood. Tao Wu's leopards weren't fools. They probably saw the grudge between the North Sea Dragon Palace and the Heavenly Cave River and didn't want to get involved. If the North Sea Dragon Palace had found the Tao Wu, they would have definitely handed Jiangsheng over. But since the North Sea Dragon Palace had not found the Tao Wu, the dragons of Dongtian River would naturally have to hand Jiangsheng over to Dongtian River. Even Xiao Hua vaguely guessed why Jiangsheng wanted to lead him and the North Sea Dragon Palace to Tao Wu.
Shinran Xiao.
Jiang Hai heard the report and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, I thank you on behalf of the dragons of the Heavenly Cave River. Haha, you're welcome. Xiao Hua had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Seeing Jiang Hai being so polite, he hurriedly stood up and said, I have a relationship with the dragons of the Heavenly Cave River. At this point, Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, because the dragon who came in later pulled off his cloak. It was Jiang Che, who he knew from before, and Jiang Che did not look at him. He only stood silently at the side of Jiang Hai. Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment before he understood a little. Jiang Che had revealed some of the secrets of the Heavenly Abode River when he saved him in the Legacy Realm. Presumably, Jiang Che had some considerations and did not tell his clan about his encounter with him. Presumably, Jiangsheng had never heard of his name from Jiang Che's mouth. Yes. Jiang Hai didn't notice Xiao Hua's strange expression and said with a smile, Jiangsheng just told me about how he met Daoist Master and how Daoist Master rescued him. He also specially asked this old man to apologize to Daoist Master on his behalf. He misunderstood Daoist Master. Xiao Hua was a little puzzled. Jiang Che clearly didn't mention this, but he didn't care. Who knew if Jiang Che had used some secret technique of the dragon race to transmit his voice? Hence, he waved his hand and said, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, why would I blame fellow Immortal Jiang? I hope fellow Immortal Jiang can forgive me for being impulsive. He didn't suffer much. Jiang Hai smiled and said, Daoist Master, please take a seat. My Heavenly Abode River is deeply grateful that Daoist Master saved Jiangsheng. How can my Heavenly Abode River repay Daoist Master? There's no need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said righteously, this Xiao has never asked for anything in return. Since Jiangsheng was still rescued, this Xiao's wish has been fulfilled. This Xiao will return now. Farewell, Daoist Master Xiao. Jiang Hai hurriedly stopped Xiao Hua and said, since there's no need for anything in return, just sit for a while. My Heavenly Abode River clan doesn't have many old friends in the region, and there's no one as warm-hearted as Daoist Master. This old man really wants to make friends with Daoist Master. How could Xiao Hua not know what Jiang Hai was thinking? Of course, he didn't want to get involved in the grudge between the Heavenly Abode River and the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. He smiled and said, no need to be so polite. This Xiao still has to participate in the auction. This old man can also bid here. Why does Daoist Master have to go back? As Jiang Hai spoke, he flicked his dragon claw, and the window of the pavilion opened. The clamor of bidding came from outside. Jiang Hai smiled and said, Taoist master, what do you like? My heavenly abode river can bid for it. I'll give it to you. All right. Xiao Hua was helpless and could only stand in front of the windowsill. At this time, the auction house was very lively. People were bidding for some items of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Many humans and demons were bidding loudly. After watching for a while, Xiao Hua turned and asked Third Elder, How is Jiang Hong? Jiang Hong? Oh. Jiang Hai was stunned and said in surprise, Taoist master knows my clan's little princess? Yes, this Xiao knows her. This Xiao's disciple Lu Yi saved your clan's little princess in the Longevity Town. Xiao Hua nodded. He's very concerned about Jiang Hong now. Oh, this old man knows. Jiang Hai smiled and said, My clan's little princess has always talked about Brother Lu. However, the Longevity Town is now where the immortals and Buddhas are fighting. My heavenly abode river dragon clan doesn't dare to go there to search. I didn't expect Brother Lu to become Taoist master's disciple. Congratulations. Yes, it's really not easy to find a loyal disciple. Xiao Hua answered and then said, and this Xiao didn't expect that Xiao Yun has always been concerned about Lu Yi. Sigh. Hearing this, Jiang Hai sighed and said, This old man is embarrassed to tell Taoist master, but my clan's little princess has now fallen into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace.
What?
Xiao Hua was stunned and almost couldn't believe his ears. How did Xiao Yun fall into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Wasn't that Jiang Sheng's nonsense to test the Xiao? Jiang Hai smiled bitterly and said, When Jiang Sheng was captured, my clan's little princess naturally didn't fall into the North Sea Dragon Palace. After that, 4 or 5 days ago, the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon General Ao Xian got the news from somewhere and suddenly attacked the remaining people of my heavenly abode river. My clan's little princess was captured by him and brought to the Feather Spirit Palace.
See?
Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, Ao Xian, are you talking about a few days ago? The one who entered the Feather Spirit Palace covered in blood. Dragon General? This old man doesn't know. This old man wasn't near the Feather Spirit Bay that day. Jiang Hai answered with some hesitation. He didn't know that when Ao Xian returned to the Feather Spirit Palace, Xiao Hua was at the entrance of the Feather Spirit Palace. Xiao Hua also didn't know that the dragon shell in the hands of the Dragon General who entered the Feather Spirit Palace that day was actually Jiang Hong. Damn it, if this old man had known that day, this Xiao would have snatched the dragon shell away no matter what. Xiao Hua was very regretful. Ao Xian was already injured that day. Although Xiao Hua couldn't see through his strength, if he had attacked, Xiao Hua might have succeeded. Today, this old man came to Star Picking Tower to inquire about Jiang Sheng. More importantly, this old man wants to buy information about the Feather Spirit Palace returning to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Jiang Hai no longer treated Xiao Hua as an outsider, and said without hiding anything, there are many dragon arrays in the Feather Spirit Palace. It's not easy for us to make a move, but if we leave the Feather Spirit Palace, we can save the little princess in the North Sea. Save what? Ao Xian doesn't know that you will save her. It must be another big ambush. Xiao Hua poured cold water on Jiang Hai. Sigh. Jiang Sheng is different from Jiang Hong. Jiang Hai sighed. The North Sea Dragon Palace humiliated Jiang Sheng in the arena. My heavenly abode river can turn a blind eye to it. But the little princess can't. She is the hope of my heavenly abode river, and also the face of my heavenly abode river. At this point, Jiang Hai looked at Xiao Hua and said earnestly, Spiritual Master Xiao, this old man knows that my heavenly abode river owes you a favor. Furthermore, you have a proud character and don't look down on everything in my heavenly abode river. However, this old man hopes that you can help my heavenly abode river on account of the 3 years of friendship between Xiao Yun and Brother Lu.
Don't.
Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, This Xiao is a human cultivator and only has the strength of a 5th grade essence force. How would I dare to get involved in the matters of your dragon race? Sigh, speaking of asking for help. This old man has no choice. Now that my heavenly abode river's sea clan has withered, the number of experts we can use is limited. This old man is willing to ask for help from any human or demon race that can help my heavenly abode river. Jiang Hai sighed and said, not to mention an expert like spiritual master Xiao, who can play with Ao Jing in the palm of his hand. Damn it. Xiao Hua was speechless. Jiang Hai was right. If he could play with Ao Jing, how could he be a 5th grade essence force cultivator? Moreover, Louis had also said that the Fortune Gate could choose not to get involved in the matters of the Heavenly Abode River, but for Xiao Yun's matter, they had to get involved. At this time, Xiao Hua was feeling a little regretful. If he could go back in time, he would definitely return to the Feather Spirit Palace and kick Ao Xian to death before snatching Long Bei away. Alright, fellow immortals, the next item to be auctioned is a demonic beast race's secret technique. At this time, the voice of the scholar surnamed Foam came from the auction hall. Although the records of this secret technique are incomplete, according to my Star-Plucking Tower's consecrators, this secret technique should be a demonic beast race's fake body technique. Fake body technique? What does that mean? A human asked curiously. Is it the Dao sex puppet technique? Are you talking about the puppet soldiers and generals technique of Confucianism? Hee. The demonic beast race's fake body technique is different from our human race's fake body technique. The scholar surnamed Foam explained. The demonic beast race's fake body technique is more similar to a clone technique. I heard that if one cultivates this fake body technique to the peak, one can cultivate a demonic beast that is exactly the same as oneself.
Ah.
Doesn't this mean that there are 2 people? That human exclaimed in shock. However, before that human could finish speaking, a demonic beast calmly said, our demonic beast race's cultivation technique has never been written down. The ones that can be written down are also not profound cultivation techniques. Fellow immortal, you've described this fake body technique to be so profound, but this old man doesn't believe you. This old man needs to see this cultivation technique first. My apologies, this cultivation technique is a little special. If fellow immortal believes me, you can bid for it. If not, this little one can't do anything about it. The scholar surnamed Foam smiled and said, this cultivation technique can only be given to the fellow immortal who wins the bid. Chapter 3959. How many primeval stones? The demons couldn't wait any longer and shouted at the top of their lungs. 20 million primeval stones. Foam shouted. 1 million each time. 30 million. Xiao Hua immediately called out as soon as Feng's voice fell. Xiao Hua had the same wishful thinking as last time. He wanted to suppress all the demons in one go. Unfortunately, he couldn't get any advantage this time. One of the demons shouted, 31 million. 35 million. Another voice beat Xiao Hua to it. 40 million. Xiao Hua was about to speak when Jiang Hai hurriedly stopped him. Don't worry, Taoist.
Oh.
What's wrong? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Jiang Hai looked at Xiao Hua and smiled. This old man wants to know, Taoist is a human. Why are you bidding for a demon cultivation method? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. This Xiao likes the words of the demon race. I want to use this fake body technique to explain them.
Ha!
Jiang Hai laughed. He knew that Xiao Hua was just fooling him, but he didn't care. He said, the monster race's fake body technique is just an elementary cultivation method of the clone technique. Ordinary humans simply can't cultivate it. And it's just as that demon said. Cultivation methods that can be written in demon characters are not real demon cultivation methods. What's more, this is the Holy Blood, a high-level cultivation method of the demon race. But since Zhai Xinglu said that this cultivation method is real, it must be 70% real. But to cultivate a fake body with it, I'm afraid it will be difficult. What do you mean, Third Elder? Xiao Hua asked anxiously when he heard that the demon race's cultivation method had reached 50 million. Jiang Hai explained calmly, although my heavenly abode river has declined, It is still one of the 3 rivers and 4 seas of the 3 continents. What the dragon race should have my heavenly abode river has. My heavenly abode river has a dragon cloning technique. It should be complete. Since Daoist saved Jiangsheng, this old man is willing to give this cultivation method to you as a token of my heavenly abode river's gratitude. Seeing that the old fox Jiang Hai didn't mention the matter of rescuing Jiang Hong and only talked about the matter of rescuing Jiangsheng, how could Xiao Hua not know what Jiang Hai was thinking? If he agreed, then he agreed, but how could Xiao Hua be that kind of person? Even without this doppelganger technique, Xiao Hua would not have given up on helping the heavenly abode river rescue Jiang Hong. Now that he had a doppelganger technique, was it not a pleasant surprise for Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua pretended to hesitate. Jiang Che, go and report to the Great Elder. Tell him to hurry up and invite the totem to thank Daoist Xiao for his help. Jiang Hai saw that there was hope. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered Jiang Che. When Jiang Che saw that Xiao Hua didn't expose him, he was happy in his heart. He agreed, looked deeply at Xiao Hua, and hurriedly left.
All right.
Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, since Third Elder is so generous, it would be impolite for this Xiao to refuse. I wonder how Third Elder plans to rescue Lilian? Seeing that Xiao Hua had acquiesced, Jiang Hai was also overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, this old man thanks Daoist Xiao for his righteousness. My heavenly abode river dragon clan will remember Daoist Xiao's help in our hearts. No need to say those empty words. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, after all, saving little Yun is something that both you and I have to do. Yes, Daoist Xiao is right. Jiang Hai closed the window of the auction house and nodded. This old man has just arrived at Yuling Bay. The North Sea Dragon Palace is such a big force. This old man came to Zhaixing Lu with great difficulty. I haven't received any specific information, so this old man can't have any specific plans. So it's like that. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He didn't know if Jiang Hai was worried about him, or if he really didn't have any plans. He said, this Xiao doesn't care about the plans. Once Third Elder has decided on how to proceed, you can come to the Luo E Merchant Union to inform this Xiao. What do you think? Luo E Merchant Union?
All right.
Jiang Hai thought for a moment and nodded. Leave the specific plans to my heavenly abode river. When it's time to act, this old man will send someone to inform Daoist Xiao. Then this Xiao will take his leave first. Xiao Hua stood up and cupped his hands to bid farewell. Jiang Hai didn't urge him to stay. After sending Xiao Hua off, Jiang Hai stood in the pavilion and looked at the corner of the wall, as if he was in deep thought. After half a cup of tea's time, he said, Jiang Ming, do you think this Daoist Xiao is reliable? Reporting to Elder. Jiang Ming of the Dragon Clan, who remained in the pavilion, almost didn't think about it and said, I feel that this Xiao Hua is a person of character. Everything he said came from the bottom of his heart, and he didn't hide his thoughts in the slightest. Jiang Hai shook his head slightly and sighed. If it was a demon, this old man would have trusted him long ago. But the human race is fickle. This old man doesn't dare to trust Xiao Hua too much. But Jiang Ming didn't understand. Daoist Xiao saved Jiangsheng, and Jiangsheng said it himself. That's the problems. Jiang Hai explained, this Daoist Xiao is really merciful and kind. Even the Thunder Temple's Vairocana can't compare to him. Is there such a human in this world? It seems. I haven't seen it either. Jiang Ming shook his head slightly, then asked, then why did Elder invite Xiao Hua to save the little princess? From the bottom of my heart, this old man doesn't trust Xiao Hua. Jiang Hai seemed to be explaining to Jiang Ming, but it felt like he was convincing himself. But from the little princess's memories, this Xiao Hua seems to be a good person. Moreover, when Jiangsheng flooded Longevity Town, Xiao Hua was also there. He shouldn't have any connection with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Also, this old man feels that Xiao Hua's cultivation is definitely not as simple as he showed. If he helps Heavenly Abode River, the effect will be no small matter. Third Elder, if Xiao Hua is in cahoots with the North Sea Dragon Palace, then we're in big trouble. Jiang Ming voiced out Jiang Hai's doubts. Sigh, that's right. What's false and what's real? What's real and what's false? Who knows what's real and what's false? Jiang Hai obviously didn't have much confidence in Xiaohua. At this moment, Jiang Che came back from outside and explained his situation in a low voice. Then, he looked at Jiang Hai's hesitant expression, thought for a moment, and said, I'll let Third Elder know. I previously hid some things, but now that Xiaohua has appeared, I feel that it's better to make things clear. Oh, what are you hiding now? Are these things related to Xiaohua? Jiang Hai was a little dumbfounded and hurriedly asked. Jiang Che knew that after Xiaohua's appearance, his matter in the legacy world had become an airtight wall. Jiang Hai and the other dragons would definitely know about it no matter what he said earlier or later. Therefore, he told Jiang Hai about his matter in the legacy world. Jiang Hai was dumbfounded. Jiang Che, why didn't you say so earlier? I think Xiaohua is just a Dao sect cultivator. Since he knows the little princess, and the Lu Yi he mentioned was also mentioned by the little princess, he shouldn't go against Heavenly Abode River. The problem is he's also friends with Ao Zhan. What kind of dragon general is Ao Zhan? The other dragons don't know, but don't you know? But he saved me and Jiang Sheng, and when he saved Jiang Sheng, he even mentioned my name. Jiang Che said confidently, I think this Xiaohua should be reliable. That's right. He didn't expose you just now, so you naturally think he's reliable. Jiang Ming sneered. Not to mention me. Even if Jiang Sheng was here, he would say the same thing. Jiang Che retorted without hesitation. At this moment, Xiao Yi whispered from outside, reporting to Senior. Someone is here with a name card. Shu. Jiang Hai waved his hand and said, Be quiet. There seems to be news coming. Following Jiang Sheng's instructions, Jiang Ming and Jiang Che raised their dragon claws and covered their cloaks. After a while, there was no trace of the Heavenly Abode River Dragon clan in the pavilion. Then, a figure in the same black robe walked into the pavilion. Xiaohua returned to his own pavilion, frowning as he looked out the window. At this moment, Zhai Xinglu had taken out another demon weapon. Many demons were competing for it, and the sounds of bidding were ear-piercing. Xiaohua's gaze was a little unfocused, and his mind was racing. He had encountered many things at Zhai Xinglu today, and he had gained a lot, but after these gains, he had to face another great danger. Let's not talk about what Dou Shanjun wanted Xiaohua to do. It definitely wasn't that simple. Xiaohua's current cultivation hadn't even reached Dou Shanjun's requirements. Xiaohua was too lazy to guess what this matter was. Then there was the matter of Heavenly Abode River. Xiaohua still couldn't avoid provoking the North Sea Dragon Palace and rescuing Dragon Lady Jianghong. Regarding this matter, Xiaohua's heart was a bit uneasy. Previously, he had already felt fear in his heart and felt that he would encounter an unprecedented danger. He used to think that it was the Immortal Palace's anger, but after Zhu Cheng's explanation, the Morong family's attitude, and Dou Shanjun's analysis, Xiaohua knew that the Immortal Palace would not do anything to him for the time being. There was no need for the Immortal Palace to delay the important war between immortals and Buddhas for a small character like him. This meant that the North Sea Dragon Palace or Dragon Island might be the source of the danger that Xiaohua would face. I always feel like I'm not in control. Xiaohua withdrew his gaze from the auction house and smiled bitterly to himself. It's troublesome to have too many disciples. If it weren't for Lu Yi, I definitely wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But Xiaohua beamed with joy. The Heavenly Abode River's foundation is really powerful. They even have a doppelganger technique. If I succeed in cultivating this doppelganger technique, won't I have a few more helpers? Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. Seeing that there were no more suitable things to bid at Zhai Xinglu, he simply walked out of the pavilion. Xiao Yi, who was outside the door, hurried forward and asked, Senior, which room are you going to visit? I'm not going.
Xiaohua smiled.
I've already bid for something suitable and am ready to go back. I wonder if I can leave at any time during this auction? Chapter 3960. Of course. Xiao Yi smiled and said, Senior can leave at any time. However, the auction hasn't ended yet. It seems that there are many rare treasures that haven't appeared yet. Senior, don't you want to take a look? Moreover, the sea wind is very strong right now. I'm afraid it will take an hour for it to gradually decrease. No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand. I'll go back now.
Take me out.
Yes, Senior. This way, please. Xiao Yi didn't dare to urge him to stay any longer. She twisted her waist and sent Xiao Hua to the door of Zhaixing Lu. Just as Xiao Yi had said, although Zhaixing Lu was protected by an essence formation, an earth-shattering tremor came from the essence formation. A wave that made one's heart tremble also penetrated the essence formation. Looking outside the gatehouse, the sky and earth were completely dark. It was impossible to see the outline of Yuling Bay from before. Occasionally, a gust of wind whistled past like a horned dragon, pulling at the gray wind, but no sound was heard. The group of young Confucian scholars waiting at the gate saw Xiao Hua come out and saw Xiao Yi's signal. They hurriedly bowed and said in unison, Junior respectfully sends Senior off, and you've all worked hard. Xiao Hua nodded. He waved his hand and took out a few origin stones and gave them to Xiao Yi. He said, keep half for yourself. Give the rest to these people. Xiao Yi was ecstatic. She hurriedly took it and bowed. Thank you, Spiritual Master Xiao. However, when she raised her head, Xiao Hua's figure had already disappeared. Only the origin array in front of the gate had some faint fluctuations, swaying with the brilliance. When Xiao Hua exited Zhaixing Lu, the entire world was filled with whistling winds. Moreover, amidst the omnipresent sound of the wind, the rumbling of the waves was also incessant. Usually when there was wind, the sky was mostly clean. The strong wind would tear the clouds apart. However, the storm in Yuling Bay was different. The entire sky was covered with red clouds. These clouds were fiercely tumbling like the sea border of the North Sea. Although some clouds were torn apart from time to time, they were covered by other clouds in a moment. Xiao Hua released his divine sense. He was surprised to find that this strong wind could actually tear apart divine sense. However, Xiao Hua was only looking for the continuous merchant alliance, so he didn't really need to experience the power of this gale. After finding the E-Mansion, Xiao Hua's figure turned into a rainbow and flew inside. However, before Xiao Hua's figure could land, an overwhelming qi surged from the distance. A man dressed in tight clothes stepped on clouds and very strangely blocked Xiao Hua's path. Oh,
Who are you?
Xiao Hua sensed the man's presence the moment he appeared. When the man revealed himself, Xiao Hua also stopped vigilantly and asked in an indifferent tone. The man did not answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, his eyes flashed with a faint golden light, as if he was using some kind of eye-clearing technique. He looked at Xiao Hua for a moment and asked in return, You are Xiao Hua of Taoism? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a nod, That's right. I am Dao Sec Xiao Hua. May I know why Your Excellency is stopping I? Have you participated in the Yazi auction house's auction before? The man asked abruptly. Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he nodded and said, Of course this Xiao has participated. What did you bid for? Xiao Hua smiled and raised his head to look at the sea breeze. He said, Your Excellency is really in a good mood. In such terrible weather, you actually stopped this Xiao here. Do you want to ask this Xiao what I bid for in the Yazi auction house? That's right. The man said coldly. You have to answer honestly, otherwise, as the man spoke, the gale around 100 feet to the left suddenly quieted down. Lines of twisted marble-like stripes appeared in the void. Between those stripes, thumb-sized inscriptions flickered and jumped out from time to time. Sigh. Xiao Hua glanced and sighed. If this Xiao could bid for good things in the Yazi auction house, would I still be able to participate in the auction at Zhaixing Lu? This Xiao bought a Daoist magic tool in the Yazi auction house. Unfortunately, this magic tool was not as powerful as that old turtle shell said, and it was even a bit damaged. This Xiao was afraid of attracting the attention of the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace, so I left the auction house halfway. When this Xiao discovered that the magic tool was not suitable and was about to go to the Yazi auction house to argue, a big accident happened there. This Xiao naturally did not dare to offend the North Sea Dragon Palace at this time, so I came to Jiaxinglu to bid. However, there are many Daoist cultivators in Jiaxinglu, and this Xiao did not find any suitable. Can you let me see the magic tool you bid for in the Yazi auction house? The man did not wait for Xiao Hua to finish and asked. Of course. Xiao Hua generously took out a magic tool that he had previously bought in Jiaxinglu and handed it to the man. The man took the magic tool and seemed to casually ask, "How many sea crystals is this?" Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that this man might take the magic tool to the Yazi auction house and ask about it. If he asked this question, he would definitely be exposed. Killing intent unconsciously rose in his heart. However, in an instant, Xiao Hua changed his mind. He did not think that this man would really go to the Yazi auction house. After all, the North Sea Dragon Palace was currently looking for the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace, so this man would not go and cause trouble. Moreover, Xiao Hua did not think that after his lie was exposed, this man would associate him with a cultivator who had bid for the nascent soul with him. Thus, Xiao Hua extinguished his killing intent and said with a smile, "What? Did fellow Immortal miss out on this magic tool? How about this? If fellow Immortal is willing, this Xiao will sell this magic tool to fellow Immortal for 490,000 sea crystals." This magic tool is worth 490,000 sea crystals? The man took the magic tool, and his eyes flashed. He clearly looked at the magic tool, and then raised his head and sneered. "Fellow Immortal." Xiao Hua opened his mouth again, and was about to lower the price. However, before he could say anything, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He changed his tone and said, "This is a real Dao magic tool from the Yazi auction house. It's just that this Xiao's magic power is not very good. If fellow Immortal does not want it, then give it back to this Xiao." The man hesitated. His thoughts were similar to Xiao Hua's guess. He wanted to bargain with Xiao Hua a few times to see if it was similar to the time he had bid in the Yazi auction house. However, Xiao Hua did not take the bait. As for whether this magic tool was from the Yazi auction house, he really did not pay attention. The man thought for a moment and asked, "Is 300,000 sea crystals enough? Fellow Immortal, please let this Xiao go." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This magic tool consumed most of the primeval stones in this Xiao's Qingquan bag. Although it is not very convenient, it can still be used. If fellow Immortal takes this magic tool for 300,000 sea crystals, this Xiao will not only have wasted a trip to Yuling Bay, but also lost hundreds of thousands of sea crystals. Wouldn't this Xiao be a real fool? Moreover, what does fellow Immortal want this magic tool for? If fellow Immortal wants it, you should go to the star-picking tower to bid. Right now, the auction is not over yet. There are still many good things left." As Xiao Hua spoke, his eyes never left the magic tool in the man's hand. Magic power even surged around his body, as if guarding against the man's sudden departure. Don't be nervous. What do I want this magic tool for?" The man snorted coldly and said, "I just want to ask you a few questions." "Fellow Immortal, please speak." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "However, fellow Immortal, please return the magic tool to this Xiao first." The man was about to speak, but he saw another eye-clearing technique sweep past the mountain where the star-picking tower was located. It seemed to be looking at other places in Yuling Bay. Inscriptions surged around the man's body. His figure was hidden in the wind, and he hurriedly flew in the direction of the star-picking tower. "Io, my magic tool." Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly cried out, "Woo." When the man flew away, the restriction shrouding the area disappeared again. A fierce wind poured in, blowing on Xiao Hua's body. The magic tool also fell in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua smiled and reached out to grab the magic tool. His figure swayed, and he landed in front of the Luo Yi Merchant Union's door. Naturally, there were no demons guarding the door of the Luo Yi Merchant Union. Moreover, many of the shops nearby had already been removed. It appeared very deserted. Xiaohua turned his head and looked meaningfully in the direction of the star-picking tower. Then, he stepped into the residence and disappeared. 3 days later, the storm that swept through Yuling Bay gradually subsided. Xiaohua was sitting on a jade chair and teaching a few demons the art of water fusion. He saw a demon hurriedly run over and respectfully said, "Master Xiao, a demon is looking for you. Can you let him come over?" "What kind of demon is he? Is he from the dragon race?" Xiaohua's heart stirred. He hurriedly stood up and asked. "No, he doesn't look like a sea race either," the demon answered. Xiaohua was a little disappointed, but he still nodded and said, "Let him come over." "Yes, Master Xiao." After the demon race left, Xiaohua instructed the few demon race cultivators, "You guys can leave as well. This old man has already said everything that needs to be said. You guys just need to practice step by step." Just as the few demon race members left, an ordinary-looking demon race member was brought over.
Oh.
Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He asked curiously, "Fellow immortal, you look unfamiliar. Why are you looking for me?" "Hee, Daoist Xiao, you're really forgetful. You and I are sworn friends." The demon spoke. It was actually Jiang Che's voice. "Haha, so that's how it is." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and laughed. Since the heavenly abode, river, had the art of concealment, it must have the art of disguise as well. After Xiaohua sent the demons of the Luo Yi merchant union away, he waved his hand and set up a restriction. He raised his hand and said, "Fellow immortal Jiang, please sit. You're too polite." Jiang Che smiled and sat down. He said, "Daoist Xiao, you and my heavenly abode river are fated. You've helped my heavenly abode river time and time again. I bring a message from my heavenly abode river's great elder." "Thank you, Daoist Xiao." Xiaohua also sat down and replied, "You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Besides, doesn't the heavenly abode river also have a gift of gratitude?" When the gift of gratitude was mentioned, Jiang Che looked around and took out a long bay. He didn't give it to Xiaohua. Instead, he said, "Daoist Xiao, I've been ordered by the Great Elder to give you the Heavenly Abode River's doppelganger technique for you to comprehend. However, this item is of great importance. I can only let you comprehend it for 3 days. After 3 days, whether you can comprehend it or not, I'll have to take this secret technique away." Chapter 3961. Hearing Jiang Che say that he only had 3 days to comprehend the technique, Xiaohua unconsciously frowned and said with a bitter smile, "I originally thought that this doppelganger technique was a secret technique and that I only needed to make a copy of it. I didn't expect, haha, Daoist Xiao." Jiang Che replied with a smile, "Didn't the demon race already mention it in the Stargazing Tower's auction? Real demon race techniques can't be recorded in demon language. This is different from your human race's cultivation. Moreover, this doppelganger technique is one of the rare secret techniques of my heavenly abode river's dragon race that doesn't rely on bloodline inheritance, so my heavenly abode river has to deal with it carefully. To be honest, if Daoist Xiao wasn't sincere to my heavenly abode river, Great Elder and Third Elder definitely wouldn't have taken out this secret technique." "Forget it." Xiaohua looked at Long Bei and waved his hand. 3 days is 3 days. I'm already satisfied that I have the chance to comprehend your dragon race's rare secret technique. I'll comprehend as much as I can. Everything will depend on luck." "All right." Jiang Che raised his hand and took out a golden object from Long Bei. As soon as that object appeared in midair, an indescribable aura was immediately emitted from it. That kind of arrogance and contempt for everything suddenly enveloped Xiaohua. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the lifelike dragon form under the golden light. The holy bloodline in his body circulated slightly, and he asked, "How do I comprehend it?" "Daoist Master, just release your divine sense." Jiang Che put away Long Bei and explained, "I'll stay here and wait for Daoist Master's divine sense to withdraw from the totem in 3 days." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "When I'm comprehending, I don't want anyone to watch. How about this? I'll set up another formation in this hall. You stay outside, and I'll comprehend inside. After 3 days, you only need to activate the formation, and I'll come out immediately. How about it? This. Jiang Che hesitated. Xiao Hua's suggestion was different from Great Elder's instructions. However, looking at Xiao Hua's smiling face, Jiang Che thought for a moment and nodded. Daoist Xiao has done me a favor. This request is indeed nothing. This humble one can promise Daoist Master, but I hope that Daoist Master can also sympathize with this humble one. After 3 days, I must come out.
Right.
Xiao Hua smiled and said, Don't worry. How could this Xiao make things difficult for you? Immediately, Xiao Hua transmitted his voice to Ingpa and the other monsters, telling them not to disturb him for 3 days. Then, he set up the capital star formation. He waved his hand and set up the star formation. After that, he didn't hesitate to use his mind to wrap the dragon-shaped totem into a space. Putting aside the fact that Xiao Hua's mind had entered the space and used the power of space to comprehend the doppelganger technique, Jiang Che, who was standing guard outside the star array, couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw the star array being activated and the familiar draconic aura disappearing. He released his Yuan will and covered the entire hall, afraid that Xiao Hua would escape from his Yuan will with the dragon totem. However, he also knew that if Xiao Hua wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to stop him even if he wanted to. Within the space, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared. He raised his hand and grabbed the golden dragon totem. Aowo! The dragon totem actually let out a deep dragon roar. The golden light actually produced a powerful suction force, wanting to suck Jade Archive Xiao Hua into the golden light. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's arm shook slightly, turning into a long thin line, falling into the golden light along with the suction force. In just a moment, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's face was filled with surprise. He muttered to himself, Damn, is this the Dragon Clan's doppelganger technique? How can it be so vast? How can it be completely comprehended with just 3 days of comprehension? If I hadn't been extra careful, this time I really would have entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in the air. On the arm that reached into the golden light, layers of dragon runes rushed out like waves, quickly entering his body. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's face alternated between dignified and enlightened from time to time. 3 days passed in a flash, but Jiang Che felt like a year. Seeing that the time was about to come, Jiang Che raised his dragon claw. However, before Jiang Che's dragon claw could land, the entire star array made a soft schwa sound. The brilliance converged. Xiao Hua's figure did not appear, but the aura of the dragon totem rushed out uncontrollably. Good. Jiang Che's heart was immediately relieved. He hurriedly took out the dragon shell, looked at Xiao Hua, and said with a smile, Spiritual Master Xiao is indeed a man of his word. Now that the time has come, please return the totem to me. Of course. Xiao Hua loosened his hand, and the totem soared into the sky, turning into a golden light that fell into Jiang Che's dragon shell. After the dragon shell was kept in his arms, Jiang Che heaved a sigh of relief, cupped his hands, and said, Many thanks, Spiritual Master Xiao. Xiao Hua said with a smile, The one who should be thanking is this Xiao. This secret technique of the Heavenly Abode River is very useful to this Xiao. Jiang Che smiled and asked, How much did Spiritual Master comprehend? What do you think, fellow immortal? Xiao Hua asked back. Jiang Che thought for a moment and replied, If this one's guess is correct, Spiritual Master should be able to comprehend 20%.
And more or less.
Xiao Hua nodded. The secret technique of the Heavenly Abode River is really as vast as the sea. Although this one has seen a lot of it, I have already forgotten a lot of it. Now that I think about it carefully, it's only 20%. Jiang Che comforted Xiao Hua. Spiritual Master does not have the bloodline of the dragon race. It's already good that you can comprehend 20%. When Spiritual Master has cultivated this 20%, Spiritual Master can mention it to Third Elder. Maybe you will get another chance to comprehend it. Haha, many thanks for the reminder, fellow immortal. Xiao Hua laughed. When this one rescues your little princess, this one will mention it to Third Elder.
And
Jiang Che nodded. When the time comes, this one will speak for spiritual master. It shouldn't be a big problem. The prerequisite is that we can save little Yun, Xiao Hua said. Third Elder has already received news that Ao Jing and Ao Xian are preparing to return to the North Sea Dragon Palace after the Great Storm. Jiang Che understood and hurriedly said, according to the situation of the Great Storm, it will probably completely calm down after 10 days. So Third Elder also told me to inform Spiritual Master that we will follow Ao Jing and Ao Xian to the North Sea Dragon Palace in 10 days.
ah,
Follow Ao Jing and Ao Xian to the North Sea Dragon Palace? Xiao Hua was a little stunned. That's right. Jiang Che raised his hand and took out a fist-sized pearl and handed it to Xiao Hua. The interior of the pearl flashed with brilliance, and as the brilliance changed, many human figures, demon figures, and even mountains and rivers were revealed. Xiao Hua took the pearl and looked at it carefully. He asked curiously, "What is this?" This item is called the Thousand Illusion Pearl. Any demon or human who holds this item in their mouth can transform into whatever they want. Of course, this transformation is limited by time, and its aura is not easy to hide. In order to overcome this shortcoming, Spiritual Master has to comprehend another secret technique of my heavenly abode river. However, Spiritual Master has already comprehended some of this secret technique, so you don't need to comprehend it further. After Jiang Che finished speaking, he took out a dragon scale and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua put away the Thousand Illusion Pearl and took the dragon scale. Before he could examine it, Jiang Che said, "Dao Xiao, you can comprehend this secret technique on your own. It won't be too late to return the dragon scale to me when I come to pick you up in 10 days. I have to give the doppelganger technique to the Great Elder, so I won't stay here any longer." "Okay, I will send you out." Xiao Hua put the dragon scale into his space and nodded. Jiang Che waved his hand. "No need, Spiritual Master Xiao. I can go out by myself. Although there is still a great storm, the Feather Spirit Palace's spies have already come out. I don't want to attract their attention. Okay?" Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, "Spiritual Master, please. I will wait for your message." Jiang Che cupped his hands and left in a hurry. After a while, Ingpa walked in and said with a smile, "Spiritual Master, what did you gain from the auction at Jiaxinglu?" Seeing that Ingpa didn't ask about Jiang Che, Xiao Hua understood and said with a smile, "Jiaxinglu is indeed generous. This is the second time I've participated in their auction, and my gains are indeed generous. Compared to them, my Luo E Merchant Union is still far behind." Of course. The Star Moon Union that Jiaxinglu belongs to is a merchant union that has been in business for hundreds of thousands of years. How can my Luo E Merchant Union compare? Ingpa asked Xiao Hua to sit down and said, "However, in my opinion, the Jiaxinglu of 10 years ago may not have had a better chance than my Luo E Merchant Union. After 100,000 years, my Luo E Merchant Union will definitely be as famous as Jiaxinglu in the 3 continents." Actually, Xiao Hua did not particularly know how famous Jiaxinglu was. However, since Ingpa and the other members of the demon clan had set Xingyu as their goal to surpass, Xingyu's reputation was obvious. He smiled and said, "What chance does the Luo E Merchant Union have? Why can't I see it?" "The Luo E Merchant Union's chance is naturally yours, Enlightened Master," Ingpa said with a smile. The elders who didn't want to work with Enlightened Master no matter what didn't dare to say anything these days. They've already seen Enlightened Master's value. However, they're still short-sighted. They don't know the great use behind Enlightened Master's medicines and grain seeds. "That's..." Xiao Hua replied, "If they could see it, you wouldn't be the clan leader." Sigh, speaking of the clan leader, Ingpa was rather emotional as he looked at Xiao Hua. "If I hadn't met Enlightened Master, I wouldn't have been able to take over the position of clan leader. If I hadn't met Enlightened Master again, the clan's food and clothing would have been a problem. How could I have thought further? Enlightened Master is truly our clan's lucky star." Haha. Xiao Hua touched his face and seemed to be talking to himself. It looks like I'll have to carve a few statues of myself. Who knows, I might be able to earn a few sea crystals from the auction. As the saying goes, the speaker is careless, but the listener is interested. When Xiao Hua's words fell into Ing Po's ears, Ing Po's eyes lit up. He hurriedly shouted, "Enlightened Master's idea is not bad." Earlier, I was still discussing with the elders how our Luo Merchant Union should operate in the hidden immortal continent and Western Paradise. We are Yao clan and will inevitably be ostracized on these two continents. If we have enlightened master statues, haha, this problem can be avoided. Chapter 3962. Don't mess around. Xiao Hua warned Ing Pe, "I'm a demon that the Confucian Immortal Cultivation Palace wants to arrest. If you use my name, you'll be annihilated by the Immortal Palace." Of course it won't work. Ing Pe nodded, but we can consider other methods. Forget it. I'll discuss this matter with the elders in the future. I came here to tell you that the next auction of the Luo Merchant Union will be held in a month. This is the first auction of the several merchant unions and should be held 10 days earlier than the Yazi auction house. Xiao Hua frowned. Yuling Bay is the foundation of the Yazi auction house. If our Luo Merchant Union suppresses them, won't it cause trouble? Sometimes it's important to keep a low profile. You're right, Daoist. Ing Pe nodded, but occasionally showing a bit of edge can be refreshing and win some reputations. And Xiao Hua didn't know how to run a business, so he agreed. I have other things to do, so I won't be able to attend the auction in a month. Daoist, this is... Ing Pe stopped halfway and smiled. Since Daoist is leaving, General Liu and the others should come and thank you. He's already been here several times, and the dozen or so sea race veterans also came one after another. They all want to see Daoist. Oh, there's no need to thank me. It seems that the medicine is effective for their injuries? Xiao Hua waved his hand. Ing Pe replied, "It's more than effective. It's simply a miracle medicine. I really don't know how Daoist refined the medicine. The same medicine can be used by different kinds of injuries, and the kids in the clan are far from being able to refine it." Xiao Hua smiled. When he refined the medicine with the water fusion technique, he specially activated the power of the stars and moon. The power of the stars and moon was used by the monster race to repair the body. Even if the effect of the medicine wasn't right, the power of the stars and moon was enough to cure the old sea race. With these old sea race veterans as an example, there are many more coming to our Luo Merchant Union to look for medicine. According to this trend, the Apricot Forest Medicine Shop won't be able to establish itself in Yuling Bay in the future. Ing Bo explained happily, especially with these old members of the Sea Clan, if our Luo Merchant Union encounters any problems in Yuling Bay, we can borrow their strength. Hearing this, Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Ing Pe and said, "Fellow Immortal, what is your current cultivation level?" This. A trace of awkwardness appeared on Ing Po's face, and he smiled apologetically. The cultivation of the demon race is different from that of the human race. My realm should be similar to the upper second-grade essence force. Enlightened wisdom realm? Xiao Hua frowned and said, "Moreover, I can see that the cultivation of the elders in your clan isn't high either." Haha. Ing Pe smiled embarrassedly. "I didn't expect that you would be so proficient in the cultivation of our demon tribe. Actually, I won't hide it from you, Reverend. The bloodline of my clan members has already become thin. There are many cultivation methods that can no longer be awakened. It's because my clan members' strength in the Thousand Goblins Sacred Realm has been declining day by day, and in the end, they were forced to leave the Thousand Goblins Sacred Realm. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have become the clan leader? Did you establish this continuous merchant union with the intention of finding a cultivation path for your clan members?" Xiao Hua asked thoughtfully. Ing Pe nodded solemnly. "Reverend is right. Through the merchant union, I was able to come in contact with many demon race cultivation methods. Moreover, I also tried a few, but none of them were effective. Of course, I also know that this matter needs to be considered at length. If I can solve this matter in my lifetime, Then I won't let down my clan members. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and said, "It seems that this old man will have to lend you a hand again." What does Reverend mean? Ing Po's face flushed red. He stood up with a bang and looked at Xiao Hua with bright eyes. Xiao Hua didn't answer Ing Po's words. Instead, he took out the keepsake that Ing Po gave him from the space and looked at it. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, "What this old man means is, you don't have to wait until you're old to fulfill this wish." Boo, boo, boo. Ing Po stammered. His heart was already about to jump out of his body. "Let's find a quiet room." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Okay." Ing Po nodded with all his strength and brought Xiao Hua to a quiet room. Xiao Hua looked at the excited Ing Po and said with a smile, "Don't be too nervous." "Yes, Reverend." Although Ing Po replied that he wasn't nervous, his body was still slightly trembling. It could be seen how high his expectations of Xiao Hua were. Xiao Hua raised his hand. Ing Po's gaze fell on Xiao Hua's index finger. He saw a brilliant spring flower bloom on his index finger. Thousands of rays of light blossomed from the spring flower and suddenly fell between Ing Po's eyebrows. Boom. Ing Po only felt a sudden clap of thunder in his mind. One after another, demon characters and patterns crazily rushed into his mind like lightning.
Ah.
Ing Po couldn't help but cry out in pain. However, it was only for a moment. He clenched his teeth. As a demon, he was very clear about what he was seeing. He also knew that he absolutely couldn't faint. He could only clench his teeth and support himself. The sharp thorns on his clenched claws had already pierced into his flesh and blood was seeping out. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, a huge thunderbolt was born from the demon characters. Ing Po really couldn't bear it and fainted. After an entire day and night, Ing Po finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Hua's slightly surprised face. Immediately, he stood up, turned over, and kneeled down. He said, "This one. Thanks, Master Xiao, for the grace of teaching me." Xiao Hua stood there motionlessly. After receiving 9 kowtows from Ing Po, he helped him up and said, "This is some of this old man's opportunities in his early years. Now that I've imparted it to you, it can be considered as fulfilling this old man's wish. Your temperament is not bad, and you are also willing to be kind to my human race. Especially, the things you want to do must have enough strength. Otherwise, it will be very easy for others to take advantage of you. Now that this old man is cooperating with you, I can't always stay in the merchant union. Only by increasing your strength can this old man be at ease with my own primordial stones." Hee, Master Xiao is joking. Ing Po said respectfully, "Master Zhao's kindness to this one, and to this one's clansmen is like a new life." Speaking to hear, Ing Po suddenly thought of something. He knelt down on the ground again and said urgently, "Also, Master Xiao, can this one teach this cultivation method to my clansmen?" "Of course you can." Xiao Hua smiled as he helped Ing Po up and said, "This should be the cultivation method that was lost in your clan. The heavens merely used this old man's hands to return it to your clan. Think, Master Xiao." Ing Po's tears flowed out. He said while choking with sobs, "This junior doesn't know what to say. Meeting Master Xiao is this one's fortune, the fortune of my clansmen. With this cultivation method, my clan's prosperity is something that will happen sooner or later." Xiao Hua looked at Ing Po's excitement and felt a little surprised in his heart. When Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion received the demon clan's cultivation method, they could wake up in a few hours. Moreover, they could only remember about 30 to 40% of it. According to Black Bear, with just this, they could cultivate to about the 7th grade of origin energy. But this Ing Po in front of him actually comprehended it for an entire day and night. Of course, Ing Po fainting was different from Black Bear and the others waking up. Perhaps it couldn't be measured purely by the time spent comprehending it. Xiao Hua wanted to ask Ing Po how much he remembered, but he didn't plan on taking Ing Po as a disciple, so he simply didn't ask anymore. "This old man will cultivate here for a few days. You should also comprehend it. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask this old man." Xiao Hua finished speaking and sat cross-legged on the ground. Ingpa nodded and said, "All right, Master Xiao. Although this junior doesn't particularly understand the cultivation method you imparted, there is an extremely familiar feeling within it. This junior will start comprehending it now, and so that's how it is." Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Although Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Eagle looked fierce, in the end, their bloodline was not as pure as Ingpo's. Moreover, the cultivation method he gave Ingpo just happened to match Ingpo's bloodline. Ingpo's one day and one night of coma wasn't completely comprehending his cultivation method. In fact, it was only comprehending the cultivation method for a few hours. The rest of the time should be awakening the inheritance in Ingpo's bloodline. In the remaining few days, Ingpo had a lot of questions. Xiao Hua almost didn't have time to cultivate by himself. Xiao Hua simply threw the Crimson Infant technique aside and focused on guiding Ingpo's cultivation. Xiao Hua didn't think much of it, but Ingpo was extremely surprised. Although Xiao Hua was a human cultivator, he was even more familiar with the cultivation method of the demon race than he was. He really didn't understand why Xiao Hua knew so much. In the end, he already regarded Xiao Hua as a god that protected the demon race. The previously vague decision in his mind had now taken shape. He was already somewhat impatient to engrave Taoist Zhao's wooden sculpture and request that every demon race member of the continuous merchant union wear it. Xiao Hua didn't know that he had unknowingly begun to receive the power of faith of the demon race again. After guiding Ingpo's cultivation, he received Jiang Che's message and came alone to a relatively remote shop in Yuling Bay. Early on, when he was teaching Ingpo the demon cultivation method in the continuous merchant union, Xiao Hua had already thoroughly comprehended the method of using the illusory pearl. He already knew the art of disguise and later practiced the art of invisibility in the heavenly abode river. The method of using the illusory pearl might be a bit difficult for others, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, it was really nothing. When he left the continuous merchant union, he had already used the secret technique in the dragon scale to transform himself into a demon race member that looked like Ingpo. He casually walked out of the continuous merchant union, causing the guards to blink their eyes. They didn't know when this demon race member had arrived at the continuous merchant union. When Xiao Hua entered the shop, he was greeted by Jiang Che, who had transformed into a demon race member. Jiang Che was obviously stunned when he saw a demon race member enter, but he immediately smiled and said, "Welcome, fellow immortal, to this small shop. May I know what fellow immortal wants?" Xiao Hua pretended to walk around the shop a few times, then slightly shook his head and said, "It's not that this old man wants to criticize you, but fellow immortal, there are really too few things in this shop. This old man wants to buy an illusory pearl, but I can't." Chapter 3963. Jiang Che was naturally beside Xiao Hua. When he heard Xiao Hua's words, he was shocked and cried out in disbelief, "You? Hee, of course it's me." Xiao Hua smiled and returned to his original appearance. Jiang Che looked Xiao Hua up and down and scanned him with his yuan will. He couldn't help but sigh. "Taoist Xiao, I can't help but admire you. Even if I knew you were in front of me, I still wouldn't dare to believe it." That's good." Xiao Hua nodded. "This way, we can hide from the eyes and ears of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Not only that, even if you walk in front of Ao Jing a few times, I'm afraid he won't be able to recognize you." Jiang Che obviously didn't know that Xiao Hua had already appeared in front of Ao Jing a few times before, so he was convinced. Xiao Hua smiled and returned the dragon scale to Jiang Che. He asked again, "How's Third Elder's plan? Can you tell me now?" "Of course." Jiang Che nodded. He picked up a jade eye from the jade table and handed it to Xiao Hua. "Taoist Xiao, please take a look." Xiao Hua took the jade eyes and placed it on his forehead. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he took it off. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. His body twisted strangely. After a moment, Xiao Hua turned into a monster that was less than 2 feet tall and had a huge head that was more than half a foot long. Xiao Hua blinked his fist-sized eyes and used his bat-like claws to touch the 2 3-inch-long ears on his head. He sighed and said, "So this is the E clan of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm?" "Yes, it's the E clan." Jiang Che looked at Xiao Hua's short figure, then took out several sets of demonic beast skins from behind the jade table and handed them to Xiao Hua. Every demonic beast of the Gui clan is called Gui, but the syllables they use are different. Other than the Gui clan, other demonic beasts can't tell. Watching Xiao Hua put on the demonic beast skin, Jiang Che once again took out a few heaven and earth bangles from his bosom and handed them to Xiao Hua, saying, "These are the tributes that the Gui tribe wants to offer to the North Sea Dragon Palace. The conditions of the Gui tribe are also clearly written in the jade eyes. If Ao Jing asks, Jinren must answer." Xiao Hua took the universe bracelet and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "These tributes are really good. You won't be giving them to Ao Jing right away, right?" "Naturally, there are benefits for Ao Jing. When the time comes, you can do as you see fit," Jiang Che replied. Suddenly, Xiao Hua frowned and asked in a low voice, "What about the real Qi?" "Rest assured, Taoist master." Jiang Che smiled. "There are no Hus in this world who truly wish to be protected by the North Sea Dragon Palace. The Great Elder merely used the 1,000 Illusion Pearl to visit the Feather Spirit Hall and asked Ao Jing to report the Hus' need for protection to the North Sea Dragon Palace. This is also the first time the Hus have paid a visit to the North Sea Dragon Palace." "I understand." Xiao Hua nodded. "Your heavenly abode river is truly scheming. You actually set up so many idle chess pieces for no reason. If not for this idle chess piece, how could you help us?" Jiang Che said with a smile, "Don't worry, Taoist master. Many of my Grotto Heaven River's sea generals will board the ship and wait for an opportunity to rescue the little princess with you." "Are you certain that little Yun is on the ship?" Xiao Hua asked. Jiang Che nodded. "Of course." Our spies in the Feather Spirit Hall have already sent word that Ao Jing will personally bring the little princess back to ask for a reward. Also, the North Sea Dragon Palace has already spread even worse news. "What bad news?" "The North Sea Dragon Palace has already spread the news that our little princess has fallen in love with the North Sea Dragon Palace's 7th prince and has secretly escaped from Grotto Heaven River. The North Sea Dragon Palace is preparing to hold a wedding banquet soon for our little princess to marry the 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace." Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He said thoughtfully, "The North Sea Dragon Palace's plan to sow discord is truly vicious." "Sigh, indeed." Jiang Che sighed. "Grotto Heaven River doesn't have many allies to begin with. If this news is confirmed, I'm afraid many factions will lay their cards on the table with us. Grotto Heaven River's days will be even more difficult in the future. If that's the case, Ao Jing's escort of Little Yun, I'm afraid it's also a bait." Xiao Hua said earnestly. "There's no need to think about it." Jiang Che smiled bitterly. "Even without this news, the little princess is still a bait. We can't not save her." "Indeed. Once Little Yun enters the North Sea Dragon Palace, there will be even less of a way." Xiao Hua nodded, but then he realized something and said in shock, "If that's the case, then isn't the North Sea Dragon Palace an even bigger trap?" "That's right. We can only save the little princess before she enters the North Sea Dragon Palace. Otherwise, we can only barge into the North Sea Dragon Palace. Since we're going to barge into the North Sea Dragon Palace, why not just barge into the Feather Spirit Palace?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Grotto Heaven River's forces in Feather Spirit Bay are not enough to barge into the Feather Spirit Palace. Even if the Third Elder and the others rushed over, and now with Daoist Xiao, we barely have the strength to barge into the dragon boat. You all have plans, and so does Ao Jing. This trip is really difficult," Xiao Hua said with a frown. "So," Jiang Che said with a smile, "Daoist Xiao is our biggest support. Ao Jing definitely wouldn't expect you to be on the boat. Once you save the little princess by surprise, you immediately leave and don't care about us. As long as the little princess is safe, The North Sea Dragon Palace's plan to sow discord will not succeed. Grotto Heaven River will not fall into the North Sea Dragon Palace's trap. Oh, and the dragon boat is covered with the North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic array. Everything is under Ao Jing's control. It's best not to use some of your divine abilities, such as voice transmission, for fear of being discovered by Ao Jing. Yes, this old man understands. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He had actually thought of breaking into the Feather Spirit Palace these days, but he had already disturbed the Yazi auction house. In addition, the little princess of Grotto Heaven River had been captured, so the Feather Spirit Palace's security would definitely be strengthened. It was too difficult to find a long bay in a Feather Spirit Palace. Jiang Che looked at the sky outside and said, "It's still early. If you can, why don't you take a look around Feather Spirit Bay? The dragon boat of the Feather Spirit Palace will probably leave at dusk. Daoist Xiao can just rush to the Feather Spirit Palace at that time." All right, this old man understands. Xiao Hua tugged at the beast's skin on his body, looked at his claws, and prepared to walk out. But at this moment, Jiang Che suddenly froze and said anxiously, "That's right. Daoist Xiao, do you have my demon race's commonly used primordial sense?" Xiao Hua opened his mouth to answer, but his eyes turned slightly, and he shook his head. "I am a human cultivator. Of course I don't have the demon race's primordial sense." Oh, even a wise man can make a mistake. Jiang Che stamped his feet and said, "Great Elder calculated a lot, but in the end, he forgot the most obvious thing. Who knows if Great Elder revealed his primordial sense when he went to the Feather Spirit Palace last time? Then what should we do? Does your dragon race have a secret technique to stimulate primordial sense?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Why don't I try to comprehend it at the last minute?" Sigh. "That's the only way." Jiang Che stamped his feet and said, "Daoist Xiao, please wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon." Now, I can only hope that Great Elder didn't reveal his primordial sense. "Why don't you ask Great Elder?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Great Elder has already." Jiang Che said half a sentence and then explained, "This isn't a problem of revealing it or not. The demon race commonly uses primordial sense. If he doesn't use it, wouldn't it be easy to be exposed? Not to mention Daoist Zhao's danger. My heavenly abode river's greatest assurance is also gone." After saying that, Jiang Che hurriedly left. About 2 hours later, Jiang Che returned and gave a jade eye to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took the jade eye and casually threw it to the phoenix body, then left Jiang Che's shop. Xiao Hua's phoenix body was fused with the bloodline of the holy saint, and he had all the inheritances of the demon race. His origin was just a trivial path. Xiao Hua didn't let his phoenix body cultivate. His divine sense and Buddhist sense were the strongest. Now that his soul sense had advanced by leaps and bounds after entering the sorcerer realm, cultivating his origin will was completely useless. However, at this time, he needed to use his origin will, so Xiao Hua could temporarily produce some to deal with it. Xiao Hua transformed into a primordial sense and walked around Yuling Bay. He looked at the Merchant Union, then at Jiaxing Lu, and even at Yaoshi. Although he didn't see the old sea shrimp bromine, the fishy smell of the water near Yaoshi was gone. Other than a kind of fishy smell, there was also the smell of demon grass. Clearly, these sea race people have obtained extremely cheap medicines from the Merchant Union. Finally, Xiao Hua arrived in front of Hai Zhengliu's E-Mansion next to the Yazi auction house. At this time, the E-Mansion was a bit lively. A few unfamiliar old sea race people were walking around. The shop assistant from before was no longer there. The sea relics outside the shop were replaced by some fist-sized coarse stones. However, these coarse stones had openings and looked somewhat similar to the jade bottles used by Taoists. Dong, dong. Xiao Hua didn't understand the use of these coarse stones. At this time, he heard a loud sound coming from behind him. Then, a slightly anxious voice shouted, "Excuse me, please step aside." Xiao Hua hurriedly turned around and saw a sea race person like a small mountain walking over step by step. His hooves were much bigger than his current body, and were about to kick him. Xiao Hua hurriedly dodged to the side. That sea race person walked to the E-mansion and stopped. He lowered his huge head to take a look. Then, a watercolored demon cloud gushed out from his body. The sea race person's body slowly shrank. However, in the end, he still looked like a big tree. General Liu, that sea race person anxiously shouted, "This subordinate herd that you have, Immortal Shao pill here. It can heal the old injuries of my sea race?" General Liu is not in the mansion right now. An old sea race person walked out shakily. He squinted his eyes and said with a hoarse voice, "This Immortal Shao pill costs 1 crystal shell. How many do you want?"
I
want 10. The sea race person hesitated for a moment before answering. This Immortal Shao pill is a divine pill refined by Taoist Master Shao. No matter how big or small a sea race person is, just 1 pill will heal them. You only need to take 1. The old sea race person reminded. Chapter 3964. Is that true? Such a cheap divine pill? That sea race person cries out in surprise. Almost inconceivably, that big hand takes out a crystal shell. The crystal shell is sparkling and translucent like a piece of jade. The old sea race person takes the crystal shell and casually picks up a rough stone from the front of the shop and hands it to the sea race person. He says with a smile, "If you don't believe me, you can take it now and try." Okay. The big sea race person takes the rough stone and looks at it with narrowed eyes. He peels off a piece of stone from the rough stone and says curiously, "There seems to be a medicinal liquid inside. Why is it called Immortal Shao pill?" "How would I know? I only know that this is a divine pill refined by Taoist Master Shao." The old sea race person throws the crystal shell into a basket made of seaweed and says with a smile, "Besides, who said that Immortal Shao pill must be a medicinal pill?" Yes. The big sea race person doesn't dare to ask too much. He opens his mouth and pours a strand of medicinal liquid from the rough stone into his mouth. In just a moment, the big sea race person's body swells uncontrollably. Then, bubbles appear on the surface of the sea race person's body. Plumes of thick smoke seep out from the bubbles. Then, an extremely sour smell is emitted from the thick smoke. Some of the sea race people nearby who are watching the show cover their mouths and noses and scatter in all directions. Xiao Huan naturally doesn't pay attention to them. He covers his nose and jogs away. As he runs, he laughs secretly, so General Liu has already joined the Luo E-Merchant Union. This is also good. His E-Mansion doesn't need to sell sea saraira, and also doesn't need to kill sea race people who believe in Buddhism. Damn it, whose idea is this Immortal Shao pill? Isn't this pushing me to the front? It would be strange if Apricot Forest Medicine Shop doesn't hate me to death. However, I am about to leave Feather Spirit Bay soon. Who knows when I will return? If Apricot Forest Medicine Shop wants to hate me, then let them hate me. Xiao Hua looks at Yazi Auction House, which is still heavily guarded. He doesn't stop in front of the door. Seeing that it is still early, Xiao Hua thinks for a moment and walks towards Feather Spirit Hall. When Xiao Hua arrives in front of Feather Spirit Hall, he looks at the slightly busy door and frowns slightly. At this time, the doors of the Feather Spirit Palace were wide open. Not only were there shrimp soldiers and crab generals hurrying in and out, there were also some strange-looking members of the sea race and the Yao race. They were either wearing the same animal skin as Xiao Hua or were completely naked as they shuttled between the doors. Seeing the sea generals guarding the gate occasionally examine the tokens and certificates of the demi-humans entering and leaving, Xiao Hua understood that these demi-humans probably had similar goals as the Guis. They were either seeking help from the North Sea Dragon Palace or seeking protection from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the palace door. The sea race guard was originally tall and mighty. When Xiao Hua stood in front of him, he was less than 30% of the guard's height. However, the guard didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, "Fellow immortal, are you here to pay a visit to our second prince?" Xiao Hua stretched out his hand arrogantly. In his small hand was the token of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Jiang respectfully received it. After looking at it for a moment, he returned it to Xiao Hua and asked, Xiao Darren, my family's second Wangya is currently at the Spring Bud Palace Hall. Do you want to go there yourself, or do you want a servant to bring him there? Xiao Hua naturally had some goals this time. How could he let a servant bring him there? He waved his hand and said indifferently, this old man has already been here once. There is no need to lead the way. Darren, please. Jiang slightly leaned to the side and watched Xiao Hua walk to the door. With a pu sound, he jumped up from the ground and crossed the door that was almost taller than him to enter the Feather Spirit Palace. Jiang opened his mouth and almost laughed out loud. He didn't know how many years he had been on duty at the Feather Spirit Palace, but he had never seen such a strange way of entering the palace. When Xiao Hua entered the palace door, he was greeted by a huge garden. There were countless strange flowers and plants inside. There were also some demonic beasts and birds flying around. When he looked above his head, he saw a dark blue sky without a trace of white clouds. It was no different from an ordinary palace built on land. There were several passageways in the garden. Different demon clans were walking on these passageways. Xiao Hua did not hesitate to walk towards the middle passageway because he knew that even if he kept walking in the middle passageway, he would still be lost in the end. And this was exactly what Xiao Hua wanted. He would always find some surprises in unexpected places, as well as some inexplicable results. Sure enough, after walking through the middle passage a few times and passing through several magnificent palaces, an even number of passages began to appear in front of Xiao Hua. He was no longer able to walk through the middle passage. After walking a few more times, the number of demonic beasts in the palace had decreased. From time to time, there would be demonic beasts women wearing beaded clothes walking by. They were all holding jade plates in their hands. However, these jade plates were covered with silk, so Xiao Hua couldn't see what was inside. When the demonic beasts women saw Xiao Hua, they all slightly bowed to him. They seemed a little shy. However, these demonic beasts women were far inferior to the mermaids. Not to mention that they didn't have the curves of a human. Even their cheeks were also too horrible to look at. They couldn't arouse Xiao Hua's interest at all. Xiao Hua didn't even look at them and continued walking forward. This kind of ignorance was actually seen as arrogance by the demonic beasts women. There were several demonic beasts who wanted to ask about it, but when they saw Xiao Hua ignoring them, they shut their mouths. Finally, when Xiao Hua walked past a small bridge, there was a stream under the bridge. Dozens of koi fish were leisurely swimming among the seaweed. A cold voice sounded, "Immortal friend, why did you come to the inner palace?"
Oh?
Xiao Hua heard this voice and felt it was somewhat familiar. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that at the end of the stream was a golden pool. Inside, a huge dragon was looking at him with its ferocious head. Oh. Xiao Hua stopped and cupped his hands. This one is Qi from the Qi clan. I came to the palace of Spring Bud to pay my respects to the second prince. Why did you come to the palace of Spring Bud? The voice was deafening like a thunderclap. It seemed to be suspicious of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge dragon. He could already tell from the voice that this dragon was the dragon General Ao Xian he saw in front of the Feather Spirit Palace that day. It was also the Ao Xian who captured the little princess of Dongtian River. Xiao Hua was already pondering whether he should capture Ao Xian and interrogate her about the whereabouts of the dragon shell. Why don't you speak? Ao Xian poked out half of her dragon body from the pool and pounced at Xiao Hua while shouting loudly. Looking at the dragon head that was even larger than his current body, Xiao Hua raised his hand and put it down again. He understood in his heart that the dragon shell that imprisoned Jiang Hong was definitely already in Ao Jing's hands. It was impossible for Ao Xian to bring it with her. Xiao Hua smiled and took out the token of the North Sea Dragon Palace. He smiled apologetically and said, "When I came in, there were a lot of guests at the entrance. Because I had already been here once, I came in by myself. But to my surprise, after I came in, I couldn't find the direction. I was too embarrassed to ask." Huff huff. Ao Xian's stinky mouth was right above Xiao Hua's head. Along with the patter-patter sound, drops of pond water dripped down from his scales, drenching the entire small bridge. Her drum-like dragon eyes stared straight at Xiao Hua. It was unknown what Ao Xian was thinking. Roar. Ao Xian suddenly let out a dragon roar. Xiao Hua was so scared that his whole body trembled. He hastily covered his big ears with his small hands. A whirlwind rolled up and Ao Xian transformed into her human form and stood on the small bridge. Let's go. I will take you to the palace of Spring Bud. Ao Xian swayed her dragon tail and said indifferently. Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised and said, Thank you, General. Thank you, General. As Ao Xian walked out of the palace, Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, How should I address you, General? You don't need to know. Ao Xian proudly replied, as if she looked down on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His two big ears swayed left and right a few times, looking very comical. In just half a cup of tea's time, Ao Xian brought Xiao Hua to a green palace. Before Xiao Hua even got close, he smelled a slightly strange fragrance coming from this palace. Xiao Hua sniffed and felt that it smelled very good. However, this fragrance also revealed a kind of laziness and sweetness, which made Xiao Hua feel very strange. This General, Ao Xian, greets the prince. Ao Xian walked to the front of the palace, frowned and said, Come in. Ao Jing's voice came out. His voice sounded very tired. Ao Xian opened her mouth again and said, This general won't go in. This general still has to go back and prepare to go out to sea. This is the Hui of the Hui race. He just got lost in the palace and found the place where this general was recuperating. This general brought him here. I asked the prince to give me instructions.
Oh.
Ao Jing was surprised for a moment. He swept his yuan shin, and then said with a smile, It really is Hui. Let him come in. Yes, prince. Ao Xian replied, and turned her head. Xiao Hua once again jumped into the palace of Spring Bud. When he entered the palace of Spring Bud, he couldn't help but be stunned. This palace of Spring Bud was different from ordinary palaces. The surrounding walls were engraved with pictures. Inside each picture was a huge dragon coiling around a demonic beast. It looked very strange. Looking at the center of the palace, there was a huge pool. The water of the pool was dark green. Above the pool, there was a faint water vapor, which looked somewhat dreamy. In this water vapor, a huge dragon was lazily lying in the pool. On the huge dragon's body, there was a huge pink python coiling around the huge dragon. The scales on the huge python's body were especially fine. Every small scale was pink. What was special was that the huge python's head was sparkling and translucent, like a pink crystal. On top of this crystal, there was a pair of sparkling black eyes that flashed with an indescribable brilliance. It made people fall in love with one look. Hiss! When Xiao Hua saw this pair of eyes, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Because through this pair of eyes, he actually felt that this huge python was so beautiful. It was as if a naked beauty was lying in front of him. How dare you? A berating voice came from beside Xiao Hua's ear. How can you look straight at the prince's beloved concubine? Chapter 3965. Xiao Hua is surprised. Following the voice, he sees a tall and thin lizard-like monster standing far away from the pool, coldly looking at him. Beside the lizard, there was a demon that was as fat as a pig. It was blinking its small eyes and looking at him with a smile, as if it was gloating over his misfortune. Xiao Hua's heart trembles. His eyes slightly sweep around. He wants to look at the pool, but he doesn't dare. However, as his eyes sweep, he sees several sand pools on the side of the pool. On top of these sand pools, there are several huge monster beasts. Although these monster beasts are big in size, they all look slender, like a kind of graceful line. When some of these monster beasts are shaking, it gives people a kind of heart-wrenching feeling. Damn it, I understand. Seeing these female monster beasts, Xiao Hua's eyes fall on the four walls of the palace. Xiao Hua suddenly understands. He bitterly smiles in his heart. These monster beasts are Ao Jing's beloved concubines. The paintings on these four walls are also pictures of the dragon race's pleasure. It is somewhat similar to the Buddhist sect's so-called Zen of joy. Io, could it be that every picture is the same posture? Xiaohua can't help but want to look again. However, he is immediately shocked. What is Ao Jing doing with that female python? I stare at his beloved concubine a few times. Isn't that peeping? Xiaohua doesn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bows and says, "Second prince, this one is rude." Although this one is already vigilant in his heart, but Prince's beloved concubine is really beautiful. This one can't help but take 4 more looks. Damn it. The lizard monster scolds loudly and says anxiously, "Prince, this Qi is too vulgar. In my opinion, we should quickly drive him out." Haha, no need. Ao Jing laughed loudly, causing the water in the entire pool to sway. As Ao Jing spoke, his dragon body coiled around the giant python. The pink color on the giant python's body became even more intense, and the strange fragrance became even more intense. What was special was that the giant python actually let out a short hissing sound, causing Xiao Hua's lower abdomen to be on fire. Fortunately, just as the sound came out, boom, water splashed out from the dragon's body, and the dragon and python fell into the water. The water rippled, and the dragon and python's bodies twisted and intertwined violently, making violent sounds. A lot of water even splashed out. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He naturally knew what Ao Jing was doing. He really couldn't believe his eyes. This Ao Jing was actually so lascivious, copulating with the giant python in front of him and the other 2 monster race experts. What was the difference between this and the daytime promiscuity of the human race? At this time, the lizard monster waved at Xiao Hua, indicating for him to come over. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then quickly walked over to the 2 monster race experts. He lowered his voice and saluted. "This one is Qi from the Qi race. Greetings to the 2 immortal friends. This one is Qi from the Tai lizard race. This one is Chrysalis from the Conch race." That Qi seemed to be very enthusiastic. He hurriedly returned the salute and introduced. That Chrysalis, who was as fat as a pig, casually cupped his hands and stepped aside a few steps. He seemed to be unwilling to stand together with Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua glanced at Chrysalis and didn't care. He said to Qi in a low voice, "Thank you for your reminder, immortal friend. Otherwise, if this one looked a few more times, Prince would definitely take my life." That Qi seemed to be unwilling to talk about this matter. He waved his hand and didn't let Xiao Hua speak anymore. Xiao Hua closed his mouth and lowered his head, only looking at the ground. Just like a Confucian cultivator, see no evil, hear no evil. After the time it took to eat a meal, the water in the entire pool slowly calmed down. That scarlet giant python floated on the surface of the pool as if it was dead. Ao Jing's dragon body slightly swept over the giant python's body. "Qi, why didn't you wait outside the palace to board the dragon boat? Why did you come inside the palace to find this king?" Ao Jing's voice came, revealing a kind of exhaustion. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly replied, reporting to Prince, "This one was originally waiting outside the palace, but after thinking about it, I always felt that the matter of this one's clan was somewhat inappropriate. If I don't tell Prince in detail, this one's heart won't be at ease." "What's there to be at ease about? Didn't my father already ask you to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace for an audience?" Ao Jing asked faintly. "Yes, the Dragon King did ask this one to go, but he didn't promise to protect this one's clan." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "If no one beside the Dragon King said a few good words, this one is afraid that the Dragon King will. He, immortal friend, is thinking too much." The nearby Qi said with a smile, "Since the second prince will lead us there, won't the Dragon King look up to us? It's just that the second prince still has a lot of things to do. I don't know if he can speak for us." Hearing Qi's words, Xiao Hua hurriedly took out a few qianquan bangles from his bosom, handed them to his head, and said with a smile, This is a tribute to the Dragon King. I ask the second prince to help this one take a look. Which ones are the ones that the Dragon King likes, and which ones are the ones that the Dragon King dislikes? Who? A strong wind rose in the palace of Spring Bud, and the Qianquan bangles in Xiao Hua's hand flew into the pool. After a while, Ao Jing laughed and said, "These two are the ones that my father likes. You can keep them well." With that, 2 Qianquan bangles flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua hurriedly received them and said, "Since the other few are the ones that the Dragon King dislikes, this one doesn't dare to take them with me. I ask the second prince to help this one deal with them." I'm really grateful to the second prince. If it weren't for the second prince, I would have offended the Dragon King before he could agree to my request. Not bad. This prince will help you deal with them, Ao Jing said with a laugh. However, at this moment, the demon assistant, Chrysalis, suddenly said, "Second prince, this one feels that this chi is a little inappropriate."
Oh.
What's inappropriate? Tell me. Chrysalis still looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and said, "When Qi first came in, his eyes were looking around randomly. It seems that he doesn't know what the Palace of Spring Bud is, nor does he know the meaning of the diagram in the palace. This one feels that he doesn't look like a demon."
Ah.
Xiao Hua was shocked. He really didn't expect this harmless-looking pig to suddenly stab him with a knife. "Chrysalis, your words are a little wrong," Qi hurriedly explained. "When I came in, I was also stunned and couldn't help but look around. After all, this is the Prince's Palace of Spring Bud. I have only heard of its name but not its details, so it's normal for me to want to take a look." "That's right," Xiao Hua hurriedly said. "This one is very envious of the second prince's life. If my Qi clan is as strong and prosperous as the Dragon Palace, this one will also imitate this Palace of Spring Bud in the Qi clan. Of course, after it's built, this one will invite the second prince over." Ao Jing laughed and said, "This Palace of Spring Bud is indeed famous. Many demons would lose their minds when they come in. Qi can only be considered as being rude. This has nothing to do with him not looking like a demon. Since he's rude, he should be punished." Chrysalis said somewhat unforgivingly, "We can't let other demons say that the Feather Spirit Palace has no rules." This Ao Jing was a little hesitant. Chrysalis said aggressively again, "Moreover, according to this one's knowledge, there aren't any particularly powerful natural enemies around the Qi clan. This Qi wants to meet the Dragon King. I don't know what he wants to do." Xiao Hua was anxious, his eyes spitting fire as he looked at Chrysalis and said angrily, "Chrysalis, how did this one offend you? This one has been entrusted by my clansmen and has already reported the clan's affairs to the second prince. The second prince has also reported the matter of my Qi clan to the Dragon King. This time, the Dragon King has summoned me. If it weren't for the fact that my clan is in danger, how could he possibly allow this one to go over? You're making trouble out of nothing, and you're too scheming. This one thinks that you're not a demon. I'm afraid that this has something to do with the Immortal Palace, right? You're the spy of the Immortal Palace." Chrysalis was also furious. Beside him, Qi hurriedly advised, "Chrysalis, the number of people who can go to the North Sea Dragon Palace is limited after all. Since the second prince has agreed to bring you over next time, why are you comparing yourself to others now? How can Qi not go when the Dragon King has personally appointed him? If you really have something urgent to attend to, how about this? This one won't go this time and let you go instead?" "Good. This is what you said," Chrysalis said with great joy. Xiao Hua finally understood. It wasn't that he had offended Chrysalis, but that Chrysalis was jealous of him for being able to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Who are you waiting for to go, and who isn't? This king is the one who makes the decision. Do you think it's up to you?" Ao Jing's cold snort came, scaring Chrysalis and Qi into bowing, not daring to say anything else. "Your Majesty," the giant red python's lazy voice came. "This one has heard that the Tinkong clan has always been loyal to your Majesty. The last time they came to my Feather Spirit Palace, they specially came to pay their respects to your Majesty. This one can't go to the North Sea Dragon Palace for the time being, but this one misses elder sister very much. Why don't you let Chrysalis pay respects to elder sister on behalf of this one? Haha, you little fellow. Ao Jing's huge dragon tail flipped up from the pool, and with a plop, he smashed the giant python to the bottom of the pool. He laughed and said, "This king always thought that you wouldn't speak up for Chrysalis, but you still did in the end. Looks like you're not the kind of beautiful python who takes advantage of others for nothing. However, this idea of yours isn't good. Your elder sister is used to being jealous. If you let Chrysalis pay respects to you, she'll eat Chrysalis in one bite." "Humph. Your Majesty dotes on elder sister." The giant pink python leapt out from the pool and coiled around Ao Jing's dragon body. She said coquettishly, "How is this one inferior to elder sister? Which younger sister in the Palace of Spring Bud is inferior to elder sister?" "That's right, your Majesty is biased." As they spoke, the nearby demonic beasts flew up from the sand dunes and dove into the pool. All sorts of demonic beasts wrapped around Ao Jing's dragon body. Damn it, dragons are naturally lustful. They want to dominate any female demonic beast they see. No wonder there's a saying that the dragon has 9 different sons. Xiaohua lowered his head and cursed in his heart. However, the corners of his eyes were constantly looking around the Palace of Spring Bud. Although Xiaohua didn't dare release his soul sense, an indescribable sense of danger came from all around the Palace of Spring Bud. It was as if the moment Xiaohua made any strange movements, the entire Palace of Spring Bud would pounce on him. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. His original plan had to be abandoned. Chapter 3966. You can wait. Pack up and wait at the entrance of the palace. I'll board the dragon boat with you. Ao Jing's dragon roar shook the entire Palace of Spring Bud. The 4 walls of the palace shone with a green brilliance. Strands of fine lines came out of the dragon taming 100 beasts painting and slowly fell into the pool in the middle. The entire pool rolled violently, and Ao Jing's excited voice came from the pool. "Thank you, my king,"
Chrysalis said loudly.
He cupped his hands at the deep pool, glanced at Xiaohua and Hui proudly, and walked out arrogantly. Hui didn't dare to be negligent. He pulled Xiaohua, and the 2 monsters bowed to express their gratitude, and hurriedly left the Palace of Spring Bud. After leaving the Palace of Spring Bud, the strong fragrance was still there, but the earth-shattering sound had disappeared. Chrysalis, who had walked out of the palace earlier, was also nowhere to be seen. Xiaohua looked at Hui and bowed. "Thank you, fellow immortal. If it weren't for your explanation, I'm afraid I would have offended the king as soon as I saw him."
It's fine.
You and I both have to meet the Dragon King. Moreover, you and I are both weak races in the 1,000 Demon Sacred Realm. We should help each other. Hui smiled and bent down to help Xiaohua up. Xiaohua nodded. He looked around and said, "I don't know how to get out. Can fellow immortal lead the way?" "What for?" Hui asked curiously. Xiaohua was even more confused. He asked, "Didn't the king ask us to?" At this point, Xiaohua came to a realization and smiled embarrassedly. "I thought the king was talking about outside the palace." "Of course you can outside the Feather Spirit Palace, but that's where ordinary monsters wait. As for us, we can wait outside the Palace of Spring Bud," Hui replied with a smile. Then, the 2 monsters whispered in front of the Palace of Spring Bud. Hui seemed to be familiar with the North Sea Dragon Palace and gave Xiaohua a lot of advice. They even talked about a lot of things about the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. Xiaohua felt that the more he talked with Hui, the more he got along. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 monsters were really weak, they might have sworn a blood oath. Looking at Hui's smiling face, Xiaohua's heart moved. When he saw Jiang Che, although Jiang Che didn't say anything, he knew that the great elder of the Heavenly Cave River might have already arrived at the Feather Spirit Palace. Since he could think of coming to the Spring Bud Palace to see Ao Jing, how could the great elder not think of it? Besides, how could the first elder not know that he had transformed into a hoe? This Hui was a complete stranger to him, yet it was taking care of him. Perhaps this Hui was the Great Elder's incarnation? Of course, this thought only flashed through Xiao Hua's mind. He didn't dare to confirm it in person. After another 2 hours, Chrysalis came back again and greeted Xiao Hua and Yu in a friendly manner, as if nothing had happened at the Hall of Spring Buds just now. Xiao Hua was really not interested in this demon race of the Kong clan. He casually cupped his hands and spoke to Yu in a low voice. Chrysalis did not mind at all. As he listened, he would interrupt from time to time. Xiao Hua had no choice but to be patient. After Chrysalis returned, some other demon race members came over after a while. Presumably, like Chrysalis and Yu, they had all seen Ao Jing before. The demons were well aware of each other's identity. When they met, they greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. Xiao Hua was among them. He raised his head and looked at the various demon beasts with gentle and refined expressions. He couldn't help but feel like a monkey wearing a crown. After more than a dozen monsters had gathered, the Feather Spirit Palace's sea generals also arrived. Finally, Ao Xian transformed into her human form and stood in front of the group of monsters in golden armor. The doors of the Spring Bud Palace opened, and a group of demon concubines escorted Ao Jing, who wore a dragon robe and a dragon crown on his head, out. Ao Jing looked at the demons in front of the hall and said, "Is it time?"
It is.
Ao Xian bowed and replied, "The dragon boat is ready. Second prince, please set off." And Ao Jing nodded. Ao Xian stretched out her hand and took out a dragon pearl the size of a human head. She opened her mouth and breathed a dragon breath into the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl suddenly expanded. Ao Xian threw the dragon pearl into the air. Boom! A swirling stream of water rushed out from the dragon pearl and whistled into the air. When the Feather Spirit Palace's demon array came into contact with the stream of water, they immediately avoided it. A moment later, a turbulent waterway appeared under everyone's feet. "Respectfully send His Highness back to the palace." The sea generals shouted in unison. "Respectfully send His Highness back to the palace." All the demon race members hurriedly echoed. Demon clouds appeared under Ao Jing's feet. He hugged the demons in his left and right and landed on the waterway. The waterway spun and sent Ao Jing and the others flying out of the Feather Spirit Palace. After Ao Jing left, Ao Xian also stepped on the waterway with a group of dragon generals. Then, the demon race members who came to see the North Sea Dragon Palace also stepped on the waterway. Xiao Hua was still with Yu and Chrysalis. The waterway was like a rainbow bridge, taking Xiao Hua directly from the Feather Spirit Palace to the air. The entire Feather Spirit Bay was under the water bridge. Now the sun was setting, and half of the dark red sun on the sea in the west had already sunk into the sea. The end of the water bridge was between the clouds. A flying boat tens of thousands of feet long was suspended in the air. This flying boat was golden, but there was a kind of blood-red color in the dark red sunset. The entire dragon boat was not in the shape of a dragon as Xiao Hua had imagined. It was in the shape of a black tortoise, but there were dragon pythons coiling around the tortoise's sides, head, and tail. What was special was that in front of the black tortoise's head, there was a ferocious dragon head coiled together. This dragon head held a golden sword in its mouth, and there was a green crown on its head. This was the symbol of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The entire dragon boat stopped there, and a kind of speechless power came from the dragon boat, pressing heavily on the hearts of the demons. Moreover, the dragon boat was so huge that it was like a fortress or a mountain. Looking at the dragon boat again, layers of treasure light overflowed in all directions, blocking the fog, water vapor, and sea breeze more than 1,000 feet away. Layers of thick demonic aura flowed under the treasure light, protecting the entire dragon boat. The demonic aura was divided into 9 colors in the treasure light, and the layers were clearly separated. It looked very beautiful. On the deck of the dragon boat, countless sea generals in bright armor were arranged in a military formation, and dragon flags were dancing on the side of the boat. Compared to the sea generals, There were even more demons and sea tribes. Although they were scattered, they still gathered in a few places. When they saw Ao Jing flying over, they all bowed and shouted, "Welcome, Second Prince." Xiao Hua looked at the huge dragon boat with envy in his heart. This dragon boat was even bigger than the thunder boat of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although Xiao Hua had already collected enough materials to build a thunder boat, even if Xiao Hua built a thunder boat, he feared that it wouldn't have such a majestic aura. "Grandma, the North Sea Dragon Palace is really rich." Xiao Hua muttered to himself, "If I can enter the Dragon Palace, let's see if I don't plunder the Dragon Palace." Xiao Hua landed on the deck with the crowd of demons. Ao Jing had already entered the cabin under the escort of the dragon generals. Xiao Hua had already seen clearly in midair. This dragon boat was more than 100 li away from the Yuling Bay. Although it had not yet entered the North Sea, after the big storm, the sea below the dragon boat was still surging. The entire sea area was stirred up from time to time, and the sea breeze was stronger than usual, scraping the face like a knife. "Rise." Ao Jing boarded the dragon boat, but when he heard the dragon generals shouting in unison, Xiao Hua felt the dragon boat under his feet tremble slightly. The dragon boat began to slowly fly, but in a moment, the speed of the dragon boat had already increased. It was like a giant beast tearing apart the heavy clouds in the sky, tearing apart the gradually spreading night. The dragon generals walked into the cabin, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals also dispersed. However, the crowd of demons that had come to see the Dragon King was still on the deck. Not long after, dozens of beautiful fish demons with graceful waists swam out from various places. Each fish demon was holding a jade plate in their hands, and on the plate were piles of scales. The demons that Xiao Hua was with all received a golden scale. The other demons were either silver or bronze in color. Xiao Hua released his vital perception and looked at the number A45 engraved on the scale. He already understood that this was the number of the cabin that he was resting in. The silver and bronze scales should be divided according to the amount of things that were offered to Ao Jing. "Distinguished guests." The fish demon's voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. "My lord has invited all of you to a banquet tonight. Now, I invite all of you to rest in the cabin. When the time is up, this concubine will return to inform you." "Xiao, what number are you?" As the demons dispersed, Xiao Hua smiled and asked Xiao Hua. "A45. What about you?" "I am A67. Xiao Hua's voice had just landed when Xiao Hua walked over with a smile. "What a coincidence, I am A46. What's so coincidental about it?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Xiao Hua and said indifferently, "It's just dozens of armor plates. You and I took them together, so it would be strange if we weren't together. However, Xiao Hua and I are not together, which makes me very surprised." "Xiao Hua, why don't you exchange places with Xiao Hua?" Of course." Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and a smile flashed in his harmless eyes. He turned his head and asked Xiao Hua, "I just don't know if Xiao Hua is willing." "I don't care. If Xiao Hua wants to be together with me, then I'll exchange places with you." I wanted to take advantage of this time to have a good chat with Tian while we're at the North Sea Dragon Palace. Since Tian isn't willing, then forget it. Chrysalis took out a scale and exchanged it with Tian. He didn't even look at Xiao Hua as he turned around and left. "Damn it, I feel uncomfortable just looking at this guy." Xiao Hua curled his lips and spat. "If I get close to him, won't I get sick of him?" "Haha, Xiao, why get angry over someone else?" Xiao laughed. "You get angry, but he doesn't know. You're just making yourself uncomfortable for nothing." "Indeed." Xiao Hua nodded. "Fortunately, I met you, fellow immortal. Otherwise, this trip would have been extremely depressing." Xiao Hua didn't reply. He looked at the pitch-black sky. The stars in the sky were even more brilliant than those in Yuling Bay. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Xiao, can you accompany this one to the side of the ship to take a look?" "This?" Xiao Hua hesitated. He looked left and right, then probed, "Is the North Sea Dragon Palace willing? Let's give it a try. If the guards don't let us, then we'll go back." Xiao Hua also looked around. There didn't seem to be any marine soldiers nearby paying attention to them.
Deal.
Xiao Hua raised his hand. Fellow immortal, please. Chapter 3967. Ho walked to the side of the ship, and a demonic wind appeared under his feet, carrying him up to the side of the ship. Xiao Huan naturally accompanied him. When the two demons flew over the side of the ship, they saw that outside the dragon ship, in the black night sky, there were strands of fluorescent light scattered outside the ship like fireflies being pulled by a big hand. The fluorescent light hit the restriction on the side of the ship and made some sparks. Looking at the bottom of the dragon ship, it seemed to be in the distant depths, and a touch of dark green spread out. Occasionally, there would be some light flashing with different colors, very dazzling. It's so quiet. Ho looked at the night sky deeply, and then looked at the sea, and sighed. It's so quiet that I want to sleep. It's not necessarily quiet. Xiao Hua pointed at the fluorescent light and said indifferently, "This is the restriction in the sea wind. The restriction blocks all sounds." Yes, humans often say that they deceive themselves. I'm afraid that's the case.
Ho said.
I know that the sea storm outside hasn't completely stopped, and this dragon ship is so fast. How can it be so quiet? Immortal friend, it's because your heart needs to be calm. Xiao Hua had a very good impression of Ho, and said with a smile, "Yes, if only my clan's land could be so quiet." Ho retracted his gaze and nodded. My clan's land has battles every month, and every day there are clansmen who die in the hands of the enemy. Seeing this quiet place, I can't help but sigh. I hope the North Sea Dragon Palace can agree to my request. Although Xiao Hua didn't know where Ho's clan's land was, he knew that it should be similar to the Ho clans, close to the North Sea. The North Sea Dragon Palace was also a demon clan and could slightly expand their power in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Although no one knew the true strength of the North Sea Dragon King, but behind the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas was the Dragon Island, and the great sage of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm might not fall out with the Dragon Island because of such a small matter. Alas, I hope so. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and sighed. I have the same idea as you. I hope the North Sea Dragon Palace can agree to our request. But what if they don't agree? Then, I have no other choice. Xiao Hua sighed. When I came to Feather Spirit Bay this time, I've already brought all the things that the clan can take out. If we fail this time, I'm afraid there won't be a next time. Of course, just like you, I also heard that the second prince could speak in front of the Dragon King. This trip to Yuling Bay. Of course, the second prince's words are useful. But seeing that so many demons are begging the Dragon King, Zhao hesitated and lowered his voice. Can the Dragon King take care of them all? Other demons might not be able to, but those of us who have obtained the golden scales shouldn't have a problem. Xiao Hua replied confidently. Indeed, Zhao did not have much confidence and said noncommittally, maybe? Right at this moment, a group of ocean generals patrolled the area and glanced at Xiao Hua and Yu. Although they didn't say anything, the vigilance in their eyes was self-evident. Xiao Hua smiles at them and pulls you to fly towards the cabin. When Xiao Hua entered the ship's cabin, he walked through many cabins that resembled the meditation rooms of the human race. When he found the meditation rooms of the two monsters, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Hua's meditation room was the same as Tion's, but opposite him was Chrysalis's meditation room. Xiao Hua tried to hide, but he still couldn't hide. However, seeing that the door of Chrysalis's meditation room was tightly shut, Xiao Hua sighed in relief. He really didn't like looking at Chrysalis's face. Zhao looked at Chrysalis's meditation room and smiled. He waved his blade-like arm and entered the meditation room, closing the door behind him. Xiao Hua shook his head and placed the scale armor on the door of the meditation room. His figure disappeared into the room. However, when he entered the meditation room, he smiled bitterly. This meditation room was really big. Perhaps it was at least 1,000 feet in size? Moreover, it was empty inside. There was nothing inside. Xiaohua's body was only 2 feet tall, standing inside. It was really pitifully small. If this meditation room was used by the demons and the ocean race, it would be suitable. But it's too wasteful for me to use it. Xiaohua casually lay down and looked at the ceiling of the meditation room. He didn't dare to lay down the capital star formation. He just closed his eyes and secretly comprehended the Crimson Infant technique. After an unknown amount of time, a soft voice came from outside the meditation room. Honorable guests, the second prince is holding a banquet in the palace. He invites everyone to the banquet. Xiaohua jumped up from the ground and said with a smile, "It's time to see the second prince's extravagance. I wonder what interesting things will happen." After leaving the meditation room, dozens of demons with golden scales followed the mermaids to an even bigger cabin. This cabin was not only big, but also decorated splendidly. It looked very similar to the palace of the Feather Spirit Palace. Xiaohua and the other demons were arranged to be slightly closer to Ao Jing. The other demons were arranged to be further away. When all the demons were gathered, the mermaids wearing light muslin came out in a line. They held fine wine and delicacies in their hands and placed them in front of the demons with a smile. Along with the soft sound of jade plates, pleasant music was heard. Groups of mermaids danced gracefully. Ao Jing stood up and raised the wine bottle in his hand. He laughed and said, "This prince brings my North Sea Dragon Palace to toast you all. Please." The demons did not dare to be negligent. They all stood up and raised their wine bottles and answered in unison. After everyone drank, Ao Jing flicked his sleeve and said, "Everyone, please have a taste of my North Sea Dragon Palace's rarities. I believe that no other place has it. Thank you, second prince." The demons all thanked him and raised their claws to pick up the wine and food to eat. Xiaohua looked at the things in front of him. There was actually raw blood food inside. He could not help but regret coming to the banquet. Looking at the gradually chaotic scene of the banquet, Xiaohua knew that even if he did not come out, Ao Jing would not be able to find out. "Oh, hiss." Just when Xiaohua was hesitating, a smiling voice came. "What? You don't like these things prepared by the second prince? As a demon, how can you not be interested in these blood food?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the side not far away. The pupa was biting a bloody meat leg and smiling at him. "Humph." Xiaohua sneered and replied, "It's not that I don't want to eat it, nor that I don't like it. I'm just thinking about how to eat it." As he spoke, Xiaohua helplessly picked up a similar piece of meat from the jade table and forced himself to smell it. Jiang Che had clearly explained in the jade eyes that he had given Xiaohua. Although the Gui race was short and small in stature, their appetites were relatively large, and they usually ate meat. "Fellow Taoist with Phoenix body, thank you for your trouble." Xiaohua put the blood food in front of his mouth. His mind immediately hid in space, and Phoenix body Xiaohua took control of his body. Phoenix body Xiaohua maintained Xiaohua's body that was about 2 feet long. His sharp gaze swept across the pupa as he opened his mouth and tore off the meat leg. He chewed it with big mouthfuls and cried out, "Not bad. The delicacies of the North Sea Dragon Palace are indeed delicious. This morning dreg's meat is indeed tender. It melts in the mouth and is as fragrant as the dew on the grass in the morning." As he spoke, Phoenix body Xiaohua finished eating the meat leg in a few bites. He picked up more blood food and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. He seemed to be enjoying it to the extreme. Seeing this, the smile on the pupa's face remained unchanged. Just as it was about to raise its wine cup, Ao Jing stood up and raised his wine cup again to toast. In just a moment, after 3 rounds of wine, the crowd of demons began to liven up. Not only did they toast each other, but many demons also mustered up their courage to toast Ao Jing. Phoenix body Xiaohua naturally wouldn't go forward to propose a toast. He swallowed the wine and food while looking around. However, there were many demons in this hall. Xiaohua looked for a moment but couldn't see anything. After 2 hours, Ao Xian walked in from outside the hall and whispered a few words. Ao Jing laughed, flicked his sleeve, and said, "Open the sea mirror and let everyone see the appearance of my dragon boat." Yes, Your Highness. Xian nodded in response and raised his hand. The whole hall produced a zila sound, and then several vortexes appeared in the center. As these vortexes rotated, fine lines like starlight shot out in all directions. With the rotation of these fine lines, the roof of the hall, which was originally emitting a milky white brilliance, gradually became clear, like milk gradually becoming transparent. As the brilliance disappeared, a clear night sky appeared. Woo! The crowd of demons all raised their heads and cried out in surprise. After all, the demonic weapons of the demon race were relatively crudely refined, and were not very similar to the magical weapons of the Taoist cultivators and the imperial weapons of the Confucian cultivators. Very few demonic weapons could be so exquisite, and it inevitably caused the crowd of demons to be surprised. Xiao Hua, whose mind had returned to his body, looked coldly at the North Sea Dragon Palace. The hall above the crowd of demons became transparent, but the situation didn't stop. Instead, it quickly spread to the bottom of the crowd's feet. In just a moment, the whole hall completely disappeared, and the crowd of demons seemed to be standing in the night sky out of thin air. Good. A demon, who had already transformed but was still several feet tall, took the lead and shouted, "Now the dragon boat is the work of the North Sea Dragon Palace. I've never seen it before. I'd like to propose a toast to you, Your Highness."
Please.
Jing was very happy. He raised the wine bottle and drank it in an extremely forthright manner. As soon as this demon took the lead, the other demons all raised their cups. Jing almost didn't refuse anyone and drank one cup after another. Xiao Hua had never been interested in spirit wine, and the wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace was very strong, far from the sweet spirit wine of Taoist cultivators. Xiao Hua just smelled it and put it on the jade table. Seeing Jing drinking like a cow, the wine he drank in this time was like a pond, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. At this time, another voice that Xiao Hua didn't like to hear sounded, "Fellow immortal, what's wrong? Is the imperial wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace not to fellow immortals' taste?" Xiao Hua didn't even turn his head and said coldly, "I've never liked drinking wine. Fellow immortal Chrysalis, if you're in a good mood, you can find someone else to propose a toast." Hee. Chrysalis looked at the wine bottle on the jade table in front of Xiao Hua, which was almost the same size as Xiao Hua, and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal, you're really not giving face to the second prince. The second prince has already proposed a toast 3 times, but why hasn't the wine in fellow immortal's wine bottle decreased in the slightest?" Chapter 3968. I can't hold my liquor, so I don't dare to drink too much. Xiao Hua looked at Chrysalis's pig head and almost wanted to smash it. However, he endured it and faintly replied, when second Wang Ye proposed a toast, this one also drank it. Immortal friend Chrysalis. Not too far away, Chrysalis seemed to have sensed that something was amiss. Holding a wine bottle in his hand, he walked over and said with a smile, Come, let me offer you a toast. I bumped into you when I paid my respects to His Highness. Our cabins were also next to each other. Haha, fellow Daoist Xiao is right." Chrysalis laughed heartily as he pointed at Xiao Hua and said, "Didn't I also follow fellow Daoist Xiao by fate? That's why I'm here to propose a toast. Come, fellow immortal Kuei, let's drink." When Kuei spoke up to hear, he seemed to have realized something. He took out a fist-sized wine cup from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua. "Fellow immortal, this is the wine cup of the human race that I obtained from Star Picking Tower. It seems to be quite suitable for fellow immortal. Today, I'll give it to fellow immortal. Fellow immortal, please drink with it." Haha, very good. Xiao Hua activated the demonic energy in his body, and a strand of wine flew out from the wine bottle and into the wine cup. When the cup was full, Xiao Hua raised his cup and said, "A toast to the two of you. Please." Chrysalis and Centipede raised their wine bottles, and the 3 demons downed the wine in one gulp. Before Chrysalis could say anything else, Centipede pulled Chrysalis's arm and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll borrow your flowers to offer you a few more cups." Present Buddha, with borrowed flowers? Hee, fellow immortal, you seem to be very familiar with the vocabulary of the human race. When Chrysalis heard this, he simply abandoned Xiaohua and followed Chrysalis. The imperial wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace entered Xiaohua's stomach and was instantly refined into the power of the stars and moon. However, the spicy taste was still somewhat choking. Xiaohua thought for a moment. With a slight movement of his fingers, some spirit wine fell into the wine cup. Then he held the wine cup and fiddled with it while drinking a little. Seeing Xiaohua's short stature, the other demons didn't force him to toast like a pupa. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, an angry roar suddenly came from the head of the table. Into the sea, all the demons were shocked, and the entire hall immediately fell silent. The demons did not know what had happened, and they all looked at Ao Jing. At this time, Ao Jing's face was flushed red. He held an empty wine bottle in his hand and glared at Ao Xian, who was standing quietly in front of him. Ao Xian straightened her back and replied neither haughtily nor humbly, "Second Prince, according to the plan, we shouldn't enter the sea at this time. If I say I'm going to the sea, I'm going to the sea. In the entire dragon boat, who doesn't dare to listen to me?" Ao Jing waved his sleeves, and a dragon claw appeared. Clearly, Ao Jing was too drunk to maintain a complete transformation. Ao Jing thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, there are many reefs in this sea area. If the dragon boat enters the sea, it will cause danger." "Haha, I'm a dragon. The North Sea is my home. Why would I be afraid of a reef? Quick, if I tell you to enter the sea, then enter the sea." Ao Jing shouted, "If you still don't agree, I'll destroy you." Ao Xian said stubbornly, "No." At this time, not only are there Sea Clan members of the North Sea Dragon Palace in the dragon boat, there are also demons of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Many of them don't know how to escape through water. Before Ao Xian could finish speaking, Ao Jing's dragon claw slashed in the air. Ao Xian's armor immediately shattered, and blood gushed out from Ao Xian's dragon body. "Second Prince, Second Prince." At this moment, a dragon general similar to Ao Xian hurriedly flew over and shouted, "Please calm down. I'll command the dragon boat to enter the sea. Yes, Ao Jiao, command the dragon boat to enter the sea. In the future, this dragon boat will be under your command." Ao Jing nodded. His dragon eyes were bloodshot as he pointed his dragon claw at Ao Xian and said, "Go, imprison this damned person in a cage." This. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "General Ao Xian has contributed greatly this time. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to explain to the Dragon King if he's imprisoned in a cage. Why don't we imprison him in the cabin?" "Yes, I'll leave it to you." Ao Jing raised his hand and picked up another wine bottle. He drank it in one gulp and said, "How dare he go against me? So, what if he contributed greatly? What should be destroyed will still be destroyed." Ao Jiao waved his hand, and several sea generals flew over and carried the dispirited Ao Xian away. Ao Jing raised his cup again and said, "Fellow immortals, please drink this cup. Then, I'll invite you to see the beautiful scenery of North Sea. Thank you, Prince." Seeing that Ao Jing was already drunk, the demons did not dare to say anything else. They hurriedly raised their cups and drank. Xiaohua also raised his wine cup in response. However, he frowned and looked at the drunk Ao Jing and Ao Xian, who had been taken away. He found it funny. Damn it, the wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace is strong, and it's easy to get drunk after drinking it. However, Ao Jing is a dragon. How big is his body? How can he get drunk after drinking such strong wine? Moreover, Ao Xian's trick seems fake no matter how I look at it. What kind of show are they putting on? Could it be that they already know about the Heavenly Abode Rivers plan? While thinking, Xiaohua had already figured out that this trick was a little superficial for the human race. Although Xiaohua was not good at scheming, he could still see it. However, Ao Jing wanted to deceive the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River. These Sea Clan members were not as scheming as the human race and might fall for it. However, Xiaohua was worried for a moment and felt helpless. He did not know who had come to the Heavenly Abode River, nor did he know how to inform the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River. His only plan now was to hope that the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River would not be like the demons of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and not be able to see that this was an obvious trick. Look outside. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, several monsters suddenly raised their cups and pointed to the outside of the dragon boat and shouted. Xiaohua looked up and saw that the dragon boat was rapidly descending. In the sky above the North Sea below the dragon boat, monstrous waves were surging. Hurricanes swept up the seawater and scattered it into the air, as if a huge palm had reached out from the depths of the North Sea. Boom! Although the inside of the dragon boat was very quiet, the moment the dragon boat crashed into the sea, there were still some strong vibrations and whistling sounds coming from outside the dragon boat. Ao Jing was originally holding a wine cup, but his entire body suddenly fell to the ground, the wine drenching his dragon robe. Your Highness, Your Highness. A few sea generals shouted and hurriedly came over to support Ao Jing. Ao Jing opened his hazy dragon eyes and looked at the blue sea outside. He stammered, This is where the North Sea Dragon Clan should be. Flying in the sky. That's what the Feather Clan of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm wants to do. Come, drink. At this time, the dragon boat had already entered the sea. Although there were huge waves on the surface of the sea, the bottom of the sea was calm again. The blue sea water was like a huge crystal, translucent and sparkling. Schools of colorful sea fish swam freely in the sea. Seeing the huge dragon boat rushing in, these sea fish desperately scattered. And as the dragon boat continued to sink, the shadows of reefs that looked like sea beasts appeared one by one, just like the mountains on the ordinary land. There was no light at the bottom of the sea, but a faint brilliance flickered outside the dragon boat. The layers of seaweed, seashells, and strange rust spots on the reefs appeared, looking quite desolate. The group of sea race naturally turned a blind eye to the situation at the bottom of the sea, but some of the demons in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm were indeed very interested. They all looked intoxicated, until Ao Jing shouted again, Fellow immortals, come. This king salutes you all and welcomes you all to the North Sea. The group of demons came back to their senses at this time and shouted, The North Sea is such a place of spirit, so it can give birth to a dragon like the second king. We salute the second king and the North Sea Dragon Palace. Ha! Ao Jing laughed, raised the wine bottle, and drank big mouthfuls. Boom! At this time, the whole dragon boat shook violently, and then pieces of gravel and broken seaweed flew past the edge of the dragon boat. The dragon boat obviously hit a reef. Haha, fellow immortals, don't worry about it. Ao Jing laughed and said, It's just a small reef. How can the dragon boat built by the North Sea Dragon Palace be afraid of these small rocks? Come drink. Ao Jing's banquet lasted for a whole night, and no one knew how much wine he drank. Anyway, Xiaohua knew that since the dragon boat entered the sea, the sound of collision was incessant, and the vibration was constant. However, no one dared to discourage Ao Jing's drinking spirit. They only shouted to drink, and no one mentioned flying out of the North Sea. After the banquet, the group of demons returned to the quiet room in the cabin. Ao Jing, who was already drunk like mud, shook his huge dragon body and slowly transformed. After a while, his eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he whispered to the dragon generals around him, Did you see any clues? Reporting to the king, a dragon general bowed and said, In the area I observed, there were 4 demons who saw General Ao Xian being scolded, and their faces showed gloating. I also read the information of these 4 demons. 2 of them are from Yuling Bay, and the other 2 are from the remote sea area of the North Sea. Then, another dragon general stepped forward and said, In the area I was in, there were 3 demons of the Thousand Demon Saint realm who were a bit abnormal. These 3 demons all have a request from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Then, all the dragon generals reported the situation they saw to Ao Jing. Ao Jing listened and nodded slightly. His eyes swept across the whole hall and looked at the positions of the demons who were acting strangely. However, after the dragon generals finished speaking, his gaze fell on the few jade cases, including Xiao Hua's. A thought-provoking look flashed across his eyes. Looks like a simple trick of self-injury won't be able to trick these old fogies. Ao Jing said, I still need to add fuel to the fire. Sigh, it's a pity that this girl was chosen by Old Seven, so I can't go all out. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble? Yes, we will listen to the king's orders. The dragon generals bowed and answered. Boom. At this moment, there was another tremor, and the dragon boat smashed another reef into pieces. Ao Jiao hurriedly said, King, there are many reefs in this sea area, and it's not suitable for the dragon boat to move. Although the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace is not afraid of these reefs, it will inevitably damage the demon array of the dragon boat. In the future, it will be safer to pass through the eye of the North Sea wind. Now that the banquet is over, I think it's better to fly. Chapter 3969. Since we're putting on an act, we have to complete it. Wouldn't we be giving up halfway if we took off now? Wouldn't Ao Xian's suffering be in vain? Ao Jing said disapprovingly. That's true. Ao Jiao was already a little uneasy as he whispered, but we still have to rely on this dragon boat to pass through the eye of the wind. Otherwise, if we deter, we will be delayed again. If we capture the remnants of the Heavenly Abode River, so what if we lose the dragon boat? Ao Jing sneered. This time, I want to use the little princess of the Heavenly Abode River as bait and kill these crazy dragons at all costs. At this point, Ao Jing looked at Ao Jiao and asked, Can we get news of Jiangsheng of the Heavenly Abode River? Ao Jiao's face darkened as he smiled apologetically. Your Highness, even after the dragon boat left Yuling Bay, I still couldn't find the whereabouts of the Immortal Palace's Confucian cultivator. I'm afraid he took Jiangsheng far away from Yuling Bay. Of course, I also vaguely saw some suspicious Confucian cultivators in Yuling Bay, but these Confucian cultivators seem to be different from the ones in the arena. Humph. Ao Jing snorted and asked, What do you mean by your last sentence? Do you think there's something wrong with my arrangements? Is the Confucian cultivator who kidnapped Jiangsheng still in Yuling Bay? No. Ao Jiao hurriedly replied. Your Highness, there must be a deeper meaning behind your arrangements. I'm afraid I can't see through the peculiarity. Ao Jing nodded slightly and said, If it was Ao Xian, he would definitely know. Yes, Ao Jiu smiled apologetically. I can't compare to General Ao Xian. He could infiltrate the enemy's rear alone and capture the little princess of the Heavenly Abode River. This is a plan I would never have dreamed of. Yes, there's nothing in this world that can't be done. Ao Jing sighed as well. In Feather Spirit Bay, my North Sea Dragon Palace is not the only powerful force. Not only can Jai Xing Lu contend with my North Sea Dragon Palace, even the Sea Soul Scholar from the Li Lai Trading Company can challenge me. I clearly know that the Confucian cultivator may be in Jai Xing Lu or with the Sea Spirit Scholar, but I cannot shed all pretense of cordiality. This is because the Confucian cultivator's cultivation is too high, and I can't get hold of any evidence against him. Even Benwang can't do it, so how can you catch him? In fact, the entire Yuling Bay has been infiltrated by various forces. I know that the Dongtian River is in Yuling Bay, but I can't find any trace of him. It's all my fault for being incompetent and unable to help the prince with his burdens. Ao Jiao hurriedly knelt down as he spoke. The other dragon generals did not dare to delay, and also knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Ao Jing hurriedly got up and personally walked in front of Ao Jiao. He helped him up and said to the other dragon generals, You all should get up too. This prince is not blaming you for telling you this. I just want to tell you that although Yuling Bay is the territory of the North Sea Dragon Palace, it is also the territory of the Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent. My father gave Yuling Bay to me, which is a great responsibility. You are my confidants and also my support. Only when you risk your life for me can I have a decisive voice in the Dragon Palace. I should be the one thanking you all. If Xiaohua was here, his eyeballs would definitely fall out of their sockets. That absurd prince who could copulate with Yao Ji in front of the monster race was actually so scheming. Then, Xiaohua would definitely use all kinds of escape techniques to escape from this dragon boat. Even if he couldn't escape, he would definitely use the hallucinatory pearl to change his appearance so that the dragons of the heavenly abode river wouldn't be able to find him again. Ao Jing's display was too terrifying. How could an ordinary dragon compare to a prince cultivated by the Dragon Palace? Unfortunately, Xiaohua did not dare to attract Ao Jing's attention. After he returned to the cabin, he immediately activated the monster array in the quiet room. After probing it with his primordial thought, he casually lay down on the ground. Although he did not meditate like ordinary Taoist cultivators, the primordial spirits in his body began to cultivate faster. He even took out the Crimson Infant technique to study again. The Crimson Infant technique was really broad and profound. The incomplete scattering nascent soul technique that Xian Songzi had previously obtained was just the most basic part of the Crimson Infant technique. Moreover, there were many deviations in this part. Fortunately, the scattered nascent souls in Xiaohua's lower dantian had just gone through the initial tribulation. Although there were some deviations, it did not have a particularly big impact. Xiaohua first put the cultivation of these scattered nascent souls on the right track according to the Crimson Infant technique, and then comprehended the rest. However, before Xiaohua could comprehend 10% of the Crimson Infant technique, the words in the Crimson Infant technique were abnormally obscure. Xiaohua felt that his nascent soul could not cultivate at all. After careful consideration, Xiaohua finally understood why Dou Shanjun did not set up a restriction in Mo Yuntong. It was because Dou Shanjun knew that it was impossible for him to fully comprehend and cultivate. This was also what Dou Shanjun said. It was just for Xiaohua to use as a reference and let the cultivation of his physical body match the cultivation of his nascent soul. However, Xiaohua's problem arose again. Xiaohua's physical body was a demon body, and the holy bloodline was the foundation of the physical body's cultivation. At this time, the Dao Sex Crimson Infant technique relied on the physical body, but only the meridians of the entire body. Only by relying on these meridians could Xiaohua advance step by step according to the Dao Sex Crimson Infant technique. Only then could he cultivate to the spirit-severing stage, void refinement stage, and other realms. Since purely cultivating the holy bloodline could allow one to become a great sage and break through the void, and purely cultivating the physical body could also allow one to ascend, then which one should Xiaohua choose? Of course, if it was an ordinary demon or cultivator, they would definitely not face such a head-scratching happiness. As long as they had a path to heaven, it was enough for them to cultivate for a lifetime. Moreover, on this path of cultivation, they had to hurry and step into the void before the end of their lifespan. Who could compare with Xiaohua? There were actually 4 paths to heaven to choose from: Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and Demon. The Crimson Infant technique is obviously of a higher level than the Taoist cultivation techniques. According to common sense, I should abandon the Taoist cultivation techniques and only cultivate the Crimson Infant technique. Xiaohua, who had always been stingy and greedy, unconsciously felt that it was difficult to choose. However, the Crimson Infant technique can only be used to cultivate a scattered nascent soul in the 3 continents. It can't be used on the physical body. Moreover, all the Taoist cultivation techniques clearly state that the physical body is the basis for ascension. It is too difficult for a nascent soul without a physical body to ascend. Since I have a physical body, I naturally have to rely on my physical body to cultivate. There is no need for me to choose the extremely difficult Crimson Infant technique, right? Previously, when I was in the aura refining realm, I cultivated as much as the 18th layer. Admittedly, my harvest was great, but the hardships and dangers within are not enough to describe to others. Now, if I want to purely cultivate the Crimson Infant technique, it will naturally be somewhat similar to the 18th layer of the aura refining realm. However, Why must I give up on the cheap path of cultivation and insist on walking the difficult path? Especially now, I am afraid that a great disaster will soon arrive. Raising my cultivation level and strength is the only way to escape this disaster, right? Forget it, even a cultivator like Senior Doe is advising me to walk the normal path. I have no reason to make things difficult for myself. Since he had made his decision, Xiao Hua temporarily stopped comprehending the Crimson Nascent Soul technique. On one hand, he used his comprehension to compare with the Taoist cultivation method to improve his cultivation. He strived to match the cultivation of his meridians to the nascent soul realm. On the other hand, he entered the space with his mind and refined the dark breaking pill according to the pill recipe. Do Shanjun gave Xiao Hua the breaking darkness pill, but how could those few breaking darkness pills be enough for Xiao Hua? On that day, Xiao Hua's nebula golden core was used to nurture his nascent soul. Now his nebula nascent soul was even more mysterious than before. Perhaps Xiao Hua would need more than 2,000 breaking darkness pills before he could step into the severing divine stage? Thinking about this terrifying number, Xiao Hua felt a headache coming on. His nascent soul was a foodie. It was really easy for Jade Archive Xiao Hua to refine the breaking darkness pill inside his space. However, for his own safety, Jade Archive Xiao Hua didn't dare to be too hasty. Although he didn't use a pill furnace to refine, he still followed the pill formula of the breaking darkness pill. He threw spiritual herbs into the spiritual fire in front of him. He meticulously refined the impurities, melted the liquid, and condensed the pill. Jade Archive Xiao Hua wasn't refining the pill alone. Beside him, Xiao Guo was looking at him curiously. Following Jade Archive Xiao Hua's instructions, she quickly brought the appropriate spiritual herbs from the spiritual grass garden to him. Of course, in this space, it was easier for Jade Archive Xiao Hua to find spiritual herbs compared to Xiao Guo. However, Jade Archive Xiao Hua wasn't Jade Archive Xiao Hua. He still liked to be lively. With Xiao Guo helping him, he didn't feel lonely. At this time, Xiao Hua's space was already 2 million miles in size. Moreover, with the improvement of Xiao Hua's cultivation, it was expanding every moment. In this space, in addition to Xiao Hua's disciples in seclusion, there were more than 10,000 disciples of green-robed Xiao Hua who were bitterly cultivating. The first part of the space was the center. It was full of spiritual herbs and rice. There were also the dream sea butterfly, water pattern butterfly, and other spiritual herbs that had entered the space, but there were still no signs of them waking up. Jade Archive Xiao Hua attached great importance to the center of the space. He laid down many barriers to separate these different spiritual herbs, allowing them to absorb the power of the stars and moon and nurture their own vitality. Therefore, in this boundless spirit field, only the spirit-seeking mouse could be seen flying nimbly on the spirit grasses with the wind. Even the Ganoderma horse was fleeing in front of it, as if it was afraid of being devoured by the spirit-seeking mouse. While Jade Archive Xiao Hua was refining pills, his gaze fell on the empty land and mountains in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh. He really wanted to see people farming in this land, hunting in this mountain range, and fishing in this river. Old Master. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. What's wrong? Are you tired? This little one, can I refine pills for you?
Oh?
Jade Archive Xiao Hua was surprised. He looked at the cute Xiao Guo beside him in disbelief. This Xiao Guo was just like a human baby. The timidity and shyness on her face were extremely obvious. Xiao Hua remembered that the last time he called Xiao Guo out was in the profound water palace of the Sage River. At that time, Xiao Guo still couldn't speak. He really didn't expect that in just a few decades, Xiao Guo would be able to speak. Chapter 30-970. Xiao Guo, do you know how to refine pills? Jade Archive Xiao Hua's heart moved as he asked with a smile. Xiao Guo's face was slightly red as she bit her lip and carefully replied, I don't know. But I sighed when I saw Master. I knew Master was tired and wanted to share Master's burden. How do you know all this? Xiaohua looked at Xiaoguo with interest and asked softly. After all, Little Yellow and Little Black had been in this space for so long that day, but they couldn't speak. Even now, Little Silver only knew how to wander around and wasn't as smart and sensible as Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo replied with a smile, Master, after I saw it, I naturally understood. I don't know why I know. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Xiaoguo and then at Little Silver in the distance. He somewhat understood. It was extremely difficult for plants to have spirits, but if they had spirits and didn't have a physical body or bloodline, their spirit cavities would be transparent from birth. It was true that it was easy for humans and demons to have spirits, but this spirit was blocked by the physical body and bloodline. It was rare for the spirit cavities to be transparent, so it was probably too late for them to understand. Xiaoguo, how do you want to help me? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked with a smile. Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand and waved. A blue flame appeared in the air. It really looked like the blue had surpassed the blue. Would fire? Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help but smile when he saw this flame. Xiaoguo had a body of spirit wood, so in terms of the 5 elements, she couldn't control fire. Since Xiaoguo could control fire innately, this flame was naturally the extremely rare wood fire. Many Dao pills were refined from spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and spirit wood. Metal, water, earth, and fire could be used to refine pills, but it was inevitable that the impurities of the 5 elements would be mixed into the pills. If you used wood fire to refine pills, you didn't need to use 2 advanced alchemy techniques to refine pills. The pills refined would already be top grade. Haha. Jade Archive Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, The heavens are really helping me. Soon after, Xiaohua pointed his index finger towards the center of Xiaoguo's eyebrows. A multicolored vortex could be seen entering Xiaoguo's forehead. Xiaoguo's entire small body was trembling involuntarily. However, after a moment, Xiaoguo opened her eyes again. At this time, her eyes were clearer than before. Refine a Wu Song pill first. Jade Archive Xiaohua ordered. Yes, Master. Xiaoguo waved her hands, and the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass flew out from the spiritual field. She then opened her mouth and spat out a wisp of green wood fire, which cleanly purified the impurities. When Xiaoguo calmly refined the parasol pill, Jade Archive Xiaohua was truly speechless. This unremarkable Xiaoguo's talent in alchemy is even more terrifying than the green-robed Xiaohua. Therefore, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and instructed, Xiaoguo, according to the alchemy techniques and pill recipes this old man taught you, try them one by one. You don't have to be afraid of failure. We have plenty of spirit herbs. You can take your time refining. Yes, Master. Xiaoguo was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. She answered without any hesitation. Then, she started to refine various kinds of pills according to the records on the pill formula. However, when Xiaoguo refined the building foundation pill, it was not out of Jade Archive Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaoguo's building foundation pill was not successfully refined. Looking at Xiaoguo's depressed expression, Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, Xiaoguo, the building foundation pill, Qianli pill, nascent soul pill, and dark breaking pill are all used to break through the realm. They contain the alchemist's understanding of the heavenly Tao and realm. You have never cultivated, so naturally you can't refine them. When this old man has the cultivation method to cultivate, I will teach it to you. At that time, you can refine them. Yes, Master, this little one understands. Xiaoguo replied respectfully, This little one will help Master refine other pills.
Good.
Jade Archive Xiaohua replied with a smile. At this moment, Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and his whole body immediately came out of the space. When his mind returned to its original position, Xiaohua felt that the whole quiet room was shaking violently, as if the dragon boat had encountered some danger. This was something he had never encountered in his several months of cultivation. Xiaohua stood in the quiet room and pondered for a moment. When the trembling in the quiet room stopped, He hurriedly opened the demon formation. Sure enough, the outside of the quiet room was a mess. Not only had the demon race in the quiet room come out, but there were also sounds of killing coming from outside the cabin. Oh. Xiao Hua was shocked and a little anxious. His body and mind involuntarily flew out, and he thought to himself, could it be that the sea race of the Heavenly Abode River has already taken action? If so, why didn't they inform the Xiao? However, when Xiao Hua flew out of the cabin, the fighting on the deck of the dragon boat had stopped. There were a lot of bloodstains on the ground, and there were some severed limbs of the sea race in the corners. There were even many places on the dragon boat that were still burning. It seemed that the entire dragon boat had been destroyed by the sea race of the Heavenly Abode River. Landing on the deck, Xiao Hua stood next to some demon race that rushed out of the cabin and frowned. Damn it, it's really too late. Xiao Hua didn't need to release his key sense to understand what was going on. Perhaps when the Heavenly Abode River notified this Xiao, I was refining pills in the space and didn't notice. From the looks of it, the sea race of the Heavenly Abode River has probably been wiped out. Fellow Immortal Kuei, why is your complexion so ugly? Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, Chrysalis's voice came from beside him. Xiao Hua turned around and said coldly, my complexion is always like this. I haven't eaten my fill since I was young, so I can't be as fat as fellow Immortal Kuei. Haha, fellow Immortal Kuei. Kuei flew out and said with a smile, why do you keep making things difficult for fellow Taoist Kuei? I'm not making things difficult for anyone. Chrysalis sneered, look at the situation on this dragon boat. It must have been attacked by the enemies of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Moreover, it must have been coordinated from the inside. Perhaps there are spies among the demon race. Fellow Immortal Kuei, who saw this miserable situation, must have some suspicions. This fellow Immortal Kuei is most likely suspicious. You're crazy. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and glanced at Chrysalis. He turned around and was about to return to the cabin when a loud bugle horn sounded from the bow of the dragon boat. Then, Ao Xian's voice came. Distinguished guests, please come out from your cabins. My second marquee has a good show for everyone to enjoy. Oh? Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and stopped, only to see Chrysalis's thoughtful gaze. Most of the demon race in the cabin had already come out. Now that they heard Ao Xian's command, another group of demon race flew out. Not long after, the sea generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace flew over from all directions with weapons in hand. They formed a formation and surrounded the demon race. Humph. Ao Jing snorted coldly and flew over from a high place. Behind him were a few injured dragon generals. Greetings, Second Marquis. The demon race all bowed. Ao Jing flung his sleeve and said indifferently, rise. When the demon race all rose, Ao Jing clenched his teeth. His face was somewhat ferocious as he said fiercely, do you know what happened? We don't know. The demon race were baffled. Of course, Xiao Hua was among them. Bring them up. Ao Jing roared. At the edge of the dragon boat, dozens of demon race were pulled up into the air by thin ropes. As the ropes were pulled up, the demon race's bodies floated up like kites. They screamed and struggled with all their might, but the ropes seemed to be tied up in their bodies. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Xiao Hua hurriedly released his vital sense to see who it was. The other demon race also released their vital sense. Unfortunately, the demon race that was hung up was outside the demon formation of the dragon boat. All the demon race's vital sense was blocked, so they couldn't see who it was. Ao Jing said fiercely, I treat people with kindness. The demon race that wants to receive the favor of the North Sea Dragon Palace is kindly received by me. The quota for this trip to the North Sea Dragon Palace is limited, but I feel that since you all have a request to the North Sea Dragon Palace, you naturally have your own difficulties. So I earnestly ask my father to allow you to bring more people. Because of this, my father scolded me. But this king's good intentions were treated as ill intent. These monsters, look, they actually took advantage of this king's carelessness to sneak into the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Taking advantage of the conflict between this king and General Ao Xian, they actually incited Ao Xian to assassinate this king. Fortunately, Ao Xian is loyal to me. When I was drunk and punished her, she didn't hate me. She reported this important news to me at the critical moment. Tell me, do these traitors of the sea race deserve to be killed? They deserve to be killed. They deserve to be killed. The demon race clamored. The enthusiasm of the onlookers was no less than that of the demon race. The chrysalis inside the dragon boat said loudly, "Second Marquis, who is the sea race that tried to assassinate you? Are there spies of the sea race among us?" Humph. Ao Jing snorted and said, "Who else could it be? Naturally, it's the sea race of the Heavenly Abode River. In the past, they challenged the dignity of the Dragon Island and were expelled from the 3 rivers and 4 seas. The Dragon Palace of the 4 seas was ordered to exterminate the Heavenly Abode River. They hold a grudge against the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas. They're always thinking about revenge." At this point, Ao Jing's expression softened. He swept his gaze across the demon race and said with a smile, "My fellow immortals have been very peaceful in the cabins during this period of time. The rebellion of the Heavenly Abode River has nothing to do with you fellow immortals. You don't need to think too much about it." Then, Ao Jing waved his dragon claw and shouted, "Kill." Yes. The sea generals agreed in unison. Then, they looked at the dragon boat again. Beams of light fell like snowflakes, landing on the bodies of the dozens of demons. Pieces of flesh were cut off from the bodies of these demons. In a few breaths, dozens of skeletons waving their hands and speaking appeared in front of the demons. "Damn it! Cut them into pieces." Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and sighed inwardly. It seems that all the demon race of the Heavenly Abode River is dead. Even the remaining ones are quite strong. I'm afraid they won't dare to come out again. The burden of saving Xiao Yun has fallen on this Xiao's shoulders. However, since the sea race of the Heavenly Abode River has been exterminated, Ao Jing's vigilance has naturally decreased. I just need to find the dragon shell that imprisoned Xiao Yun, take it, and escape. Chapter 3971. Are you the Great Elder? Xiaohua asked tentatively. What's going on? My name is Jiang Xia. The female dragon's face was filled with regret as she replied, I'm the 2nd elder of the Heavenly Abode River. The Great Elder, Jiang Tian, is currently leading the disciples of the Heavenly Abode River to seize control of the dragon boat. As for what happened here, I don't know either. However, based on the previous situation, we should have fallen into Ao Jing's trap. You acted too early. Xiaohua was also helpless. How would I know that the hui just now wasn't you? Sound transmissions can't be transmitted on this dragon boat, so I couldn't probe. Since he turned into a dragon and sent out a signal from the Heavenly Abode River, of course I had to act. Haha, Jiang Xia, it's really you. Ao Jing stood in the air, laughing like a cat playing with a mouse, then looked at Xiaohua and said, This hui of the Hui clan. Which fellow immortal of the monster clan are you? Xiaohua sneered and replied, Do you want to know who this old man is? Explain it to this old man first, and see how this old man feels. Haha, who would have the patience to know who you are? Ao Jing laughed. All the survivors of the Heavenly Abode River who fell into this king's trap will be killed. This king doesn't care who you are. However, since you want to know, this king is happy to let you know. Humph. Hearing this, Xiaohua sneered again. You're just a stinky loach. Do you think this old man can't see it now? The so-called injury to Ao Xian was just a pretense, and the attack by the Heavenly Abode River was a farce. You were the one who directed it, weren't you? The purpose was to make the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River relax their vigilance, thinking that they had escaped your trap. In particular, you stopped the dragon boat here, creating the illusion of a desperate situation, and lured the Heavenly Abode River to attack. Then you used the fake Longbei to attract the attention of the Heavenly Abode River so that the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River would be exposed. In order to add fuel to the fire, you let this Hui use the signal of the Heavenly Abode River and even used the Thousand Illusion Pearl to transform into Jiang Xia's appearance. In such a hurry, which Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River could tell. Unknowingly, I fell into your trap. I presume that you have already set up troops everywhere on the dragon boat and are ambushing the Sea Clan in the Grotto Heaven? You're a human? Hearing Xiao Hua's tireless explanation, Ao Jing couldn't help but be shocked. But your demon body doesn't seem like a human's? Actually, there was no need for me to expose myself. As Xiao Hua spoke, he turned to look at Jiang Xia. Presumably, Second Elder has been keeping an eye on this old master all this time, occasionally speaking against this old master. On one hand, it's to remind this old master to pay attention, and on the other hand, it's to think that if an accident happens, you can withdraw and complete the mission of rescuing Jiang Hong, right? Not bad. Jiang Xia did not hide anything and replied, "You are one of the pillars that the Dongtian River can rely on, but we will not completely rely on the human race. If not for the danger earlier, I wouldn't have made a move." Actually, you didn't have to make a move. Xiao Hua sighed. These little loaches can't hurt me. But since you've already made your move, I won't pursue the matter of you abandoning me. Who exactly are you? The more Ao Jing listened, the more surprised he became. Although he already had victory in his hands, he still couldn't help but ask. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, looked at Ao Jing and said with a smile, "You only need to tell me where Jiang Hong is, and I will naturally tell you who I am." Of course Jiang Hong is here. Ao Jing flicked his sleeve and took out another Longbei. He smiled and said, "Could it be that you want me to let her out for a look? If you have the ability, then let her out for a look." Xiao Hua smiled. "With your cunning nature, how could you put Jiang Hong on this dragon boat?" "Ao, sure." Suddenly, Jiang Xia exclaimed, "Did Ao sure take Jiang Hong away?" "Haha, not bad. You actually saw through this king's plan at this time. Truly amazing." Ao Jing laughed. As early as the night Ao Xian captured Jiang Hong, this king arranged for Ao Sure to take Jiang Hong away from Yuling Bay. Although Ao Sure can't enter the North Sea Dragon Palace at this time, as long as this king kills all of you, he will naturally meet up with this king before entering the North Sea Dragon Palace. Jiang Xia's face turned ashen when she heard this. The Grotto Heaven River had painstakingly schemed and plotted, but in the end, it was all for naught. They had even fallen into the biggest trap. She muttered, "If I had known this would happen, I would have sent someone. No, I would have personally followed Ao Sure." "Is there any point in saying this now?" Ao Jing laughed very happily. "This king knows that your Heavenly Abode River will make some moves. Among the soldiers that you arranged to return with Ao Sure, there are dragon generals. The Oceanids you sent have probably been devoured long ago. You don't have to think about saving Jiang Hong anymore." Jiang Xia's ears, the battle cries grew louder and louder, and some Oceanids had already rushed to the deck. Seeing this, Ao Jing couldn't help but frown. He knew in his heart the strength of the troops that he had set up the trap. According to his previous thoughts, part of the reason why he and Jiang Xia were stalling here was to wait for the battle below the deck to end, but it seemed the Heavenly Abode River's layout was far beyond his imagination. "Damn Jiang Tian!" Ao Jing cursed angrily. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Xiao Hua, and he shouted fiercely, "Jiang Tian, don't think that this king can't recognize you. Your Heavenly Abode River's target is Longbei, which is Jiang Hong. How can you abandon this king?" Xiao Hua sneered, looked at Ao Jing, and said, "I have never seen a demon as narcissistic as you. Do you think you have victory in your hands? Do you think you have seen through everything? However, since you have already explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly, this old man can only promise." As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and after the demon cloud disappeared, a thin human figure appeared in front of the demons. You are really a human cultivator?" Ao Jing was surprised, and he frowned and asked, Xiao Hua replied indifferently. Yes, this old man is Xiao Hua of the Dao sect. Humph. When Ao Jing heard that it was a Dao sect cultivator, he snorted coldly and said, "This king doesn't even care about the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace. How can I be afraid of you, a Dao sect cultivator? Jiangxia, your heavenly abode river is really hopeless. You even dare to use a Dao sect cultivator." Hearing Ao Jing's words, Xiao Hua whispered to Jiangxia, second elder, "Ao Jing is too strong here. We are no match for him. Let's escape separately and meet up with the great elder. According to the previous plan, we will hijack the entire dragon boat." What? What plan? Jiangxia was slightly stunned and quite puzzled. However, seeing Xiao Hua winking at her and his figure swaying, ready to fly to the edge of the deck, Jiangxia endured the pain and urged her dragon body to follow him. At that moment, a demonic cloud suddenly appeared near Xiao Hua and Jiangxia. Although the demonic cloud was thin, it was extremely tough, blocking their path. Looking at the thin strands of cloud, Xiao Hua believed that if he bumped into it, it would be sharper than the edge of a blade. Huff! Jiangxia spat out a mouthful of flames. The demon clouds melted in the flames like cotton threads, but the demon clouds in front of Xiao Hua covered his head. At the same time, Ao Jing's voice sounded lazily again. "You still want to escape and control the dragon boat at this time. Do you think it's possible? To shoot a man, shoot the horse first. To catch bandits, catch the leader first." Just when Xiao Hua was in a desperate situation, he suddenly stood up and chanted. His whole body flashed with a pale golden brilliance, and his whole body expanded rapidly. The power of the stars and the moon poured in like a waterfall. The seemingly tough demon clouds were even more fragile than spider silk and collapsed under the Transcendent's golden body. Not only that, but with Xiao Hua's voice, he suddenly turned around and rushed toward Ao Jing.
Ah!
Ao Jing was shocked. He had already heard Xiao Hua's voice transmission to Jiangxia through the demon array of the dragon boat. He thought that Xiao Hua and Jiangxia were going to rush out to find Jiang Tian. He really didn't expect Xiao Hua to make a feint. However, in addition to being surprised, a grim smile appeared on his face. He waved his right dragon claw slightly, and in the space hundreds of feet between him and Xiao Hua, layers of demon clouds appeared little by little like frozen ice. The demon clouds were not only as sharp as swords, but also as hard as rocks, indestructible. Xiao Hua only flew a few feet before he was immediately blocked by the demon array of the dragon boat. Xiao Hua smiled coldly and reached out his hand.
Rumble.
The sound of thunder suddenly sounded, and then 2 lightning bolts were caught in Xiao Hua's hand. "Kill!" Xiao Hua roared, and the lightning bolts shot out like flying spears. Catch! Layers of demon clouds were shattered by the lightning bolts. Before the demon clouds stirred and urged the power of the stars and the moon, Xiao Hua rubbed his hands together, and thunderbolts fell like a rainstorm. Not only did the demon clouds collapse, but even the area around Ao Jing was filled with lightning and thunder. Damn Dao cultivator. Ao Jing wasn't nervous at all. Draconic qi surged around his body, blocking the lightning. At the same time, thick pillars of starlight and moonlight appeared where the demonic clouds had just collapsed. These pillars of light surged violently toward Xiao Hua, clearly intending to kill him on the spot. Xiao Hua's originally flying figure stopped in midair, and his eyes flashed with contempt. He sneered and said, "Little Loach, this Xiao will let you know the history of my human race. I'll let you know what it means to be at the end of your rope." While speaking, Xiao Hua waved left and right, and a golden light rushed out from his Taoist robe. The soaring dragon shears turned into a golden dragon, and with a casual cut of the dragon's tail, the pillars of light from the stars and the moon were neatly cut into 2. And Xiao Hua's figure flew dozens of feet away at this moment. "Quick! Protect the prince." Ao Xian roared and threw herself in front of Xiao Hua. The long spear in her hand danced and stabbed toward Xiao Hua's chest. The long spear was like a shooting star. The demon qi around Ao Xian surged, and the power of the stars and the moon overflowed from the tip of the spear. Wherever the long spear passed, cracks in the void uncontrollably appeared. Chapter 3972. The North Sea Dragon Palace is nothing more than this. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the tip of the spear piercing his chest. His arms lifted like an ape, and the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. Grow, grow, grow. With Xiao Hua's roar, the wishful steel staff turned into 100 feet long, and a gust of wind blew between it. Boom! It hit the long spear, and the long spear immediately flew diagonally under Xiao Hua's great force. What was even more bullying was that Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff continued to grow, and it fell towards Ao Xian's right shoulder. Ao Xian was shocked, and her dragon tail swayed quickly, trying to block Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff simply gave up on Ao Xian's arm. Boom! There was a loud noise, and several scales fell with the roar. Ao Xian's dragon body was actually hit by Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. Just as Ao Xian's figure was sent flying, Xiao Hua's figure once again rushed forward several tens of zhang. Beside him, a golden-armored dragon general wielded a pair of purple golden hammers and smashed them down like heavenly thunder. The space several tens of zhang below the purple golden hammers was covered, and a kind of suffocating aura was emitted from the purple golden hammers. Attack! Xiao Hua shouted loudly. The seal of turning the sea rushed out of the space, but the coiling dragon mouth seal blocked the purple golden hammer with lightning speed. Layers of strong wind were generated from the collision between the magic tool and the demonic tool. The nearby demonic beasts were all blown up by this strong wind. Hundreds of demonic beasts were blown back by at least several hundred feet. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff swept across and hit the dragon general's waist. With a crisp sound, the tough golden armor was smashed into pieces, and the dragon general's waist also collapsed. The dragon general's figure flew along with the wishful steel staff and fell on the deck in a sorry state compared to Ao Xian. Xiao Hua's golden body did not stop at all, and with the wishful steel staff, he was already close to Ao Jing. Because of the two dragon generals, there were already 5 to 6 dragon generals in front of Xiao Jing. Not only were these dragon generals holding weapons and demonic artifacts, their bodies were also connected with the demonic array. A mountain-like barrier appeared in front of Xiao Hua, enveloping the surrounding several hundred feet. Xiao Hua sneered, and a rumbling sound came from his body. The 5-colored sword light uncontrollably emitted from the golden body, and then the unmatched sword intent of heaven and earth appeared from Xiao Hua's hand along with 9 sword lights. Open! Xiao Hua shouted angrily. The sword lights condensed into one and directly slashed at the barrier that was connected to the dragon boat.
Whoosh!
Like the autumn wind sweeping through fallen leaves, the barrier was split in half by the sword energy. The dragon armor of the 5 or 6 dragon generals fell to the ground, and their demon treasures and weapons were split in half. His figure flew up along with the sword light. Yu. Ao Jing saw such a familiar sword light. How could he not know the origin of Xiao Hua? Fear immediately appeared in his heart, but before he could finish his words, Xiao Hua's figure flashed and his huge body appeared again in front of Ao Jing. Not good. All the Yao and dragon generals turned pale with fright. When Xiao Hua turned around to capture the king, Ao Jing and several other dragon generals tried to stop Xiao Hua, but under Xiao Hua's tiger-like attacks, they instantly collapsed. Xiao Hua urged his divine ability, and like a hot knife through butter, he attacked in front of Ao Jing in the blink of an eye. At this time, how could the general stop him? Killing one person in 10 steps, the heroic spirit of 1,000 miles without leaving a single trace. Far away, Jiang Xia was also intoxicated. Don't hurt my masters! All the dragon generals had no time to check their injuries and roared, and wanted to rush again. At this time, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff was like a heavenly pillar smashing towards Ao Jing's forehead. Ha ha ha. Ao Jing laughed. Ignorant human. The son of my North Sea Dragon Palace is actually someone you can kill? As he spoke, dragon chi surged from Ao Jing's golden armor, and an earth-yellow dragon pendant flew out. The dragon chi within the dragon pendant, which could not be blocked by anything, turned into a dragon and rushed out. All the dragon generals trembled, and all the demons found it hard to resist this dragon's might. They prostrated themselves on the ground. This is the power of the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon King. Roar. Beyond everyone's expectations, a loud dragon roar came out from Xiao Hua's body, and an even more vigorous dragon body flew out. This dragon body was not afraid of the dragon chi of the dragon soul at all. It opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon into its mouth, then quickly turned in midair and disappeared into Xiao Hua's body. This. Ao Jing was stunned. Since the dragon was gone, the dragon's power left behind by the giant dragon suppressed him so much that he could not even raise his head. How could he still have the will to fight Xiao Hua? Give me your life. Xiao Hua sneered again, and the wishful steel staff fell like a mountain. Boom. It hit the dragon pendant that suddenly grew. Gotcha. The dragon pendant made a crisp sound, and the dragon pendant that was personally refined by the Dragon King of the North Sea Dragon Palace was actually shattered by Xiao Hua. Woo! After the wind, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff fell in front of Ao Jing's forehead. Ao Jing's face was ashen, and his whole dragon body flashed with golden light. A huge force rushed over like a wave, wanting to fight to the death with Xiao Hua. The dragon tail was like a pair of scissors, sweeping Xiao Hua's waist in a few breaths. Boom! Xiao Hua's golden body collapsed more than a dozen feet, but Xiao Hua took advantage of Ao Jing's attack to use his divine sense like a hammer to cover Ao Jing within 100 feet. Moreover, his divine sense rapidly contracted. No matter how Ao Jing struggled, he couldn't escape from Xiao Hua's hands. Save the prince. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were shocked when they saw Ao Jing fall into Xiao Hua's hands, and they were ready to rush over. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed slightly in his heart, but he still clapped his hands, and the hand of Yuanying was displayed. He firmly grasped Ao Jing's dragon body and shouted, "Ao Jing is in the hands of this Xiao. Who dares to come over?" This. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals stopped in midair, and no one dared to take half a step forward. Daoist Master Xiao. Jiang Xia was really overjoyed, but in a moment, Xiao Hua was actually able to catch the head of the dragon boat, which was an unexpected surprise. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua looked at Jiang Xia's figure flying over and hurriedly shouted, "Second Elder, run."
Ah? Why?
Jiang Xia was somewhat incomprehensible. At this time, a cold voice sounded over the dragon boat, because the one Xiao Hua captured is not this king.
What?
Jiang Xia's brain was really not enough. She looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief, and then looked at Ao Jing, who was caught by Xiao Hua's Yuanying hand. Even Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were stunned on the spot. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and grabbed with his big hand. With a crackling sound, the brilliance around Ao Jing's body seemed to be cut into pieces, and a dragon general, who was also of the dragon race, but looked completely different, appeared in midair. It was Ao Jiao, who they had never seen before. Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao. Ao Jing's voice shook all around. This king really didn't expect that in the Yazi auction house. It was always you who was against this king. But how do you know that the one you captured is not this king's real body? Xiao Hua did not let go of Ao Jiao, and only replied indifferently, "This Xiao has met you before. How can Ao Jiao compare to your strength? However, in this Xiao's opinion, your courage is even smaller than a rabbit's. Your strength surpasses this Xiao's, so why don't you fight with this Xiao?" Haha, why should this king fight with a lowly human like you? This king only needs to drive this dragon boat to the North Sea Dragon Palace, and it will be a great merit. Don't you want this loyal Ao Jiao to live? Xiao Hua's big hand tightened, and several bloody marks appeared on the surface of Ao Jia's body. Ao Jiao. Ao Jing's voice was still indifferent. What do you think this king should do? Ao Jiao was like a little loach in the hands of Xiao Hua's Yuanying. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. When he heard Ao Jing's question, he simply gave up struggling and said loudly, from the moment this general obtained the 1,000 illusion pearl, this general had already thought of today's outcome. Since this general is under the king's command, it is natural for this general to sacrifice himself for the king. The king should prioritize the affairs of the Dragon Palace. There is no need to care about this general's life and death. Xiao Hua, do you understand? Ao Jing said proudly. Let's not talk about the fact that you captured Ao Jiao. Even if you really captured me, I would definitely not submit. I would definitely kill all of you remnants of the Grotto Heaven River on the dragon boat. Generals, listen to my order.
Kill.
Yes. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals received the order and bowed. Then, the clouds around their bodies surged, revealing their dragon bodies one by one. The entire dragon boat began to swirl and swirl. The dragon race was a higher race of the demon race. When the dragon's might appeared, all the demons trembled and rushed toward the cabin without hesitation. This kind of battle was not something they could participate in. Fine. Since you want to die, this Xiao will fulfill your wish. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. His Yuanying's hand moved, and the sound of blood flowing was heard in the air. Ao Ao. Ao Jiao's heart-wrenching scream also resounded through the dragon boat. Ao Jiao was willing to die, but the pain before death was definitely beyond his imagination. Not to mention, under Xiao Hua's soul technique, his soul was struggling and suffering. Kill. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals roared. Dozens of dragon eyes were filled with blood vessels as they roared and pounced toward Xiao Hua. Jiang Xia also roared angrily. Her dragon body transformed, and beautiful dragon patterns appeared around her body. The dragon patterns released a silver brilliance, and each ray of brilliance was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky and pierced toward the dragons. Clang, clang. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were surrounded by demonic clouds. It was the demonic array that was formed by the dragon generals controlling the dragon boat. The flying sword made a loud sound when it hit the demonic clouds, but when it stabbed Ao Xian and the other dragon generals, it was already weak. It only forced Ao Xian and the other dragon generals to retreat, but it could not hurt them. Roar. When Jiang Xia saw this, she was a little embarrassed and angry. She roared loudly and ignored the injuries on her dragon body. Her entire dragon body moved, and the dragon horns on her dragon head flashed with a silver color. This silver color was like a ball that swam around Jiang Xia's body. In just a few breaths, Jiang Xia's entire body was covered by this silver color. Jiang Xia's dragon body pounced toward Ao Xian and the other dragon generals. The demonic array of the dragon boat in the air was destroyed, and Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were sent flying by Jiang Xia. Chapter 3973. Xiao Hua looked around, then looked at Ao Jiao, who was unafraid of death. He smiled coldly, grabbed Ao Jiao's dragon body with one hand, and pressed it deep into the deck. His other hand landed on Ao Jiao's dragon tail, and his fingers shone with a pale golden light. He exerted a little force, and Ao Jiao's tough dragon skin was torn apart by Xiao Hua. As dragon blood flowed out, Xiao Hua pinched the dragon tendon in Ao Jiao's body and said coldly, "People often say that dragon tendons are tough. I'm lacking a dragon tendon to bind my waist, so I'll use your dragon tendon." You? Ao Jing's voice was filled with rare anger, and he shouted angrily, "You can kill the dragon general of my North Sea Dragon Palace, but if you insult him, my North Sea Dragon Palace will be irreconcilable with you." Xiao Hua didn't care about Ao Jing's words. He fiddled with Ao Gio's dragon tendon again and lifted a layer of dragon skin with his fingers. He said again, "It's said that the dragon skin of the dragon race is invulnerable to water and fire. It should be quite impressive for me to make a Taoist robe with it, right?" "Damn it." Ao Jing's voice was furious. "Xiao Hua, if you dare to make a move, I'll never forgive you." Xiao Hua said coldly, "I didn't intend to beg for mercy. I've been standing here for a long time, but what about you?" The dignified second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace is actually hiding in the demon formation of the dragon boat and saying these useless things. "You don't even dare to come out when I skin your dragon general. Tell me, who will dare to serve you in the future?"
What?
"Someone actually dares to touch the dragon general of my North Sea Dragon Palace and skin him?" Suddenly, a faint voice came from the edge of the dragon boat. "I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but I've never seen such an arrogant human cultivator." "Oh." This voice was very soft, but in Xiao Hua's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. He raised his gaze and looked past Jiang Xia, who was fighting fiercely, past Ao Xian and the other dragons who were rolling about, and saw a small dragon whose body was flickering with a dual-colored light. The small dragon scales were only the size of a fist, and there were faint dragon runes flashing on each scale. The two dragon shapes on the raised dragon head were actually white. This little dragon floated in the air. It didn't exude any arrogant dragon might, but its icy cold eyes swept over the dragon boat. The generals fighting couldn't help but restrain their auras, afraid that it would see them. "Hiss, this is Ao Jian. Why is he on the dragon boat?" Jiang Xia sucked in a breath of cold air and transmitted her voice in surprise. Although Jiang Xia didn't say who Ao Jian was, from her tone, Xiao Hua already knew that he had met an enemy. Moreover, he also knew that he probably wouldn't have the chance to capture the leader first. Xiao Hua naturally would not really attack Ao Gio. Upon seeing Ao Jian appear, he did not hesitate to put Ao Gio into the cosmic bracelet. Xiao Hua's body had just moved when a huge force emerged from beneath him, forcefully restraining his body. Of course, it was only for a few breaths before the dark gold light around Xiao Hua's body flashed, shattering the restraints. Unfortunately, it was also during this short delay that Ao Jiu, who was captured beneath him, suddenly twisted his dragon body and actually escaped from Xiao Hua's control, flying towards Ao Jian in an abnormally sorry state. Xiao Hua was shocked, but he didn't dare to chase after Ao Jio's flying dragon body. Ao Jian didn't seem to see Ao Jio, and it was as if he didn't do anything. He just flew over slowly, as if he was playing. He glanced at Xiao Hua and asked indifferently, "You are a human cultivator?" "Where did you get the dragon aura of my dragon clan?" What was that huge dragon that appeared for a moment? The calmer Ao Jian was, the less dragon power appeared around him. Xiao Hua was even more shocked. He knew that there would be some experts on the dragon boat, but he definitely didn't expect that he would be the only one facing them at this time. Where was the dragon clan of the heavenly abode river? "Run." Jiang Xia saw Ao Jian appear and lost the confidence to kill Ao Xian and the others. She hurriedly shouted, "Only the Great Elder can stop Ao Jian. We are no match for him. Since you forced me to come out, do you still want to leave now?" Ao Jian's tone was still indifferent. His figure stopped in midair, slightly opened his mouth, and a dragon's breath came out of his mouth. Xiao Hua only felt that the entire space seemed to be frozen, and an indescribable dragon's force squeezed towards him from all directions. Xiao Hua sighed softly. His divine consciousness condensed into a hammer and struck out like a meteor. Rumble. Formless collisions continuously occurred within a radius of 1,000 feet. That frozen space was actually destroyed by Xiao Hua. "Oh? What kind of Daoist spell is this? It's so powerful." Ao Jian was a little surprised. Why wasn't such a Daoist cultivator captured in the Peng Lai immortal realm? Could it be that the immortal palace's inspectors are all blind? Roar. Ao Jian finally let out a low roar. That earth-shattering dragon's might rushed out like a wave and covered Xiao Hua. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Xiao Hua sneered. The clouds around his body surged. Xiao Hua urged the dragon statue to fly out of his body with its fangs bared and claws brandished. The same unparalleled dragon might was released and collided with Ao Jian's dragon might. The strong airwaves were like the pressure of two Taoist cultivators colliding, flying in all directions. Ao Jian's ice-cold eyes flashed with surprise. He shouted, "No, no. You're not my real dragon, and not the dragon blood Dharma body. But where did the true dragon's breath come from?" Unfortunately, how could Xiao Hua be long-winded with him? Xiao Hua urged the dragon's vein and pounced towards Ao Jian with a roar. At the same time, at the top of Xiao Hua's head, four-colored true qi spewed out. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's figure appeared from the true qi. Xiao Hua raised his hand, and 9 sword lights gathered again. A shocking sword quickly formed. You're actually a Confucian cultivator? Ao Jian's dragon body collided with dragon vein Xiao Hua, causing dragon vein Xiao Hua's body to scatter. Seeing Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua come out, he actually cried out in surprise, and this Confucian cultivator's cultivation is also so high? It's really strange.
Not only that,
I'll let you see this Xiao's means. Xiao Hua faced a strong opponent like Ao Jian and narrowed his eyes. The wishful staff in his hand danced again. At the same time, he rushed towards Ao Jian and secretly released the green-robed Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, with just these means, you're still not my opponent. Ao Jian's dragon tail rolled, and a strange whirlwind swept past, sending Xiao Hua flying. He sneered and said, "If your dragon form condensed into a solid body, you might have the strength to fight with this old man. Daoist Xiao run?" Jiang Xia's body flashed with sword lights as she rushed over and shouted. The dragon claw under Ao Jian waved, and a cold light appeared out of thin air, slashing at Jiang Xia's dragon tail. At the same time, the sword light scattered, and a large piece of flesh fell with dragon scales. Jiang Xia was in so much pain that she almost rolled in the air. "This old man also saw your dragon form. That's all there is to it. Human, prepare to die." Ao Jian shouted coldly again. He raised his 2 dragon claws, and 8 pillars of dragon qi rushed out. 4 of them fell on Xiao Hua's body, almost piercing through his dragon body. The other 4 dragon qi were like huge dragon claws that wanted to capture Xiao Hua. Boom! Shua! The Tengjiao shears and the seal of turning the sea suddenly attacked. The golden light flashed, and the dragon qi was split in half. The other dragon qi was also defeated by the seal of turning the sea.
Oh,
Ao Jian was stunned. At this time, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff had already fallen and hit one of the dragon qi. This dragon qi was also defeated. Boom. The last dragon qi hit Xiao Hua's body, and Xiao Hua flew back 100 feet. Although the golden body was defeated, it did not collapse. "Eat this Xiao's sword." At this time, the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's flying sword technique had finished accumulating power. The long sword in his hand waved, and the soaring sword intent lit up the sky. Ao Jian did not dare to be negligent. He opened his mouth, and a fist-sized dragon pearl flew out to meet the flying sword. Rumble. Suddenly, a layer of thunder strangely appeared out of thin air. This thunder had the power of heaven and earth compared to the flying sword, and it blasted towards Ao Jian. In the face of the thunder technique displayed by the invisible nascent soul, even someone as strong as Ao Jian was shocked. He did not dare to meet it head-on. He could only retreat quickly, temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. At the same time, his dragon pearl turned into a huge curtain, and a ray of light gushed out from it, ready to resist Xiao Hua's strongest blow. Boom! Another loud sound came from the sky, and a layer of thunder light was seen, like hot water being poured on snow. The demon array on the dragon boat flashed with demon clouds and thin threads, melting rapidly, and the power of the stars and moon turned into nothingness. Holding the world in my hand, hiding a ravine in my chest, my heart is like my sword. The sword will cut down the group of demons. As the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua sang, the flying sword that was chopping towards Ao Jian suddenly rose up. The demon array that was about to collapse, as the sword light cut into it. Woo-woo. It let out a trembling sound. Shwa. A crack of several hundred feet in size appeared on the dragon boat, and the seawater at the bottom of the North Sea immediately poured into the dragon boat. Moreover, under the huge water pressure, the crack of several hundred feet in size cracked in all directions. Woo. The trembling sound of the dragon boat's demon array became louder and louder. The entire dragon boat suddenly began to shake violently and even began to sway. The seawater that fell into the dragon boat also let out ear-piercing squeaking sounds, and the ochre-red bubbles corroded the deck of the dragon boat, creating small holes. Damn it! Ao Jian looked at the light in front of him with extreme embarrassment. He really did not expect that Xiao Hua did not have the heart to fight with him. Everything was a feint. Ao Jian could not help but curse. Looking at Xiao Hua again, he had already put away the soaring dragon scissors and the seal of turning the sea. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua also struggled to fly back to Xiao Hua's body. In front of a powerful enemy like Ao Jian, Xiao Hua, who did not have a real dragon body, could not take the initiative. Just as Ao Jian was cursing, Xiao Hua made a gesture, and the whole Transcendent's golden body flashed with a dark golden luster, setting off a cluster of water waves, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Xiao Hua wanted to take advantage of the current to enter the dragon boat and use the water escape technique to escape. Chapter 3974. From the moment Xiao Hua started fighting with Ao Jian, only a few breaths of time had passed. Jiang Xia, who had been injured by Ao Jian, had only rolled a few times in the air and had just landed on the deck. At this time, seeing Xiao Hua's decisiveness, Jiang Xia was a little hesitant. She couldn't compare to Xiao Hua. Not only were there sea tribe members of the Heavenly Abode River on the dragon boat, but there was also the Great Elder under the deck. How could she abandon them and escape? However, she was very clear about Ao Jian's strength. Apart from Jiang Tian, who could resist him, even she and Xiao Hua were not his opponents. If she didn't escape with Xiao Hua now, she was afraid that she wouldn't have any chance. Human, stay here. Ao Jian sneered, and the dragon ball disappeared into thin air. The next moment, a dual-colored light appeared outside the water light. Although Xiao Hua's water escape technique was powerful, in front of the dragon ball that was born from water essence, it was still half a level lower. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiao Hua's figure was revealed in front of the dragon pearl's multicolored light, and that multicolored light was torn into strands. Ao Jian's dragon pearl also had traces of cracks on it. Ao Jian wailed in pain. With a shake of his dragon body, his figure also disappeared. His water escape technique was innate. Xiao Hua was blocked by the dragon ball, so how could he escape? The dragon ball, under Ao Jian's control, turned into a net of light and merged with the demon formation. The dragon chi above the light was like a sharp knife, but this light was also corroded by the strange seawater. However, Ao Jian stood in front of Xiao Hua. The entire dragon boat began to rotate, and the seawater raged. He only said coldly, "Human, go to hell." As he spoke, a dragon scale came out from between Ao Jian's eyebrows and disappeared into the void in a flash. Then, he saw Xiao Hua's expression, and the space around him began to boil. A huge golden rock with unparalleled power smashed toward Xiao Hua. Boom! The huge rock formed from the dragon scale was like Ao Jian's all-out attack. Xiao Hua couldn't resist at all. The huge rock hit Xiao Hua's chest. Xiao Hua's body was already extremely tough, and even the sage of literature could not destroy it. However, under this huge rock, his body caved in several inches, and Xiaohua could only take advantage of the momentum to retreat. Ao Jian's face was filled with surprise. He never thought that this human's body would be even tougher than his own dragon body. His figure danced again, and a faint halo appeared on his sharp dragon horns. Cracks appeared in the void. Looking at the ferocious look in Ao Jian's eyes, it seemed that he was preparing to use all kinds of methods to kill Xiaohua here. Facing Ao Jian's deadly attack, Xiaohua immediately waved his left arm. Layers of devil qi rapidly seeped out of his blood vessels. Xiaohua wanted to raise his devil blade and fight to the death with Ao Jian boom. Just when Xiaohua was about to reveal his devil body, a huge rumbling sound came from outside the dragon boat. The dragon boat started to spin crazily. Outside the dragon boat, the originally calm seabed gave birth to a huge storm. It was as if an invisible hand was crazily stirring up the entire North Sea. However, even though the entire dragon boat was shaking and the entire demon formation was collapsing, only Ao Jian's dragon body did not change at all. Xiaohua's devil blade also gradually revealed its ferocity. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar condensed in the void again. A pea-like multicolored light appeared, passed by Xiaohua out of thin air, and met the murderous dragon horn. Dragon horn? Great Elder. Although this multicolored light was small, once it appeared, the ferocious momentum that wanted to kill Xiaohua was blocked by this multicolored light. Within the multicolored light, a dragon horn as straight as Ao Jian's appeared. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The dragon horns of the two dragon experts hadn't touched yet, but with a sizzling sound, they collided with each other and produced electric sparks. As soon as the electric sparks appeared, a dazzling sword light appeared on the side of the two dragons again and fiercely slashed at Ao Jian. Boom! The two dragon horns inevitably collided with each other, and the shocking sword light also slashed Ao Jian's body. The impact was so great that the deck of the dragon boat and the already collapsed demon formation cracked. Ao Jian stood in the air in a very sorry state, and a deep sword mark appeared on his scales. Opposite Ao Jian, a red dragon similar to Ao Jian tumbled a few times in the air and came to a stop with some difficulty. Great Elder. Jiang Xia urged her figure in the air, landed next to the red dragon, and called out, "What's the situation?" The red dragon was the Great Elder of the Heavenly Cave River, Jiang Tian. He glanced at Jiang Xia and said anxiously, "Jiang Jian and the others are fighting with the sea generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace for control of the dragon boat. Quickly go and help. Now that the dragon boat has encountered a rare scarlet storm, it's a good opportunity for us to die together with the North Sea Dragon Palace. We must not let the dragon boat escape from the scarlet storm." Yes. Hearing this, Jiang Xia's dragon eyes were filled with determination, and she urged her figure to fly down the deck. In just a moment, Ao Xian and the other dragon generals had already rushed down the deck. Obviously, the battle there was more tense than Ao Jing thought. Jiang Xia's participation would definitely make the battle more chaotic. Seeing Jiang Xia leave, Jiang Tian turned his head and glanced at Ao Jian, but ignored him. Instead, he looked at Xiaohua, and the surprise in his eyes was self-evident. He said, "Jinren Xiao, you really exceeded this old man's expectations. This time, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Cave River will owe you a lot again. This old man doesn't know how to explain it to you." Xiaohua looked at Jiang Tian with mixed feelings. He knew that in Jiang Tian's eyes, his life could not be compared to the revenge of the Heavenly Cave River. Even his own life was in their calculations. If he was not strong enough, he would have been sacrificed long ago. However, even though he was scheming, he had also made it clear that all he needed to do was to be a pawn that Ao Jing would not expect. However, Ao Jing was too cunning. He had tricked Dong Tianzhang time and time again. Even though Ao Jing would not expect him to be a pawn, this effect was meaningless on the dragon boat. No matter how strong I am, I can't compare to the Great Elder. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Today, I'd better think about how to escape from Ao Jian and escape from the dragon boat. Why do you want to escape? Jiang Tian looked coldly at Ao Jian and said, if you want to escape, you may be killed by Ao Jian. Only if you want to kill Ao Jian can you have a chance to escape. However, enlightened master, no matter what, the heavenly cave river owes you again. If we all leave the North Sea alive, the heavenly cave river will promise you one thing. How could Xiao Hua not understand what Jiang Tian was trying to do? Wasn't he trying to make Xiao Hua go all out to kill Ao Jian? Xiao Hua replied indifferently. Yes, this Xiao understands. Jiang Tian. Ao Jian said proudly, you and I haven't seen each other for 500 years, right? I didn't expect your strength to not improve at all. I really don't know how you cultivate these days. Maybe you were my opponent 500 years ago, but now? In this old man's eyes, you're not even comparable to this little human kid. Ao Jian. Jiang Tian did not answer Ao Jian's question. Instead, he asked, why are you on the dragon boat? Could it be that you already knew that the heavenly cave river was going to hijack the dragon boat? Of course. If not, why would this old man hide on the dragon boat? Ao Jian answered firmly. Jiang Tian's face was ashen. He muttered, How is that possible? Could it be that after Ao Xian captured Jiang Hong, the North Sea Dragon Palace sent the dragon boat with the intention of destroying the heavenly cave river? Of course. Ao Jian smiled. Jiang Tian, after all your schemes, you still fell into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace. From today onwards, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas will be at peace. Grand Elder. Xiao Hua saw that Jiang Tian had lost all his will to fight, and that his entire body was drained of energy. He hurriedly snorted and said, Don't listen to this old loach's nonsense. If the North Sea Dragon Palace had already predicted this, would you be facing Ao Jian? Jiang Tian was stunned. His expression quickly changed. He raised his head and laughed. That's right. I'm in the middle of this, so I really don't understand. Ao Jian, the North Sea Dragon Palace sent the dragon boat before Jiang Hong was captured. How could the North Sea Dragon Palace know that the heavenly cave river was going to attack the dragon boat? That's true. Jiang Tian admitted without hesitation. He pointed his dragon claw at Jiang Tian and said, Jiang Tian, you've been scheming too much in the past few hundred years. You've become narrow-minded. If you're narrow-minded, how can you have a bigger picture? You're no match for me now, and you'll never be my match in the future. To tell you the truth, even if I let you go today, you'll definitely die in my hands if you meet me again in the future. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart, knowing that what Ao Jian said was not false. But at this time, how could he dare to let Jiang Tian recognize his fatal weakness? He said coldly, Old Loach, don't bewitch him anymore. It's impossible for First Elder to fall for your low-level trick. In my opinion, you came to Ling Bay with the dragon boat by chance. It's just a coincidence that you ran into this. Ao Jian's fierce gaze swept across Xiao Hua. He replied indifferently, You're right, kid. I didn't do it on purpose. I came back from overseas training and didn't have time to return to the Dragon Palace. I was already exhausted. When I saw the dragon boat leaving, I simply hid under the boat to rest. Who would have thought that I would run into the remnants of the Heavenly Cave River? Your Heavenly Cave River's luck has come to an end. Heaven wants to destroy your Heavenly Cave River. Before Ao Jian could finish his words, he heard a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves outside the dragon boat. Streaks of crimson sea waves, which were the patterns of the kaleidoscope, surged toward the dragon boat. The dragon boat finally couldn't withstand the tremendous force. It spun at an extremely fast speed and was swept into the depths of the sea. Boom, boom. With a series of collisions, the demonic clouds in the dragon boat's demonic array slid down. Most of the weaker members of the oceanic tribe were tumbling along with the dragon boat. The battle cries gradually disappeared, Chapter 3975. Kill. Ao Jian's dragon eyes were filled with ferocity. As his dragon body twisted, he released his dragon aura and attacked Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian shouted, "Spiritual Master Shao, help me. You, and I will kill this monster today." All right. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hands, and the lightning rolled up like a thunderbolt, landing on Ao Jian's dragon body like a sharp sword. The lightning technique taught by Do Shanjun was indeed powerful. Although Xiao Hua had not mastered it yet, the lightning was the same as the technique Xiao Hua used before. It scattered the dragon aura around Ao Jian's body, and deep marks appeared on Ao Jian's scales. It was even more powerful than the magic treasures of ordinary Taoist cultivators. Humph. Ao Jian waved his dragon claws and fought with Jiang Tian. At the same time, he snorted coldly. The somewhat broken dragon pearl turned into a small dragon and also danced, fighting with Xiao Hua's lightning. The lightning was like a shadow, and the dragon aura was like a form. The incoming seawater and reefs were all turned into nothingness by the lightning and dragon aura. Even the dragon boat's restriction was torn to pieces by this murderous aura. After fighting like this for half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong. Although it was easy for Xiao Hua to activate the lightning, it consumed his magic power after all. In the space of a few hundred feet around Ao Jian, his magic power gradually showed signs of being difficult to mobilize. Moreover, although the power of the lightning was great, in the face of an old dragon like Ao Jian who had cultivated for who knows how long, the power was still not enough. Looking at the fight between Jiang Tian and Ao Jian, most of them relied on their physical bodies. Every move saw flesh, and their claws saw blood. Ordinary demonic power was rarely used. I understand. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and thought to himself, although the demon race tempers the power of the stars and moon, their physical bodies are really tough. Ordinary demonic techniques can't break their physical bodies. Instead of wasting time to cultivate demonic techniques, it's better to directly fight with their physical bodies. Moreover, the innate magical power of the demon race lies in their physical bodies. Only when they return to their original bodies, they are the strongest. No matter how the human cultivator's physical body is tempered, it can't be compared to the innate physical body of the demon race. The human race can only rely on magic, Confucian or Buddhist techniques to compete with the demon race. However, these acquired abilities are still slightly inferior to the innate abilities of the demon race. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua withdrew his lightning technique and brandished his fists. He actually used the Big Dipper God Fist in midair to fight with the little dragon transformed from the dragon pearl. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, although the little dragon transformed from the dragon pearl was powerful and also contained a wisp of Ao Jian's primordial spirit, Xiao Hua's Big Dipper God Fist was not much inferior to the thunder technique. The dragon pearl had already been damaged by Xiao Hua's attack. Now that it was fighting with Xiao Hua, it only took a moment for Xiao Hua's fist to land on the little dragon's body. The little dragon howled in grief, and Ao Jian's figure also twitched. The little dragon's body flashed with multicolored light and turned back into the dragon pearl. Boom! The dragon pearl had just appeared when Xiao Hua's divine sense hammer fell again, smashing the dragon pearl in half. Damn it! Ao Jian cursed. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath, collecting the two halves of the dragon pearl. The dragon claw streaked across the air and landed on Xiao Hua's chest. Fight! Xiao Hua did not seem to be afraid. His right hand clenched into a fist, and like a meteor, he met the dragon claw head-on.
Boom!
Xiao Hua's figure retreated rapidly, and Ao Jian also retreated several feet. Roar! Without waiting for Ao Jian's figure to stabilize in midair, Jiang Tian's dragon body flashed, and the seawater nearby turned into a whirlpool. Jiang Tian passed through the whirlpool, and the dragon horn pierced towards Ao Jian's abdomen. Ao Jian's dragon body shook with all his strength, and he barely managed to stretch out his hind claw. Pa! A loud sound rang out, and the multicolored light on the dragon horn was extinguished. However, Ao Jian's dragon claw was also deeply pierced by the dragon horn, and dragon blood flowed out. Whoosh! Ao Jian did not have time to cry out in pain. The water beside him swayed, and Xiao Hua's mountain-like fist had already arrived. His movements were even stranger than Jiang Tian's, and before Ao Jian could react, it had already hit the dragon scales on Ao Jian's body. Pa! The sound of dragon scales shattering rang out, and Ao Jian's protective dragon aura was scattered, and the dragon scales shattered into several pieces. Roar! Ao Jian was furious. He opened his mouth, and a dragon roar that Xiao Hua could not imagine came out of his mouth. Ripples visible to the naked eye stretched out in midair, and the seawater in the surrounding 100 feet turned into nothingness. The ripples swept through Xiao Hua's golden body, and the brilliance of the golden body quickly spread out in the cave, and some places had already begun to collapse. A feeling of the sky and earth spinning appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Before Xiao Hua could activate his cultivation method to protect himself, pa pa pa, a series of sounds rang out around the dragon boat. The monster race on the dragon boat had been seriously injured by Ao Jian's roar. Woo woo. The sound that sounded like a ghost's cry suddenly became low, and as the sound became lower, an indescribable palpitation emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. The feeling of the sky and earth spinning suddenly intensified, and one after another, strange ripples appeared outside of his Niwan palace, attacking the innate divine seal crazily. At the same time, Jiang Tian laughed crazily. Ha ha, Ao Jian, don't forget, this is the scarlet explosion that can tear apart a dragon's body. Attacking us like this, are you tired of living? Since you don't want to live anymore, then this old man will do as you wish, and let this old man send you on your way. After he finished speaking, Jiang Tian also roared, and the same pattern appeared in midair, rushing towards the dragon boat's monster array. It seemed like he was really going to perish together with Ao Jian. Boom! After the loud noise, the entire dragon boat suddenly fell silent. Hundreds of sparks appeared outside of Xiao Hua's Niwan palace, and waves of ripples fell on the innate divine seal like moths to a flame. Then, Xiao Hua felt a huge force falling from the sky, grabbing his huge Transcendence golden body and tearing it apart. His Transcendence golden body could not resist this force at all. You too can die now. Ao Jian's dragon body also began to roll, and his eyes flashed with desperation. With a hysterical roar, 2 golden lights flashed above his head, and 2 dragon horns broke out of his body, instantly landing in front of Xiao Hua and Jiang Tian. The blood vessels on the dragon horns were obvious, and the murderous hatred on the dragon horns was also obvious. Xiao Hua saw that he could not escape from Ao Jian's all-out attack, and his eyes flashed coldly. He hurriedly used the water escape technique to dodge, and at the same time, the hammer of spiritual will madly smashed at the broken part of the monster array. Moreover, with a loud bang, Xiao Hua's sword of heaven and earth also slashed at the monster array. Previously, Jiang Tian wanted to destroy the monster race on the dragon boat, but because the dragon race of the North Sea Dragon Palace died in the Crimson Explosion, Xiao Hua was unwilling to do so. Now, Xiao Hua was forced into a desperate situation by Ao Jian, and he had no choice but to use the power of the Crimson Explosion to see if he could survive this desperate situation. Boom! A huge roar sounded at the same time, and sword light and multicolored light appeared at the same time, almost blinding the monster race's eyes. At the same time, the dragon horn pierced into Xiao Hua's right armpit as he could not dodge, and it pierced deeply, only a few centimeters away from piercing through his body. Ah! Xiao Hua screamed in pain. The pain of the dragon horn piercing into his body was very strange, as if it had pierced deep into his heart, and he could not help but scream. In particular, the dragon horn did not stop, and it kept drilling into Xiao Hua's body, as if it would not stop until it killed Xiao Hua in one blow. At this moment, Another huge force penetrated into the monster array from the torn part. Not only was the monster array completely torn apart, but even the dragon boat was also rapidly rumbling and trembling under this force. At the edge of the dragon boat, the hundreds of North Sea Dragon Palace sea generals were torn to pieces by this force, and their armor and other things could not resist at all, as if they were made of paper. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ao Jian shouted 3 times, and the dragon horn also jumped 3 times, and then the dragon horn retreated. How could Xiao Hua let the dragon horn escape? He hurriedly used the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique to cover the dragon horn and wanted to capture it. Unfortunately, the dragon horn had a spirit, and how could it be imprisoned by the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique? Xiao Hua's magic power had just touched the dragon horn, and the dragon horn had already disappeared from the void. Xiao Hua still wanted to chase, but at this moment, the power of heaven and earth rushed in from all directions, and the fist-sized bubble mixed with the ochre-red mist completely enveloped Xiao Hua. Not only did Xiao Hua's golden body make a sizzling sound, even the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, who had just made a contribution, hurriedly shouted, "Not good, fellow immortal, quickly save me." Seeing that the situation was so critical, Xiao Hua simply did not care about Ao Jian's life and death. He raised his hand and patted the top of his head, and a 4-colored Jin Qi rushed out, covering the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua in the distance. At the same time, he hurriedly shrank his figure and prepared to use the water escape technique to escape. However, when the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua fell into his middle dantian with lingering fear, Xiao Hua's figure was still wandering around within 1,000 zhong of the dragon boat. The water escape technique did not seem to have taken effect, and Xiao Hua was simply unable to escape. How is this possible? Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised, and then looked at the sea generals being torn to pieces one by one, and the dragon boat being slowly dismantled. He could not help but be greatly alarmed. Could it be that this so-called scarlet explosion has also sealed the water escape technique? However, when Xiao Hua's gaze fell on his skin that was being burned by the bubbles, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he did not hesitate to use the fire escape technique. Whoosh! Following the emergence of Xiao Hua's magic power, Xiao Hua's figure disappeared in midair. It turned out that the scarlet explosion was filled with fire elemental Zhen Qi. No wonder the water escape technique could not be used. Although Xiao Hua used the fire escape technique, he could clearly see that the whole world was still smashing and spinning. When he used the fire escape technique, Xiao Hua was also unable to resist the force, as if a big hand wanted to pull him out. Although this force did not succeed, Xiao Hua's figure was not flying straight forward like before, and could only fly everywhere in the boundless North Sea, like a headless fly. However, although Xiao Hua did not use any technique to escape, in the end, he still gradually distanced himself from the dragon boat, escaped Ao Jian's attack, and escaped through the flesh and blood of many sea tribes. Chapter 3976. Wu. After an unknown amount of time, a pillar of water shot up to the sky from the surface of the North Sea. Xiao Hua flew out from the bottom of the sea in an extremely sorry state. However, he was only stunned for a few breaths. The yuan qi of heaven and earth, which was even more chaotic than before, swept through the air with a huge pillar of wind. On the surface of Xiao Hua's body, strands of cracks appeared like a spider web. Xiao Hua was so frightened that he couldn't stay in the air and fell back into the sea. In the sky above the sea, the red clouds, the strong winds, and the huge waves that covered the entire sky seemed to want to strangle everything in the world. Damn it! Xiao Hua fell into the sea, trying his best to stabilize his body with a fire escape technique, and hurriedly thought, this scarlet storm is actually so powerful. No wonder even someone as strong as Ao Jing didn't dare to return to the Dragon Palace without the dragon boat. Those old Sea Clan members who stayed in Yuling Bay were probably still afraid of the Scarlet Storm, right? Now that the dragon boat was destroyed, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River suffered great losses, but on the dragon boat, how many of the Sea Clan members of the North Sea Dragon Palace survived? I may have temporarily escaped from the dragon boat, but if I can't escape from the Scarlet Storm, I will eventually die in the North Sea. Could it be that the warning sign is this Scarlet Storm? Xiao Hua racked his brains to escape, and after several hours, he finally rushed out from the bottom of the sea. But this time, he learned to be obedient. As soon as he flew out, he immediately used the wind escape technique, and his body was like a wisp of wind, drifting along with the raging sea wind. Although Xiao Hua was proficient in the wind escape technique, it was only at the elementary level, so he could only rely on the Scarlet Storm to fly. This Scarlet Storm was so strange that not only did it tear apart Xiao Hua's body, but it also tore apart his divine sense, soul consciousness, and so on. Even Xiao Hua's divine abilities such as Heaven's Eye were unable to be used in this Scarlet Storm. What was special was that even though Xiao Hua had shut off his five senses, he could still hear the sound of a battle between two armies. His Naiwan Palace was still filled with splendor. Under such a dangerous situation, Xiao Hua had no other way to escape other than drifting along with the scarlet explosion. There was only one thought in Xiao Hua's mind, and that was to pray that this scarlet explosion would end soon. For a cultivator like Xiao Hua, who was at the lower 6th level of essence energy, this kind of thought was truly rarely seen. After all, this kind of cultivator was accustomed to seeing the might of heaven and earth, and was also accustomed to going against heaven and earth. Unknowingly, more than 3 days had passed. Xiao Hua felt somewhat exhausted because he was constantly sensing the direction of the Scarlet Storm and constantly changing the direction of the wind escape. Within the Scarlet Storm, the wind flow was unfathomable. Sometimes, the wind would flow in a single direction, while other times, multiple streams of air would tear each other apart. It did not seem to make any difference which direction one chose. In particular, the ochre-red aura that corroded the body within the Scarlet Storm was not something that Confucian Jin Qi and Dao Jin Qi could deal with. Xiao Hua could only rely on the strength of his monster body to resist. Since he had reached this point, any struggle would be meaningless. Xiao Hua simply stopped struggling. He warned Heavenly Phoenix Xiao Hua a few words, then his mind hid in the space. While refining the dark breaking pill, he also comprehended the combination of the Crimson Infant technique and the Dao Sex cultivation method. He didn't believe that after being tempered by the fiend god's blood, his body couldn't defeat this crimson bow. After an unknown amount of time, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's heart suddenly stirred. An inexplicable fluctuation descended from the sky. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure swayed strangely, then bent in half like a stream of light. Within this stream of light, there were countless tiny Buddhas. In just a few breaths of time, these Buddhas withered and died, many times like flowers blooming and withering. Then, under the gazes of these Buddhas, a small kiliacosm was born and extinguished. Namo Methria Buddha. Jade Archive Xiao Hua could not help but recite the name of Buddha. His figure gradually solidified, and the Buddhas in the light gradually disappeared. Immediately, Jade Archive Xiao Hua closed his eyes again, and only opened them after several hours. The first thing Jade Archive Xiao Hua did after opening his eyes was to raise his hand, and thousands of dark-breaking pills fell into the air. Jade Archive Xiao Hua clenched his hand, and all of the dark-breaking pills turned into medicinal juice. Haha, no wonder ordinary cultivators can't refine the pills they use to advance. They have to be refined by high-level cultivators before they can take them. I blindly tried to be brave, and thought that I could refine the dark-breaking pill with my own strength, but Ai's Dao Jin Qi has not reached the true spirit-severing stage, so how could I refine the real dark-breaking pill? If fellow immortal Bodhi did not have a crucial enlightenment at a critical moment, how could I know the relationship between the physical body and the spirit-severing stage? Dao Jin Qi, Confucian Jin Qi, Buddhist Jin Qi, and even Yao Jin Qi's cultivation methods seem to have some similarities. Although they are not completely applicable, it is possible to learn from each other. With fellow immortal Bodhi's enlightenment, I should be able to truly refine the dark-breaking pill. Fellow immortal heavenly phoenix's fake body technique should also be able to make great progress, and I should be able to enter the true spirit-severing stage at any time. Finished speaking, Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hands, and the pill refining technique was activated again. Although the technique was still the same, the fluctuations produced were somewhat different. Although the difference was slight, there was an essential difference, and the pill liquid produced was also completely different from before. Jade Archive Xiao Hua was concentrating on refining pills, and the nearby Xiao Guo was also happily refining pills with him. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiao Hua raised his head again, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at the horizon and said, "Good things really come one after another. Just now, my cultivation improved, and fellow immortal Bodhi has the possibility of coming out of seclusion, and this scarlet explosion has also stopped. Damn it! The North Sea is so big. After several months of drifting, who knows where I am now? Forget it. Let my physical body fly for a while, and let I refine this pill first." After refining several thousand dark-breaking pills, Jade Archive Xiao Hua withdrew from the space. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes, before he could clearly see where he was fascinated by the scene before him. He saw that he was at the bottom of the blue sea, and palm-sized fish were happily swimming. There were more than 100,000 of these fish, and at first glance, it looked like a fish storm. Each fish was a wind in this hurricane, and every time they swam together, it was like a storm was blowing. The pure blue sea water was like the sky, and this storm was wantonly dancing in the sky. Xiao Hua's body was surrounded by these 100,000 fish, and he was flying in the storm. Xiao Hua opened his eyes, his hands and feet immediately moved. This movement was not important, but his body that swam along with the storm of fishes immediately changed with the direction of the storm. Thousands of fishes in the vicinity immediately discovered that these fishes swam away in a panic. It was as if a hurricane was blowing with Xiao Hua as the center. In just a moment, this hurricane blew out an extremely large space. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the seawater did not seem to exist at the bottom of the sea. Waves of chaotic sounds were emitted from these fishes' bodies. Amidst the sounds, the storm of fishes quickly blew to other places, leaving Xiao Hua standing in the sea with a somewhat dumbstruck expression. The tranquil seabed was so beautiful. The pure seawater was like a serene jade crystal, and the sunlight directly penetrated into the water, brightly illuminating the surrounding several leaf fish of different colors, but also gorgeous and colorful, swayed their tails, leisurely swimming in their own world. Among them, there were actually a few that swam to Xiao Hua's side and snuggled up to him like a spoiled child. When Xiao Hua's finger moved slightly, the water rippled, and these few fish fled in panic. In the distant water, there were some multicolored corals, and some small insects were wriggling on them. In the gaps between the corals, clusters of lush seaweed grew, and among the seaweed, there were some shellfish, and some fish that were smaller than a thumb shuttled back and forth. Words are sometimes limited. Quiet like a virgin, moving like a fleeing rabbit, these are already insufficient to describe this boundless North Sea. Perhaps using moodiness can slightly express its impermanence. Xiao Hua admired for a moment, and his hands and feet moved, slowly swimming from the sea bed to the surface. He was somewhat reluctant to leave this serene and beautiful seabed, and wanted to use this moment of sweetness to make up for his body that was injured by Qi Bao. After all, after being ravaged by Qi Bao for several months, although Xiao Hua's body was rare and tough, it was already badly damaged under the power of heaven and earth. Heavenly Phoenix Xiao Hua and Fiend Spirit Xiao Hua had already begun to repair it, and it seemed that they would not be able to recover easily in a short period of time. While swimming, Xiao Hua pondered, "It has been several months since Qi Bao began. I was lucky enough to escape from the dragon boat, and even if it was not destroyed by Qi Bao, it would not be in good condition. The dragons of the Heavenly Abode River wanted to perish together with Ao Jing of the North Sea Dragon Palace, and I think their wish has been fulfilled. However, if I can live safely, Ao Jian, Ao Jing, Jiang Tian, Jiang Xia, and the others will also be able to survive. With Sibao, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River might even be able to escape from the scheme of the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, I have been flying with Qi Bao for so long, and I don't know where I am now. As for little Yun of the Heavenly Abode River, sigh, what a joke. I think Ao Jing has already brought her back to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Lu Yi, it's not that I don't want to save little Yun, but I really don't have the strength to do so. After swimming for a while, Xiaohua saw that he had reached the surface of the sea. He had already made up his mind to explain to Lu Yi, and then he identified the direction and prepared to fly back to the hidden immortal continent and return to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Since he had made up his mind, Xiaohua did not delay any longer. He formed a seal and rushed out of the water, and his figure appeared high in the sky. Hiss! Something's wrong. When Xiaohua steadied himself, he looked around and saw that the sky around him was overflowing with light. Circles of light that looked like polar magnetic light enveloped the sea for nearly 10,000 miles. The projection of this light was extremely strong, and when it fell on the sea, it could clearly see the bottom of the sea for more than 10 miles. Xiaohua could not help but exclaim, "No wonder I could easily see the reef at the bottom of the sea. It turns out that this light is not the sun. But where is this place?" Chapter 3977. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. However, as soon as his divine sense was released, he felt as if he was being cut by a sharp blade. This sea could actually hurt divine sense. Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. It was already difficult for him to identify the direction in ordinary places. Now that he couldn't see the sun at all, how could he tell where he was? Oh, not good. This is just like leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. Xiaohua hurriedly moved his body and flew towards a random place. However, this sea was so strange that Xiaohua's flying technique was also restricted, causing his speed to be much slower. After another moment, the clear skies suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. The lightning in this sea was very strange. They were all dark green in color and were very similar to Xiaohua's lightning and thunder technique. What was special was that within the lightning, there were waves of strange movements that resounded through heaven and earth. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, but also like the moaning of gods and ghosts. In short, even Xiaohua couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he heard it. Swoosh! Following the lightning, inexplicable raindrops began to fall. There was no rain at all in the clouds. Moreover, the raindrops and lightning appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the raindrops and lightning were gone. Only the halo in the sky looked as if it had just been washed by water. It was abnormally clear. So strange, so strange. Xiaohua frowned and looked around, then released his soul. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, his soul was not restricted at all. In fact, in this sea, his soul was even stronger than before. Could it be? Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he had a trace of understanding in his heart. This sea is like the Million Meng Mountains? There are traces of soul cultivators? Just as Xiaohua thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. His aimless soul had already found something unusual. Xiaohua flew towards that place without hesitation. This time, Xiaohua learned his lesson. He used his soul power and the flying technique of soul cultivators, so his speed was much faster than before. After flying for an entire pack of cigarettes, Xiaohua finally arrived at a place. A huge dragon's body was floating on the surface of the sea. Most of the scales on the dragon's body had been shaved off. The dragon's body was stained with blood, and there were many wounds of various sizes.
It was a horrible sight.
The dragon's horns were completely broken, and half of the dragon's mouth was torn apart. More than half of the dragon's teeth were also missing. Next to the dragon's broken body, there were some tattered things that seemed to be the wreckage of a ship or broken demon artifacts. Although the giant dragon floated motionlessly on the surface of the sea, Xiaohua's soul consciousness could tell that this giant dragon still had an aura, and its vitality was very vigorous. Xiao Huafei landed beside the huge dragon and carefully examined it. The dragon's body also had a faint surge of dragon aura, and those terrifying wounds were slowly mending. He thought for a moment, then simply sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea in the distance, quietly waiting for the huge dragon to awaken. As long as it was a dragon, it must be from the North Sea Dragon Palace. It was naturally more familiar with the North Sea region than Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't need it to bring him to the North Sea Dragon Palace. As long as it pointed to the hidden immortal continent and even brought him out of the sea region, it would be fine. Mending the body naturally didn't require Xiaohua to deliberately do it. While Xiaohua was meditating, he refined the two-wing spectrometer that he bought from Zhaixing Liu into the soul-punishing light. Naturally, it wasn't that simple to perfect this soul-punishing light. The fusion of the extreme magnetic light and the soul-punishing light had to be tempered again and again. After Xiaohua's initial refinement, he placed the soul-punishing light under the immortal beheading stage, allowing the lightning water to refine it. Presumably, in the future, this soul-punishing light would be another great killing weapon that Xiaohua personally refined to perfection, right? Roar. A weak dragon roar finally came out from the mouth of the huge dragon after more than a month. The huge dragon opened its eyes, and the first thing it saw was Xiaohua standing in front of it with a smile. You are. The dragon's hoarse dragon language sounded very obscure. It seemed that the dragon's throat was also severely injured. Facing the giant dragon's question, Xiaohua had already thought about it. He didn't hide anything and replied, I am Taoist Dao Sect Xiaohua, Taoist Dao Sect's Taoist Dao Sect. I have some matters in the North Sea. As for the specifics, if fellow immortal knows, then no. If you don't, then don't ask. I encountered Qi Bao in the North Sea and was swept to this sea. Because I couldn't find the direction and met you, I simply waited here for you to wake up. You and I can get out of the sea together. When you and I are safe, you just have to tell me where the hidden immortal continent is. What do you think? If a dragon didn't take human form, Xiaohua wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Xiaohua wasn't sure if this dragon was the dragon general he saw on the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. That was why he said such ambiguous words. Sure enough, the dragon was very puzzled. He was confused by Xiaohua's words. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask, but he didn't know what to ask. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled. He knew that this dragon wasn't the dragon general he saw on the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. He said with a smile, Fellow immortal doesn't need to ask anything. You just need to know that you and I are now grasshoppers on the same rope. What dragon race, what human race, don't take it to heart. My only goal is to escape from here. And this old man understands. The dragon finally understood. He looked around and asked, could it be that this sea is very dangerous? Indeed. Xiaohua nodded. Fellow immortal, release your Yuanshan first, and you will know. See? The dragon just released his Yuanshan and immediately grimaced. He exclaimed, what is this place? It can even tear apart Yuanshan? Fellow immortal, if a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace doesn't know, then this Xiao naturally doesn't know either. Xiaohua smiled. This Xiao has been waiting here for fellow immortal to clear up his doubts. The dragon looked at Xiaohua and swam with some difficulty. The draconic qi around his body covered the multicolored light and slowly shrunk. He then answered with a bitter smile, it seems that Taoist Xiao is going to be disappointed. This old man isn't a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace, so I'm not particularly familiar with the sea territory of the North Sea.
Ah,
Xiao Hua was shocked. He said, the dragon race in the North Sea. If you aren't from the North Sea Dragon Palace, then where can you be from? Could it be that fellow immortal? The dragon looked at Xiao Hua with some difficulty. He said, it's said that this old man met Daoist Xiao by fate. However, as Daoist Xiao said, there are some things that Daoist Xiao knows. If you don't know, Daoist Xiao shouldn't ask too much. This old man's name is Zhong'an. I'm not a dragon of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Zhong'an? Xiao Hua thought for a moment. After a while, he asked tentatively, so you're a dragon of the Heavenly Abode River? How did you know? The dragon was shocked. Draconic chi surged around him, and he retreated. He was on high alert. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, this Xiao is familiar with your Heavenly Abode River's Great Elder Jiang Tian, Second Elder Jiang Xia, and Third Elder Jiang Hai. The reason this Xiao wasn't willing to say before was related to your Heavenly Abode River. You know my three elders? Zhong'an was stunned. However, he still asked curiously, how is the reason you're talking about related to my Heavenly Abode River? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up.
he seemed to have thought of something.
He asked incredulously, this Xiao understands now. You followed the Feather Spirit Palace's ship out to sea. You didn't follow Ao Jing's dragon ship back to the North Sea Dragon Palace. The dragon general you followed was Ao Shi. How did you know? That dragon was even more taken aback as he blurted out. However, after a moment, he understood again and shouted, this old man understands now. You followed Great Elder Jiang Tian to the North Sea Dragon Palace's dragon ship to save my Heavenly Abode River's little princess? At this point, the dragon didn't wait for Xiao Hua to speak and asked again, can you save my princess? Alas, things in this world are really strange. Xiao Hua sighed. Looking at Zhong'an's anxiety, he shook his head and said, your princess, Zhang Hong, isn't on the dragon ship at all. She's in Ao Shi's hands. How is that possible? Zhong'an was stunned and said in disbelief, this old man changed my figure and followed Ao Shi. I didn't hear him say anything at all. Moreover, until I met Qi Bao, I didn't see him change at all. How could my princess be with Ao Shi? Then what about Ao Shi? Xiao Hua asked. Alas, under Qi Bao, this old man was able to keep his life. How could I care about Ao Shi? Zhong'an said regretfully, if I knew Long Bei was in Ao Shi's hands, this old man would have killed Ao Shi even if it meant risking my life. Forget it. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, a Qi Bao destroyed the North Sea Dragon Palace's plan and the Heavenly Abode River's tracking. It's already good that we were able to escape. By the way, according to Ao Jing, you left Yuling Bay with Ao Shi a long time ago. Why did you still encounter Qi Bao like us? You humans often say that man proposes, but the heavens disposes. Although Ao Jing sent Ao Shi to leave Yuling Bay on the night Ao Xian returned to Yuling Bay, and this old man hurriedly sneaked into the ship under the orders of the Third Elder, the ship only left Yuling Bay for a few days before encountering a sea storm. Although this sea storm was not as strong as Qi Bao, it was much more powerful than an ordinary sea storm. Although the ship dived into the sea and didn't suffer much impact, the sea beast tide that was triggered by the sea storm attacked the ship. Ao Shi and the others desperately resisted and had no choice but to change their course to avoid the sea beast tide. When the sea storm stopped and the ship returned to its normal course, it encountered the Qi Bao a few months later. This Qi Bao Shi ship was simply unable to resist the Qi Bao. The ship was torn to pieces, and this old man was also separated from Ao Shi and the other members of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Alas, if I knew Long Bei was with Ao Shi, this old man, what a pity! At the end, Zhong'an sighed again. Chapter 3978. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and said with a smile, fellow immortal, You don't have to regret it anymore. We will look for him in this sea. Since you drifted here, and I can also come here, the other dragons might be able to as well. Maybe we can find Ao, sure? That's right. Jiang'an nodded. This old man will accompany you. Then, Jiang'an transformed into his human form and flew into the air, following Xiao Hua in search of a place. One man and one dragon searched while talking. Xiao Hua also roughly told him what happened on the dragon boat with Jiang Tian and the other dragons. When Jiang'an heard that Ao Jian was on the dragon boat, he smiled bitterly. Obviously, he already knew Ao Jian's name. Rumble. Before they could find anything, the atmosphere in the sea changed again. Dark green lightning and the whimpering sound of heaven and earth sounded again. Looking at the pitter-patter of raindrops, Jiang'an's body shook. He stood in the air for a long time without moving. Xiaohua looked at Jiang'an and knew that he found something. He didn't ask in a hurry. After the lightning passed, Jiang'an raised his head and roared. Unfortunately, this roar didn't spread too far. Jiang'an turned to look at Xiaohua and said with a bitter smile, "This old man knows where this is."
Oh?
It seems this place is very dangerous. Xiaohua felt that something was wrong and asked tentatively, "What is this place?" "Spring penetrating forbidden sea." Jiang'an said word by word, "The first of the 4 forbidden seas in the North Sea."
What?
"Spring penetrating forbidden sea?" Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, "This is the legendary spring penetrating forbidden sea that wails like ghosts and howls like wolves all year round. Whenever a ship or a member of the sea race accidentally passes by, it will trigger lightning. If one is lucky, even if the ship is destroyed and the body is seriously injured, they can still appear from other places. If one is unlucky, not even a piece of wreckage can be found." Daoist Xiao is right, Jiang'an said with a bitter smile. Moreover, what Daoist Xiao said is the outside of the spring penetrating forbidden sea. This old man has never heard of any member of the sea race entering the inner sea of the spring penetrating forbidden sea and being able to safely leave. And this time, we are probably in the inner sea of the spring penetrating forbidden sea. Motherfucker. How is this possible? Xiao Hua almost cursed. Jiang'an explained, "On normal days, we don't need to enter the inner sea of the spring cleansing forbidden sea. We've already been torn apart by the forbidden sea. This time, he probably borrowed the power of the scarlet explosion to enter the forbidden sea. But since we've entered the inner sea of the forbidden spring sea, I think we won't have the chance to leave. It doesn't matter if I don't go out." Xiao Hua looked around. Although he was slightly flustered, he still smiled and said, "There doesn't seem to be any dangers in the Forbidden Ocean. It's not bad for us to cultivate here." Jiang'an smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Spiritual Master Xiao, don't be too optimistic. Since the members of the sea race who entered this place couldn't survive, how can we live? Presumably, the dangers in the Forbidden Sea have been destroyed by the Scarlet Explosion, so they won't show their ferocity for the time being." At this point, Jiang'an seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was also shocked. The man and the dragon looked at each other and shouted at the same time, "That's right. If we want to escape, we have to take advantage of the fact that the Forbidden Spring Sea hasn't recovered and rush to the edge of the Forbidden Sea to see if there's a chance to escape. If we're late, we won't have the chance to rush to the edge. I can't recognize the direction in the North Sea." "I'll listen to you," Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted. "We don't need to look for Ao sure anymore. It's better to leave this place quickly. Let's go." Jiang'an nodded. He didn't care about looking for Long Bay anymore. With a loud roar, his body swayed and dived into the sea. Why aren't you flying?" Xiao Hua was surprised. He was about to send a voice transmission to ask, but when he saw Jiang'an's speed in the sea was much faster than when he was in the air, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Judging others by his own standards was really laughable. The dragon race was originally a member of the sea race. Of course, they were much faster in the water than in the air. Moreover, the inexplicable restriction in the sea was a bit weaker. Why didn't Jiang'an go under the sea? Fortunately, Xiao Hua's water escape technique had already been cultivated to a high level. Under the urging of his magic power, he was able to catch up with Jiang and in the sea. The situation was dangerous. Xiao Hua could already feel the sharp teeth gradually recovering in the forbidden spring ocean. At this moment, he was really regretting that he didn't take advantage of this period of time to go to the edge of the forbidden spring ocean to take a look. Maybe he had already escaped by now. Fortunately, one man and one dragon flew for a full 3 days and 3 nights. Other than the strange phenomena in the sky, other dangers didn't appear. Moreover, in the sea, waves of chaotic fluctuations mixed with the sound of thunder gradually appeared and began to obstruct Xiao Hua and Jiang An's escape. Boom. Just when Xiao Hua and Jiang An were hesitating whether to continue forward or not, a fist-sized whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of Jiang An. This whirlpool flickered with dark green crystal threads. Between the crystal threads, there were gray-white spatial cracks. At the edge of the whirlpool, there were even layers of thunder that were silently vibrating. This whirlpool was really too sudden. Jiang An didn't have time to dodge, and his dragon claw grabbed towards the whirlpool. Gotcha! Long before the dragon claw touched the whirlpool had already begun to expand. The thunder at the edge of the whirlpool struck the dragon claw, and a small half of the dragon claw was immediately shattered. Moreover, as the whirlpool expanded, a powerful suction force pulled Jiang An, and he was about to fall into the whirlpool. Roar! Jiang An roared loudly. His dragon body danced with all his strength, trying to dodge the whirlpool. However, Jiang An was in a hurry to escape, and didn't slow down. Moreover, his dragon form couldn't be compared to his human form, and it was difficult to dodge in a hurry. Seeing that the edge of the whirlpool was about to shatter the dragon claw, if Jiang An fell into the whirlpool, the consequences could be imagined. At this critical moment, Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve, and the heaven and earth sleeve technique covered Jiang An's dragon tail. He urged his true essence to pull, and it just happened to be balanced with the suction force of the whirlpool. Jiang An sensed it, and his dragon body twisted. Boom! With a sound, he flew out of the sea and landed in midair. Many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Jiang An saw Xiao Hua also fly out, and bowed with lingering fear. You're welcome. Xiao Hua's face was gloomy. Looking around, he waved his hand and said, Let's find a way out first.
And
Jiang An nodded, and narrowed his eyes to look around. He saw that the whole world was filled with that kind of dark green thunderbolt, and around this dark green thunderbolt, there were numerous whirlpools. These whirlpools were either circular or rectangular, and there were even some irregular shapes. What was special was that between these whirlpools, whether it was the seawater or the air, everything was distorted by the fluctuations between the whirlpools. In this distorted space, light and shadow were elongated or compressed, and the sound also underwent extreme changes. The sound of thunder was sometimes like falling rain, sometimes like burning fire, sometimes like war drums, and sometimes even without sound. Looking at the earth-shattering whirlpools, as well as the black and white crystal threads within the whirlpools, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He was stunned in his heart, and seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a sea map appeared in his hand. Xiao Hua glanced at it, then looked at Jiang An, who was standing in front of him. At this time, Jiang An also said with some joy, Daoist Xiao, this place has already reached the inner layer of the spring-penetrating forbidden sea. This old man has seen a sea map before, and it seems to be the spring-penetrating forbidden sea. Follow this old man. If nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely be able to walk out of this forbidden sea. Once we are out of the forbidden sea, this old man will bring Daoist Xiao back to Yuling Bay. Great. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said with a smile, it seems that waiting for fellow immortal for more than a month was indeed the right choice. Of course. Jiang Yan laughed heartily and confidently flew towards the light and shadow between the whirlpools. Woo! Wherever Jiang Yan flew past, a strange whistling sound would be produced. Jiang Yan's body was also stretched to an extreme extent. Xiao Hua followed behind, and of course, he also felt the abnormality in this distortion. He also knew in his heart that if it was not the correct path, the light and shadow might be a whirlpool, and even after the light and shadow, there might also be a man-devouring whirlpool or a thunderbolt. After walking like this for a full 2 hours, the surrounding whirlpools really began to reduce, and the dark green thunderbolt also weakened. Jiang'an smiled and pointed to the 2 whirlpools in front of him and said, Daoist Xiao, after leaving these 2 whirlpools, we should have walked half of it. The rest is the true outer layer of the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea. Although there are still some thunderbolts, their power has already decreased a lot. With our strength, we shouldn't be affected anymore. Haha. Thank you, fellow immortal. Xiao Hua laughed, and his heart was bursting with joy. He cupped his hands and said, if not for fellow immortal, this Xiao really doesn't know how to get out of there. Alas, actually, it's also a fluke. Although Jiang'an sighed, his tone was also proud. First, the Scarlet Storm weakened the inner sea of the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea, and we were able to easily come into contact with the outer sea. Second, our luck was good, and we immediately found a place this old man is familiar with. If it was a few dozen li away, this old man wouldn't have been able to find the way out so easily. Fellow immortal, please. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Let's talk after we get out. All right. Jiang'an nodded. Daoist Xiao, please follow this old man. As he said this, Jiang'an urged his figure to enter the light and shadow between the 2 whirlpools. Seeing Jiang'an's figure elongate, Xiao Hua also flew in like before. However, just as Xiao Hua's figure entered the light and shadow, a huge force suddenly appeared and hit Xiao Hua's body, forcefully pushing him towards the distant whirlpool. This strange change appeared in a hurry. If Xiao Hua fell into the whirlpool, he would definitely die. At this critical moment, Xiao Hua seemed to have already predicted this. His body suddenly spun rapidly, and like a spinning top, that force was instantly pushed to the side by him. At the side of his body, Jiang'an's awkward and unbalanced dragon body was revealed. Rumble. A green light appeared between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, and he used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, enveloping the light and shadow between the 2 whirlpools. In a few breaths' time, Xiao Hua and Jiang'an's figures gradually became clear within the light and shadow. The 3 corpses in lightning actually propped up a dark green space. Chapter 3979. You. Jiang'an panicked as he looked at the space covered by lightning. He didn't dare to barge in recklessly. What are you doing, spiritual master Xiao? I was in a hurry to deal with the situation, but I didn't expect to accidentally injure you. Oh, sure. Xiao Hua looked at Jiang'an coldly and said, why are you still hiding it? You already knew about it? Ao sure was shocked. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief and asked, how did you know? What's so difficult about that? Xiao Hua said coldly. Zhang Xia said it clearly. She regretted not sending a powerful dragon general to follow Ao Shi, which means that Jiang'an's strength is very ordinary. But when I saved you just now, I already sensed that your strength is comparable to Ao Xian's. If Jiang'an had this strength, he wouldn't have followed you to the North Sea Dragon Palace, right? Ao sure didn't expect this seemingly kind human to be so meticulous. Also, Zhang Hong was hidden in the dragon shell by the North Sea Dragon Palace. As a dragon of the Heavenly Paradise River, Jiang'an couldn't have known. He just entered the ship as a dispensable chess piece, but you actually mentioned the dragon shell twice. I can't help but be suspicious. Xiao Hua ignored Ao Shi and said, do you know a saying of the human race? 300 taels of silver here. Ao Shi shook his head. This is nothing. My dragon race captured criminals and placed them in the dragon shell. What you said is too far-fetched. So, the dragon shell is still with you? Xiao Hua asked meaningfully. Unfortunately, Ao sure didn't answer and didn't show any strange behavior. The most important thing is that I obtained a sea map by chance. I bought it from the North Sea Dragon Palace's Yazi auction house. Xian Kong said that it was only recently drawn by the North Sea Dragon Palace's inspector. If you are a dragon from the Heavenly Abode River, how do you know about this sea map? So, you can only be a sea general of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Of course, I don't know the name of the Heavenly Paradise River's sea race. Since you know and still pretend to be a dragon, obviously, you're the dragon general who killed Jiang'an. If you're not Ao sure, who else can you be? Since you already suspected it, why haven't you made a move yet? Ao sure sneered. Xiao Hua sighed and said, although Xiao Hua suspected you, I didn't intend to expose you. Because you and I can be considered friends in adversity. If you and I can safely walk out of this forbidden spring sea, this Xiao will be indebted to you, and this Xiao will not attack you. Of course, this Xiao will definitely obtain the long bay on you. Other than that, I won't have any other requests. I originally had the dragon shell on me. Unfortunately, it was lost in the Scarlet Storm. Even if you capture me, you won't be able to get the dragon shell. Xiao Hua smiled. If fellow immortal had directly admitted that he was Ao sure from the beginning, I might have been able to believe you. But you refuse to admit your identity. It's obvious that you're afraid of arousing my suspicion. You're afraid that I'll find Long Bay on you. In the eyes of the human race, this is a blatant attempt to cover up your identity. Ao sure sneered. The human race has always been cunning. Now that things have reached this point, this old man will not let you and Jiang Hong live even if I have to risk my life. And to tell you the truth, even if you obtain the dragon shell, you won't be able to awaken Jiang Hong within it. How can a human like you know the restriction secret technique of my North Sea Dragon Palace? Ha! Xiao Hua flipped his hand and took out the sword gourd. He laughed and said, if you don't risk your life, you can still keep your life. But now, whether you live or die, it's no longer up to you to decide. Besides, Jiang Hong's restriction, not to mention this Xiao has the Heavenly Abode River behind him. Even if the Heavenly Abode River can't do anything, this Xiao can still easily capture it. If you want to use this to threaten this Xiao, then you're making a big mistake. Roar. Amidst the lightning, Ao sure roared. His entire dragon body expanded. His bald dragon horn flashed with a strange brilliance as he charged toward Xiao Hua. He had a good plan. He was prepared to fight between the two whirlpools and find an opportunity to knock Xiao Hua into one of the whirlpools. If it was an ordinary human cultivator, of course, they wouldn't be able to compare to Ao Shure's dragon body, but how could Xiao Hua be an ordinary human cultivator? Moreover, Xiao Hua had already tested Ao Shure's strength before. It was only similar to Ao Xian's, and after Ao Shure was ravaged by Qi Bao, he had yet to recover from his injuries. His strength was greatly reduced, so how could he be Xiao Hua's opponent? Xiao Hua roared coldly. The three corpses in thunder suddenly shrank and grabbed Ao Shure like a giant hand. Ao Shure! Xiao Hua shouted coldly. The three corpses in thunder suddenly shrank and grabbed Ao Shure like a giant hand. Roar! Ao Shure frantically struggled. The green light between Xiao Hua's eyebrows flashed again and again, and the groans of the gods and ghosts within the lightning became more and more intense. The lightning not only imprisoned Ao Shure, but also shattered the light between the two vortexes. Waves of soul technique fluctuations appeared along with the thunder and lightning characters, and from time to time, they spread around the forbidden spring sea. This spread was extremely fast, and in a moment, it had already covered more than 100 li wherever the fluctuations swept. The originally inexplicable fluctuations in the forbidden spring sea were disturbed, and the sound of thunder became louder and louder. Xiao Hua coldly looked at Ao Shure, and the spiritual power in his body surged. He raised his hand and pointed at the sword gourd and said, "Quick." So, a silver-white thing with a nose and eyes appeared in the mouth of the sword gourd. As that thing's eyes moved, a faint white thread flew out and landed on Ao Shur's dragon head. Oh. Above Ao Shur's dragon head, a five-colored light flashed. Within the light, a faint little dragon emitted a golden light and did its best to resist the white thread. However, when the white thread fell, the light was like a bubble being pierced by a needle, and when the light disappeared, the white thread really nailed itself between the little golden dragon's eyebrows. The little golden dragon instantly stopped struggling and disappeared into the dragon head. Looking at Ao Shur again, he also stopped struggling, and the originally ferocious dragon eyes showed a rare sluggish look. Xiao Hua coldly looked, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he sneered, "Dragon clan." As expected of a proud son of heaven, this Ao Shur is just an ordinary dragon general, and he has the power of heaven and earth to protect his soul. If this Zhao's soul-slaying Yuan light hadn't been refined by the two-wing spectrometer and then tempered by the lightning water, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to succeed. While speaking, two faint green and red soul-slaying Yuan light flew out from the sword gourd. As soon as the Yuan light appeared, the entire light shadow and lightning light began to crack. When the soul-slaying Yuan light fell on Ao Shur's huge dragon head, it spun gently. Puff! Blood splashed out, and a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace was killed by Xiao Hua so easily. Quick! Without waiting for the huge dragon body to return to its original form, Xiao Hua hurriedly formed a seal to restrict the dragon body, and at the same time, he urged his mind power. Bing! The Buddhist 9 syllables mantra came out of his mouth. However, just as Xiao Hua's brows relaxed and was about to reach out to grab Ao Shur's corpse, a huge roar suddenly came from all around Xiao Hua. Tens of thousands of whirlpools whimpered at the same time. Each whirlpool flickered with dark green light strands. These light strands converged with the light strands of Xiao Hua's lightning flash and thunder roll technique, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they converged towards Xiao Hua. Oh, not good. Xiao Hua was shocked. He knew that his soul technique had caused a change in the Forbidden Spring Sea. He released his mind and covered the dragon corpse and instantly put it into the space. As soon as the gigantic dragon's corpse disappeared, kacha-kacha, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Xiao Hua's 3 corpses in thunder suddenly exploded in the surroundings. A kind of irregular ripple appeared in the light and shadow. This ripple seemed to pull open the curtain of the void. Those tens of thousands of vortexes were like tens of thousands of small hands, tearing the void apart. Woo! Behind the tearing void, tens of thousands of green seal characters were circulating, and tens of thousands of lightning were wreaking havoc. The huge sound was accompanied by the power of heaven and earth, and the chanting of gods and ghosts. All of a sudden, all the seawater, all the light shadow, and everything of Xiao Hua, including his thoughts, eyes, body, and so on, were pulled into it. There was no way for Xiao Hua to resist. A tearing force that was 3 times more powerful than the blood of gods and demons was born from these green seal characters, crushing Xiao Hua's body. Every green seal character was like a huge fist, hitting Xiao Hua with all their strength. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He urged his holy bloodline to speed up the fusion, and also used the sky infusion technique to block the strongest attack of the Forbidden Spring Sea. Granny! Xiao Hua once again fell into the tofu grinding state. His thoughts couldn't move in the green seal characters. This Xiao finally understands why the Forbidden Spring Sea is so feared by the sea race and the dragon race. This is probably the ruins of soul cultivators. They are afraid of soul attacks. Isn't this their tomb? Moreover, the tearing force of these green seal characters is so terrifying. Even the dragon race, I'm afraid they can't deal with it. That's right. Why aren't there any soul attacks here? However, Xiao Hua once again struggled to move his eyes. He suddenly realized that he hadn't completely retracted the soul strands he used to cast the lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique. When the whirlpool produced the soul force of heaven and earth, these soul strands covered his body. Originally, there was some lightning in these soul strands. When they came into contact with the green seal text in the whirlpool, the text naturally wouldn't reject them. The green seal characters around Xiaohua's body were like a huge mill, and also like a huge river. While crushing Xiaohua, they also urged him to flow forward. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed to have reached the end of the river. Or perhaps the gods and ghosts pushing the mill were tired. All the green seal characters suddenly stopped, and then all the green seal characters seemed to transform, shrinking and splitting. Not long after, the entire space was filled with green seal characters, each one of them flickering like stars. Chapter 3980. Oh, that's the most basic green seal script. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as if he had grasped something. However, before he could think any further, an extremely obscure sound resounded in the air. After that, the green seal text instantly shattered, and the entire sky turned pitch black. Then, a green light flashed, and an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth surged out explosively. Wherever the aura swept past, the green seal text would appear again. However, the green seal text was extremely lively, and they started to collide with each other to form new green seal text. Seeing such a terrifying scene, how could Xiaohua, who had cultivated as a Confucian cultivator, not know that this green seal character was about to give birth to a new green seal character? This green seal character possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and he was likely the target of this green seal character's attack. Although Xiaohua really wanted to see what this green seal text was, how could he let it take shape? Soul cultivator friend, quickly help me. Xiaohua roared without hesitation and hurriedly pulled soul cultivator Xiaohua out of the mysterious dark cloud. See. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he entered the space. His body trembled like a sieve. Fellow Taoist, who did you provoke? Is it the 12 gods? Before Xiaohua could finish his sentence, an intense light burst out from his body. Hundreds of millions of soul strands flew out from the light, each carrying a small green seal script. They flew towards the green seal script that was struggling to form in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua no longer looked like a human. It was as if the green light in the entire space was his figure. Moreover, every time the soul strands flew out, the green seal script that had just been formed quieted down and slowly disappeared. It was as if it had turned into nothingness along with the green seal script released by soul cultivator Xiao Hua. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's heart calmed down. He already understood that soul cultivator Xiao Hua was using different syllables of the green seal script to cancel each other out and prevent new ones from forming. However, seeing Xiao Hua's green light gradually weakening, Xiao Hua's vigilance rose again. After all, soul cultivator Xiao Hua was only a soul-sealing sorcerer. If he hadn't reached the peak of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, he wouldn't have been able to grasp all the basic green seal script. However, the green seal script of Yuanqi Sky and Solitary Sky, as well as the legendary Beyond the Heavens, were extremely powerful. Even if soul cultivator Xiao Hua used all his strength to destroy the green seal script he knew, the remaining green seal script would definitely attack him. Roar! Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. Golden light burst out from his body, and the heavenly phoenix demon form appeared. Boom! Xiao Hua's soul cultivator Xiao Hua heard a thunderclap in the air. Xiao Hua's figure again, but this time his appearance was incomparably thin. When he looked at the space again, a huge green seal character had already condensed and was falling toward Xiao Hua like a meteor. Just as Xiao Hua was about to urge his divine sense to resist, he heard the soul cultivator Xiao Hua's uncontrollable ecstasy and whispered, "Fellow Taoist, don't resist." Xiao Hua couldn't believe it. This is the rhythm of smashing you and me into mincemeat. If I hadn't come out before, you definitely wouldn't have been able to resist this green seal script. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua looked at the green seal text that was getting closer and closer. Green light flickered in his eyes. But now, the majority of the green seal text has been destroyed by this poor Taoist. This green seal text power is less than 30%. You should be able to resist it with your body. Also, don't forget that I haven't cultivated these green seal script, and there are even some that haven't been recorded in the sorcerer's canon. I have a premonition that if I face these green seal script head-on, I might be able to see the so-called beyond the heavens. Are you sure? Xiao Hua had already sensed the extreme danger and asked. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua shook his head. It's just a premonition. I'm not sure. But don't you think it's worth the risk? All right. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and nodded. I understand. You probably want to see the great terror between life and death, right? Perhaps. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua declined to comment, but he didn't have the luxury of time to say anything. As soon as the huge green seal character fell down, an unparalleled suction and repulsion force was born at the same time. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's thin body turned into a green light that was torn apart by this tremendous force and rushed into the green seal character. Boom! The green seal script smashed into Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua, but it didn't stop at all. Then, it fell on Xiao Hua's body. The tremendous impact smashed Xiao Hua's demonic body into a thin sheet of paper. Many parts of his demonic body were torn to shreds. It seemed like this sheet of paper was just a hair away from being smashed into 1,200 tiny dots. The moment Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua came into contact with the green seal script, layers of strange images rushed into his mind. These images were somewhat similar to the 9 heavens of spirit origin, but there were also essential differences. Xiao Hua couldn't explain why, but he couldn't. Along with a huge rumble, the green seal text brought Xiao Hua to the bottom of the space, passing through thousands of layers of abyss, passing through layers of lightning, passing through layers of light and shadows. Pa! Xiao Hua's entire body shook, his mind turned black, all the primordial spirit in his body fainted at the same time. He looked at the huge green seal text again. It was like a melting snowball. It was about to disappear, but just as the green seal text dissolved, a green light flashed inside the green seal text. A strand of crystal light dragged all the green seal text into the space between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Ha ha! Just as the light image entered, Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes. Before his body moved, he spoke first. You're all unconscious, right? Damn it. At the crucial moment, you still have to rely on I. Wasn't this the voice of the green-robed Xiao Hua? Why is my body so tattered? The green-robed Xiao Hua moved, then cried out in surprise. Fellow Taoist, your body isn't just yours, it's also mine, Fairy Hong Xia's, and Xion's. Why don't you cherish it? See, what is this place? Why are there so many bones, so many? Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Xiao Hua's body seemed to have never suffered such serious damage before. It was almost like a meat patty. Moreover, under this meat patty, there were many white bones. These white bones were stacked in layers, and the place where these white bones were piled up was an enormous basin. Around this basin, there were countless mountains. On each mountain peak, there was a strange building. Among these countless mountains, there were 13 giant pillars that pierced the sky. Each of these giant pillars was incomparably huge. However, everything was submerged in the sea. The towering pillars were also hidden in this mysterious seabed. In addition to these 13 pillars being particularly eye-catching, near the edge of the pillar in the middle, there was a building on top of a mountain peak. Countless tiny green lights were constantly emitted into the sea, like shining stars. Green-robed Xiao Hua was looking at the countless heaven and earth bangles, demon weapons, magic treasures, and other items within the white bones. Needless to say, These were the remains left behind by the Demon Clan, Sea Clan, and Human Clan who had fallen into the Forbidden Spring Sea over countless years. The treasures within must be something that even the Immortal Palace would drool over. I have to take away all the treasures. The green-robed Xiao Hua had a plan in a moment. Whether good or bad, useful or useless, nothing can be left behind. However, before that, I have to repair my body. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Phoenix and that little demon fairy are unconscious, so I can't repair them. Who knows how long it will take to repair them? Hee, take a look at I's Spring Thunder secret art. With that, the green-robed Xiao Hua chanted an incantation. He opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning, which turned into a bolt of lightning that covered Xiao Hua's body. As the lightning flashed, the endless water-based world origin chi in the sea frantically poured into the lightning. In a moment, Xiao Hua's body was completely covered in lightning. As the lightning flashed, strands of vitality seeped into Xiao Hua's body, nourishing his injured body and repairing everything that was damaged. Heavenly thunder was the power of heaven and earth. It was the end of vitality, and also the beginning of vitality. Everything in the world was born from thunder and would also die from thunder. The Spring Thunder secret art was precisely the art of thunder that repaired the body. As for the green-robed Xiao Hua himself, he simply abandoned his body and controlled the similarly damaged, formless nascent soul to fly out from Xiao Hua's lower dantian. The formless nascent soul was a spiritual body, so it was much easier to repair it than a physical body. In just a day and a night, the green-robed Xiao Hua had already repaired it. Then, he took the Kunlun mirror and rushed into the white bones. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light fell and absorbed everything. Even though it was so easy to collect them, it still took 10 days and 10 nights for green-robed Xiao Hua to store everything into the Kunlun mirror. It must be known that the Forbidden Sea had existed for countless years, and countless monster race and human race had lost their lives in it. The things they left behind were innumerable. Perhaps these 10 days and 10 nights were the happiest days of the green-robed Xiao Hua's life. Every day, he would hum, "Sister, you can sit at the bow of the ship, shake the Kunlun mirror, and watch the universe bracelets fly into the beam of light." It was even more enjoyable than reprimanding tens of thousands of disciples. It looked like these nascent divinities didn't learn anything else from Xiao Hua, but their greedy and stingy character had been perfected. After collecting everything, the basin had disappeared, and a huge abyss appeared in front of the green-robed Xiao Hua. Inside the abyss, except for Xiao Hua, who was lying there with his body flashing with lightning, it was so clean that it was as if a dog had licked it. After resting for a brief moment, the green-robed Xiao Hua once again came to the edge of the abyss. He raised his head and looked at the mountain ridges around him. These mountain ridges were located deep in the ocean, and they were quiet. Not even a single fish or a strand of seaweed could be found here. In fact, in many places of these mountain ridges, there were plants and millet plants that were very similar to the millions of Meng mountains. Chapter 30, 981. Just as Xiao Hua was about to move, Xiao Hua's voice rang out. "Don't be impatient, fellow Taoist I. This should be the Soul Cultivator ruins covered in seawater. You're in a spirit body right now. If you're attacked by a hidden soul formation, you'll suffer immeasurable damage. Why don't we go together after my body is repaired?" Xiao Hua shrunk his neck and stuck out his tongue like a child who was caught doing something naughty. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Whatever you say, fellow Taoist." Now that Xiao Hua had woken up, the heavenly phoenix Xiao Hua and the devil spirit Xiao Hua had also woken up. They began to cast their own secret techniques to complement the green-robed Xiao Hua's lightning technique and began to repair their bodies. Xiao Hua was worried about the soul cultivator Xiao Hua, so he hurriedly sent his consciousness into the mysterious dark cloud. After entering the soul seal sky, He discovered that although the soul cultivator Xiao Hua had almost disappeared, and only a faint green core was left, this green core was obviously much more solid than before. Furthermore, inside the soul seal sky, the green seal script of the Magus Codex was constantly entangling the green core with countless soul strands. It seemed that as long as there was enough time, the soul cultivator Xiao Hua would recover sooner or later. Xiao Hua was relieved, but Little White Dragon was still complaining about Xiao Hua as if soul cultivator Xiao Hua was his childhood sweetheart. It seemed to be very distressed. Xiao Hua naturally told Little White Dragon what happened. Little White Dragon knew that soul cultivator Xiao Hua's words and actions were correct, and that the flickering green core of soul cultivator Xiao Hua made Little White Dragon somewhat fearful. Therefore, Little White Dragon only warned him a few times and didn't say anything else. Xiao Hua came out of the mysterious cloud and focused on repairing his body. He was seriously injured this time, and it was somewhat similar to the monster race in Feather Spirit Bay. Xiao Hua wouldn't be easily injured, but if he was injured, it would be very troublesome to repair. It took him 100 days to repair most of his body. Since there were no more obstacles, Xiao Hua was ready to leave. Just as he was about to rush to the top of the abyss using the water escape technique, trouble appeared again. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, the moment his body moved, an extremely strong repulsive force appeared around him, blocking his escape. His body seemed to be pressed down by a large hand, unable to move at all. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, looked at the seawater above his head, and circulated his soul power. Sure enough, the soul cultivator's flying technique was still effective at the bottom of the sea. When Xiao Hua landed on the mountain peak and looked up, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Xiao Hua naturally knew what the green-robed Xiao Hua saw, but when he saw it himself, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Million Meng Mountains above the 3 continents. There are also soul cultivators' inheritances, but these inheritances have already been annihilated, and Million Meng Mountains to be buried under the North Sea. Judging from the difficulty of entering this place, I'm afraid there are not many human cultivators in this world who can enter this place. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was suddenly shocked as he recalled the Shaman Kings of Meng Mountains. At that time, the Shaman King had given Xiao Hua a crystal skull thumb ring. Elder Wu of Huta's stronghold had told him that the Shaman King wanted to see Xiao Hua and that the Shaman King was proficient in the art of divine connection. But at that time, Xiao Hua didn't know that there were 3 continents in the world, and he also didn't know that after he returned from Million Meng Mountains to Imperial Thunder Sect, he didn't have the chance to go to Million Meng Mountains again. Could it be that the Shaman King of Million Meng Mountains already knew that he would come to the lost land of another soul cultivator? Xiao Hua's eyes swept across the mountains. The mountains buried deep under the sea were dark and gloomy, and there was an indescribable sense of heaviness and mystery coming from them. When Xiao Hua's eyes fell on the big and small mountains and the 13 huge stone pillars, he fell into deep thought. Million Meng Mountains had 12 gods. There are 13 huge pillars here, and one of them is standing in the center, while the other 12 are surrounding it. If I'm not mistaken, there should be the ruins of the 12 gods on top of these 12 huge pillars. So, what is on top of this 13th pillar? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Furthermore, there is no luster on top of these big and small mountains, but why is there a luster on top of the mountain next to the 13th pillar? If I want to find out, I should check out the other mountains that don't have any luster. Having made up his mind, Xiao Hua exercised his flying technique and flew toward the nearest mountain. When he landed on the top of the mountain, he saw that the top of the mountain was flat, and there was a simple and unadorned palace, about 1,000 feet in size, standing there. This palace was very similar to the Huta Palace in Huta's stronghold. However, this palace had been in ruins for a long time and was in a complete mess. There were only some huge rocks piled up there. What was special was that when Xiao Hua walked into this palace, there was also a statue of a god on top of the palace, and behind the statue was a huge stone chair. Behind the stone chair was a collapsed stone wall, and there were some traces of green seal script engraved on it. When Xiao Hua saw these ruins, he naturally thought of the Huda Palace and the Thunderclap Palace in the Misty Mountain. He rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Could it be that each of these mountains represents the inheritance of a soul cultivator? There is a green seal script engraved in the palace of each mountain. When the soul cultivator ruins were flourishing, just how many soul warriors gathered here? Xiao Hua immediately went back to the mountain and looked for the other palaces in the nearby mountains. The style of each palace was different, but the layout inside was similar. Xiao Hua already knew that his guess was correct, and he couldn't help but look at the mountain next to the central pillar. After all, none of the mountain peaks emitted green light. This meant that the palaces on these mountains were all broken, and the green seal script engraved in them had already disappeared. If Xiao Hua wanted to find the green seal script, he would have to go to this mountain peak. Xiao Hua urged his soul force to protect himself, and slowly flew toward the mountain peak. Fortunately, when Xiao Hua landed on the ground, he saw that the palace was also damaged, and nothing strange happened. Although the palace was damaged, and the statue inside had also collapsed, the stone chair was still in perfect condition. The stone chair faintly emitted waves of soul force that protected the surrounding 300 feet, keeping all the seawater outside of the ripples. Inside the ripples, there was a green seal script engraved on the stone wall that emitted a faint green light. When he got closer, Xiao Hua could clearly see that the green light emitted by the green seal text was very strange. Every strand of light was in the shape of a spiral, and the inside of the spiral was filled with black and white. A kind of faint spatial power leaked out from time to time. Xiao Hua knew that the green seal script was a type of soul technique, but when he saw the strange state of the stone chair, he couldn't help but hesitate. After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Hua released his soul strands and let them fall on the ripples. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the ripples didn't stop his soul strands at all, and allowed them to fall into the chair. When Xiao Hua's soul strands touched the green seal script with trembling fear, boom! The green seal script emitted a resplendent green light, and it seemed as if it wanted to fly out from the stone wall, and an intense impact followed the soul strands into Xiao Hua's mysterious dark clouds. Good. Xiao Hua's heart leaped with joy, knowing that the green seal script wasn't a trap, but a normal soul technique. With a word of praise, tens of thousands of soul strands rushed out again. Ooh. When enough soul strands fell into the green seal script, the entire green seal script escaped from the stone wall and let out a strange groan, and began to decompose in midair. Xiao Hua's soul strands didn't hesitate to touch the decomposed green seal script one by one. In the time it took to eat a meal, the entire green seal script was decomposed into over 300 basic green seal scripts. Other than the strange green seal script from before, this was the green seal script that Xiao Hua had seen formed the most. When all the green seal script was lit up by Xiao Hua, the green seal script suddenly began to frantically dance and combine together. Finally, the complete green seal script began to rotate with a boom sound, and strands of black and white emerged from the green seal script. Under the black and white brilliance, the tadpole-like green seal script began to tumble, swell, and swim towards the depths of space. When the green seal script began to stabilize, a transmission channel appeared in front of Xiao Hua. This is a soul cultivator's transmission channel. Xiao Hua was wild with joy. What a shocking soul technique this is. Just a single green seal script was able to construct the entire transmission channel. This is simply inconceivable. The transmission channel in front of Xiao Hua was naturally not a real transmission channel. The end of the channel was sealed, and after Xiao Hua's joy, the entire transmission channel began to rotate in the opposite direction, and in a moment, it condensed back into the huge green seal script and landed on the stone wall. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent, nor did he dare to leave the palace immediately. He sat down cross-legged and his consciousness entered the mysterious dark clouds, turning into a jade archive. Xiao Hua began to comprehend the green seal text of the transmission passage. A faint green light flickered between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, like a firefly in the dark night. After a few flickers, it gradually became clear, and a tiny, almost inaudible whirlpool gradually appeared. This whirlpool continued to spin like this. After an unknown amount of time, the whirlpool finally dimmed, and the green light disappeared. Xiao Hua thoughtfully opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "This green seal character is the word transmission." This Confucian cultivation technique also has a nice name, South Opposite North Way. Haha, the common people often say that going north in opposite directions is the action of a fool, but the Confucian cultivator's way of going south in opposite directions is indeed the technique of the strong. Unfortunately, this Zhao's soul cultivation realm is still a bit lacking, and I can't recognize a few key green seal characters, so now I can't use the South Opposite North Way technique. However, it seems that these green seal characters are somewhat familiar. If there is no accident, they should be the ones I encountered when I entered the Soul Cultivator's ruins. When the Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's body condenses again, I should be able to comprehend those hidden green seal characters. If this Xiao succeeds in cultivating the South Opposite North Way technique, then with the help of the Soul Consciousness imprint, and this Zhao's soul cultivation primordial spirit is interconnected with the Tao primordial spirit, so there is no need for a soul consciousness imprint. Divine sense imprint and Buddhist sense imprint should also work. With these imprints, this Xiao can create a transmission channel out of thin air and cross the void to reach the location of the imprint. The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the more proud he became. This way, this Xiao won't have to painstakingly construct a transmission channel. Hey, speaking of which, isn't this soul consciousness imprint similar to the mark in the Universal Greater Shift token? Could it be that my Tao Sex transmission channel is based on the Soul Cultivator's transmission channel? Chapter 3982. Forget it. Who cares who's first? As the saying goes, the one who reaches the apex is the master, and the student surpasses the master. Whoever can execute this spell to the extreme is the one who has the skill. Xiao Hua thought, and then looked outside the palace, at the towering stone pillars that pierced into the sea. Xiao Hua flew out from the palace, but he didn't fly directly to the central stone pillar. Instead, he flew to the outer stone pillar. When Xiao Hua flew to the stone pillar, he could clearly see that it wasn't a stone pillar. It was clearly a huge bone pillar made of white bones. The white bones were like jade, and were not eroded by the seawater at all. When his eyes fell on it, a faint dizziness involuntarily appeared. Xiao Hua didn't dare to look again. His body flew up slowly, and after flying for a while, he finally arrived at the top of the stone pillar. He saw that this was a platform with a radius of several thousand feet, and a tall palace was standing on top of it, intact. Moreover, this palace emitted a faint white color in the seawater. Whether it was the palace door or the pillars, they were all made of white bones. On these white bones, countless strange beast heads and nether beasts were engraved with an unknown method. These nether beasts were vivid and lifelike, and looked extremely terrifying. It was actually the same as the Huda Palace Xiao Hua saw in the Huda Stockade in the Meng Mountains. However, this bone palace was several times larger than the previous Huda Palace. The palace door made of white bones was open, and the palace door that looked like the mouth of a beast was emitting a terrifying aura, as if it would swallow Xiao Hua as soon as he approached it. Xiao Hua's soul sense swept out, but the palace door blocked his soul sense, and he couldn't see the situation inside the palace. Xiao Hua stood in front of the palace door, and after a little hesitation, he lifted his foot and walked in. Similarly, there was nothing unusual at the palace door. After entering the palace, Xiao Hua took a deep breath. There was no seawater in this palace, and it was the same as the ancestral temple of the Huda Stockade, a huge bone palace. There were no pillars in the center of the bone palace. The roof of the palace was made of white bones and skeletons, and the ground was also made of white bones and skeletons. However, the space inside the palace was much larger than what he saw outside. Xiao Hua stood in the hall, almost like an ant. At the head of the hall, there was a huge throne made of bones. It was empty, and there was no statue of a god, as Xiao Hua had expected. Behind the throne, there was a bone ball that looked like a full moon quietly floating in the air, not moving at all. This throne of bones. Xiao Hua shifted his gaze away from the bone ball and looked towards the throne of bones. He frowned slightly as he came to a realization. Could it be that the statue of a god was placed there before? The size of this space, this palace. Suddenly, Xiao Hua understood and almost blurted out, could it be that the god and devil puppets from the god and devil blood pool were the god statues enshrined in these bone palaces? The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He immediately flew up into the air and approached the bone sphere. He was filled with anticipation. Maybe this mysterious bone sphere would bring him some unexpected surprises. The bone sphere was very big, about the size of 100 Xiaohua. Holding the densely packed skeletons on the bone sphere and the seemingly bottomless darkness in the eyes of the skeletons, Xiaohua released his soul strands. Woo-woo. A formless cold wind suddenly blew, and a faint green light emitted from the bone ball. Moreover, as Xiao Hua released even more soul strands, even more green light gradually appeared, until finally an eight-headed, eight-legged, eight-tailed figure of the heavenly Wu great god appeared outside the bone ball. This is the palace to offer sacrifices to great god of Tianwu, Xiao Hua thought inwardly. He covered the space with his consciousness and prepared to put the bone sphere into his space. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, although his consciousness covered the bone sphere, this bone sphere seemed to be 10,000 times heavier than metal and wood. Xiao Hua couldn't move it at all. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and withdrew his consciousness. The soul strands began to move, and sure enough, the bone sphere moved a little. Xiao Hua understood. This bone sphere was most likely a soul tool. Only soul strands could put it away. Moreover, this soul tool could only go to the mysterious dark cloud. But Xiao Hua hesitated again. After all, the mysterious dark cloud was very important. If he didn't have full confidence, how could Xiao Hua put this inexplicable soul tool into the mysterious dark cloud? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and released the soul of Little White Dragon. However, just as Little White Dragon's soul appeared in the air, its body seemed to be burned by fire. The dragon's body twitched and it shouted loudly, "Xiao Hua, quickly put me back." Xiao Hua put Little White Dragon away and his consciousness followed in. He hurriedly asked, "Little White, what's going on?" "See, you scared me to death." Little White shouted very nervously, "The aura outside is very strange. It seems like it can kill me at any time. I don't dare to stay in this aura for long. However, this aura is very strong. I feel that if I can stay in this aura for a while, my soul will definitely be more solid. I might even have other gains." "AI, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua was a little depressed. "I still wanted to put this bone sphere into the soul formation sky. Since you don't even dare to touch it, how can I dare to take it?" "Take it, quickly take it. Why don't you take it?" Little White almost roared, "Is this a bone sphere? This thing must be an extremely powerful soul tool. If you take it, it will definitely be useful for your cultivation. Furthermore, if this soul tool enters the soul formation sky, I can use it to cultivate. Quickly, don't hesitate. Aren't you afraid of this bone sphere's auras?" Xiao Hua was a little flabbergasted. Little White urged, "Outside the soul formation sky, I'm naturally afraid. But inside the soul formation sky, I have many soul strands that can resist this aura. Don't say any more, Xiaohua. Quickly take it. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and released his soul strands. They wrapped around the bone sphere and pulled it towards his forehead. The bone sphere was naturally as heavy as 10,000 caddies, but Xiaohua also had many soul strands. Under the urging of his soul power, it actually moved little by little. The closer it got to Xiaohua's forehead, the smaller the bone sphere became. In the end, Xiaohua waited until the bone ball had shrunk to the size of a thumb before he released his soul bridge. One end of the bridge landed on top of the bone ball, while the other end landed on top of the mysterious cloud. Seeing that the cloud was about to open up a passage, Xiaohua gritted his teeth and used the last of his soul force to drag his soul bridge and the bone ball into the passage. Phew! Xiaohua let out a long breath and almost collapsed on the ground of the bone palace. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua endured the unspeakable headache and entered the soul formation sky. At this time, he saw that the bone sphere had already turned into a divine statue of the heavenly Wu great god. It stood proudly at the top of the soul formation sky. Countless green rays of light were emitted from the divine statue, like sunlight. Although Xiao Bai was afraid of the divine statue, it still dragged the soul cultivator Xiaohua, who only had a green core left. It did its best to resist the green light of the heavenly Wu great god. Unexpectedly, the soul cultivator Xiaohua's body condensed faster in the green light. In particular, the green light of the heavenly Wu great god seemed to contain something else. When it landed on the soul cultivator Xiaohua's body, a strange feeling arose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Although he didn't know what this feeling was, it was clear that the bone sphere of the heavenly Wu great god was harmless to him. Xiaohua escaped from the mysterious dark cloud and rested for several days. Then he went to the nearest bone pillar. It took Xiaohua more than 2 months to collect all the bone spheres in the 12 bone palaces into the mysterious dark cloud. Inside the soul formation sky, the 12 bone spheres transformed into 12 gods. They were like 12 stars that surrounded Xiaohua and Xiao Bai. Layers of green light covered the two of them. Xiaohua trembled violently, and Xiao Bai's dragon body also swelled. Xiao Bai even urged the soul strands to turn into clouds in front of him to protect him. From the soul cultivator Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua's understanding entered Xiaohua's body. It seemed to be some kind of soul technique, but also some kind of curse. In short, it was somewhat strange. Xiaohua closed his eyes for a long time, but he couldn't understand it. He simply ignored it. Looking at Xiao Bai's painful and happy appearance, he withdrew from the mysterious dark cloud. Then, Xiaohua urged the flying technique to rush to the last bone pillar. This last bone pillar was several times taller than the other 12 bone pillars. But strangely, there was no white bone palace on top of this bone pillar. Instead, there was a rhombus-shaped crystal floating in the air. The crystal was the size of a fist, and there was another thing embedded in it. When Xiaohua saw the thing inside the crystal, he couldn't help but exclaim, How is this possible? After saying that, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the crystal skull thumb ring that was given to him by the Witch King of Meng Mountains. Xiaohua held the thumb ring in his hand and looked inside the crystal again. There was another crystal skull thumb ring in front of him. The 2 crystal skull thumb rings were exactly the same. Buzz, buzz. Xiaohua took out the thumb ring. The thumb ring immediately emitted a dark green brilliance. The thumb ring inside the crystal also emitted a brilliance, but the crystal still didn't move. Xiaohua placed the thumb ring on the crystal, but the crystal still didn't move. Xiaohua then released his soul strands, but the crystal still didn't move. Moreover, he couldn't drag it. Even when Xiaohua urged the hammer of divine will and waved the wishful staff, he still couldn't cause any damage to the crystal. In the end, Xiaohua was like a defeated rooster. He stared at the thumb ring inside the crystal dejectedly, his eyes full of frustration. Damn it, this Xiao is going to waste time with you. I don't believe that there is something in this world that this Xiao can't get. Then, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in front of the crystal, closed his eyes, and meditated. Every time he thought of a method, he would immediately use it on the crystal. For more than a month, Xiao Hua failed again and again. He didn't know how many methods he had used.
Ouch.
In the end, the green-robed Xiao Hua couldn't stand it anymore and complained secretly, "Damn it, fellow Taoist, why don't you try your blood? This blood-refining method can be used by all races. Isn't it just the power of blood in the bloodline?" Chapter 30, 983. Humph, you only know how to waste Ai's blood essence. Xiao Hua snorted angrily, but he felt a little embarrassed in his heart. In the early years, Xiao Hua didn't know how precious his blood essence was, so he used a lot of it. But after he obtained the blood drop paradise, Xiao Hua rarely used his blood essence. Last time, in the blood pool of gods and devils, Xiao Hua used 9 drops of his blood essence all at once, causing him to be unable to recover. Therefore, Xiao Hua never thought of using his blood essence. But since it had come to this point, blood essence might be a method. Xiao Hua had no choice but to give it a try. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, when the essence blood landed on the crystal, the essence blood flowed for a moment, then seeped into the crystal. The crystal was silent for a few breaths of time, then countless strange green seal characters flashed within the crystal. Within these green seal characters, the crystal began to melt, and the crystal skull's thumb ring emerged from the crystal. Looking at Xiao Hua's essence blood, there was a trace of Xiao Hua's essence blood that had landed on the crystal skull. However, the crystal skull seemed to be untainted, and it did not allow the essence blood to seep into it. The trace of blood slid on the crystal skull and fell back into the crystal. Xiao Hua raised his hand, and the crystal skull thumb ring fell into his hand. With one in each hand, Xiao Hua looked left and right. These 2 thumb rings were exactly the same, and he couldn't see any difference. Looks like... Xiao Hua thought to himself, if I want to know the origin of this thumb ring, or its use, I can only find out when I meet the Shaman King of Meng Mountains in the future. And all of a sudden, Xiao Hua quivered again. A crazy thought uncontrollably flashed through his mind. The Shaman King has the ability to connect to the gods. Since he gifted this crystal skull to me, he must know that I can meet with him. Now that I'm in the hidden immortal continent, if I meet him, doesn't that mean I have to return to the Dawn Rain continent? Since he knows that I can meet him, does that mean I have to return to the Dawn Rain continent? When he thought of returning to the Dawn Rain continent, Xiao Hua's heart was burning with passion. The longing for Fairy Hong Xia, the longing for Imperial Thunder Sect, and the longing for Jiu Xia and the others involuntarily surged up like a tide. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua's mood calmed down. He mocked himself inwardly. Damn it, even if I can return, who knows when I can return? Who knows how to return? Forget it. Don't think so much. Cultivate diligently. I'll think about it when I have the chance. After Xiao Hua put the 2 crystal skull rings into the space, his gaze fell on the crystal. At this time, the crystal had already returned to its original state, but it was now empty. Xiao Hua's drop of essence blood floated on the surface of the crystal. It seems like the crystal didn't absorb the essence blood, but instead used the essence blood to see if Xiao Hua was qualified to take out the crystal skull rings. Then to check, he to go to the other to search to find to use. Some of the places is to. There to find some place to find.
To find.
T to find to find. To be to find to find.
To. And.
To find could find. Some. To T to find. To the left to test to find found. Seeing this, Xiao Hua knew that although the Soul Cultivator's ruins were vast, the most important thing was the 13 bone pillars. There was nothing useful in other places. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't plan to look any further. Activating his flight technique, Xiao Hua flew towards the mountain peak closest to the central bone pillar. Back when he was comprehending the going south, going north, going south, going south, going north, going south, going south, going north, going south, going south, going south, going south, going south, Xiao Hua had already figured out that there was a green seal character engraved on the stone wall of the palace. Furthermore, there was an extremely large amount of green light radiating from the palace. When he thought about the numerous whirlpools and tiny teleportation tunnels in the Forbidden Spring Ocean, Xiao Hua knew that if he wanted to leave this place, he would have to rely on the green light radiating from the palace. As for which green light he would use to leave this place, Xiao Hua wasn't sure. Speaking of luck, Xiao Hua believed that with the dragon vein and dragon qi in his body, if he said that his luck was second in the hidden immortal continent, no one would dare to say that they were first. Flying to the top of the mountain, Xiao Hua looked around. The soul strand between his eyebrows moved like a big hand to grab one of the green lights. Suddenly, another cluster of green light emerged from the palace and covered Xiao Hua's body in a flash. As soon as the soul strand came in contact with the green light, it immediately fluctuated violently. Green seal characters that looked like ants surged out of the green light and tumbled to form a simple transmission channel. Amidst the gray-white spatial folds, Xiao Hua's body disappeared from the Soul Cultivator's ruins. It was impossible to say how many years had passed since any human or demon had appeared in the ruins of the Soul Cultivator. Suddenly, a huge rumbling sound rang out from the depths of the abyss, where Xiao Hua had been first smashed by the green seal text. Immediately afterward, a shattered ship, as well as countless pieces of flesh and bones, emerged from the depths of the sea and fell straight into the abyss. The entire mountain peak trembled slightly, but after a moment, it went completely silent. When Xiao Hua fell into the transmission channel, he immediately felt that something was wrong, because the transmission channel was not complete and was filled with the tearing force of space. Xiao Hua activated the Dharma embodiment technique and took out the Grand Qianquan teleportation token at the same time. Taoist magic treasures were indeed wonderful. As soon as the Grand Qianquan teleportation token was taken out, the space in the transmission channel immediately stabilized. At least, the tearing force of space a few feet around Xiao Hua had weakened. In just half a cup of tea's time, light appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Then, a strong pressure appeared around his body. Xiao Hua's Transcendence golden body flashed extremely brightly. Finally, with a sharp whistle, Xiao Hua's figure flew out of the transmission channel like a meteor. Roar! Xiao Hua's figure appeared from the teleportation channel. He immediately let out a long laugh and used the wind escape technique to leave the channel. After Xiao Hua flew out 1,000 feet, he looked to his left and saw that he was at the periphery of the Forbidden Spring Sea. There were green lightning bolts and whirlpools of different sizes on the sea surface and in space. With a smile on his face, Xiao Hua released his soul consciousness to explore. Then, he took out the sea map of the North Sea Dragon Palace. After a while, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. Good. This Xiao's luck is really unparalleled in the world. Although this is not the place where this Xiao entered the Soul Cultivator ruins, it is still at the edge of the sea map. This Xiao only needs to follow the map and fly out of the Forbidden Spring Sea. However, even though Xiao Hua had a sea map, and even though this place was already the periphery of the Forbidden Spring Sea, with Xiao Hua's sense of direction, it was still somewhat difficult for him to leave the Forbidden Spring Sea. After waiting for a day and a night, Xiao Hua, who was in a rather sorry state, barely managed to squeeze out of the two whirlpools. Looking at the boundless blue water in front of him and the faint thunderbolts and whirlpools behind him, Xiao Hua activated the water escape technique and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hua was afraid that even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't tell others about his experience in the Forbidden Spring Sea. He really couldn't afford to lose face. Half an hour later, Xiao Hua saw a small island on the surface of the sea. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and took out Ao Shi's corpse. After scanning it with his divine sense, He doubtfully waved his hand and peeled off a dragon scale from Ao Shi's tail. Xiaohua looked around and said with a bitter smile, "Everyone says that the human race is cunning, but look at the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace." This dragon shell was actually inserted into Ao Shi's body. If this Xiao didn't use the soul summoning technique to explore Ao Shi's soul, how could I find this dragon shell so easily? Maybe I was really deceived by him and thought that the dragon shell was lost in the Scarlet Storm. There was naturally Zhang Hong in Long Bay. However, Zhang Hong was not in human form at this time. Instead, she was a small dragon about 10 feet long. The small dragon was snow white and looked very crystal clear. On the pure white dragon body, there was a purple-red chain binding Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong's eyes were closed, and her dragon body was stiff. She didn't move at all, no different from being dead. Xiaohua didn't dare to act rashly. He searched the dragon shell again but didn't find anything special. After thinking for a while, he first put Ao Shi into the space, and then pulled Lu Yi out of the space. Lu Yi didn't have time to greet Xiaohua before he saw Zhang Hong. A strange expression appeared on his face, and he hesitantly bowed and asked, "Disciple greets master. Is this little Yun?" Xiaohua saw Lu Yi's strange expression and couldn't help but think of the snake spirit and the old scholar in the feather spirit bay. He said with a smile, "Yes, this is little Yun. She is the little princess of the heavenly abode river, Zhang Hong." Alas! Lu Yi sighed, and his gaze fell on Zhang Hong's dragon body again. He said, "Although Disciple has always been fantasizing about meeting little Yun, I still didn't expect that we would meet in such a way. This is little Yun's original body, right?" "Indeed. Since little Yun is a dragon of the heavenly abode river, this is naturally her original body." Xiaohua nodded. "However, Master can't be sure if this is little Yun for the time being." "Yes." Lu Yi's answer surprised Xiaohua. "Disciple can feel that this should be little Yun. You can feel it?" Xiaohua asked in surprise. "Yes, I can't explain it." Lu Yi looked up and down at the strange race's body that was much bigger than him. After waiting for a moment, Xiaohua whispered, "What did you see?" "I didn't expect Yun's original body to be so beautiful." Lu Yi stared at the dragon body and praised.
"Ah!"
Xiaohua blinked his eyes and shook his head vigorously. He didn't expect Lu Yi to say such words. "Isn't it, Master?" Lu Yi raised his head strangely. When Disciple saw the dragon body, he was only surprised and shocked. But thinking that this is Disciple felt that she was very beautiful. "I didn't expect the demon race to be so beautiful." Chapter 3984. Xiaohua was completely defeated. He firmly believed that even if Lu Yi was lying on top of this dragon body, Lu Yi would not be scared to death by Zhang Hong. "It's like this, Disciple." Xiaohua recounted everything Ao Shi had told him, as well as everything he'd done. In the end, he said, "Although I've already rescued Zhang Hong, she's been imprisoned by the North Sea Dragon Palace. Perhaps the chains binding her are easy to break, but I don't dare to rashly attempt to break through the North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic arts. You still have to wait for me to send her back to Yuling Bay and see what to do with the Heavenly Abode River." Actually, the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace was attacked, and I was lucky to escape. As for the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River, I really don't know what their fate is. "Then, Master," Lu Yi said with a smile, "do you think I am the key to awakening Xiaoyun? Can this disciple kiss little Yun awake?"
"Pa."
Xiaohua reached out and hit Lu Yi's head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you think Xiaoyun ate an apple?" "I don't think it's Xiaoyun who has a problem, it's you. You've heard too many stories and you've gone mad." Hee. Lu Yi touched his head and said, "Master, I was just joking with you. Since the most difficult thing has been done, you don't have to be too anxious to wake Xiaoyun up." Let's wait until there is an opportunity in the future. Now, I understand that little Yun is a member of the dragon tribe and the little princess of the heavenly abode river. I'm afraid that her responsibilities far exceed my expectations. To be able to meet her, I'm already satisfied. Let's talk about the future in the future. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "How can you just meet her? Let's put Xiao Yun in the Kunlun Wonderland. You take good care of her. If possible, you can ask Fu Jiwen. He has some experience in this area."
Oh,
What experience does senior brother Fu have? Lu Yi didn't understand. Naturally, Xiao Hua wouldn't directly tell Lu Yi about the knockout powder. He just chuckled and took Lu Yi and Jiang Hong into the space. At this moment, Jiang Hong was no different from a naked human woman. As for what to do, that was Lu Yi's problem. As for whether or not these things had anything to do with eating apples, Xiao Hua didn't have to worry about it. Then, Xiao Hua looked at the long bay in his hand. There were indeed some things from the North Sea Dragon Palace inside, but how could he dare to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace? This time, he had offended the North Sea Dragon Palace. It was already good enough that Ao Jing didn't ask the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon King to kill him. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua looked at the sun, thought about the direction, then turned into a gust of wind and flew in the direction he thought was right. However, after flying for an hour, Xiao Hua suddenly felt a faint green thunderbolt appear in the distant horizon. Moreover, layers of spatial aura uncontrollably overflowed. Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly raised his head to look at the sky. Previously, the scorching sun was overhead, but now it was covered in dense clouds. How could he still recognize the direction? Motherfucker! Xiao Hua cursed angrily. Needless to say, he must have flown until he lost his way and returned to the vicinity of the forbidden spring ocean. How can this be? Why don't I ask Fu Jiwen to come out? Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, rumble. A loud sound of water came from dozens of miles away, and a water column shot straight into the sky. Then, a muffled dragon roar sounded from the water column, and a blood-red dragon nearly 100 feet long rose up from the water column. After accumulating power, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, then pounced into the water.
huh?
Isn't this the bloodline Dharma body of the true dragon bloodline? This Ao Zhantian? Xiao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly released his divine sense and urged his body to fly toward the water column. Before his divine sense could sweep across the water column, a sharp howl sounded, and a figure flew out from the water. This figure was wearing a suit of armor, but the armor had already been shattered, and the flesh on the body was covered in blood. Blood was still flowing from the lacerations. Looking at the bloodline Dharma body that had just charged into the water, Xiao Hua saw two pitch-black tentacles reaching out from the blood dragon's body. Wisps of demonic clouds flowed from the tentacles, causing the blood dragon to become extremely dim. Looking at the human figure that had just appeared, Xiao Hua also saw a huge gash on his face, and half of his face was covered in blood. However, Xiao Hua could see clearly that this was Ao Zhantian. Roar! The situation was truly dire, and before Xiao Hua had a chance to say anything, another enraged roar erupted from the bottom of the ocean. A tentacle that was several dozen feet in size hurtled directly toward Ao Zhantian's chest like a heavenly staff. There were small claws protruding from the tip of the tentacle that were flashing with crimson light. If this tentacle hit Ao Zhantian, it would probably dig out his heart in an instant. Ao Zhantian's figure retreated rapidly, and a 3-feet-long nascent soul silently appeared above his head. The nascent soul held a dragon halberd in its hand, and with a wave of the halberd, it sliced off several feet of the tentacle. However, where the tentacle fell, a wave of pitch-black ink covered the sky and fell toward Ao Zhantian's body and nascent soul. Ao Zhantian's blood-red nascent soul seemed to be afraid of the ink, and it hurriedly hid in his body. Behind Ao Zhantian's retreating figure, another pitch-black tentacle silently appeared. This tentacle was hidden in the splashing waves, and it was very well hidden. Brother Ao, be careful. Seeing that Ao Zhantian was fleeing in a hurry and didn't even notice the tentacle behind him, Xiao Hua was shocked. He instantly teleported to Ao Zhantian's side. Xiao Hua? Happiness came too suddenly, and Ao Zhantian almost didn't dare to believe it. Pa. While Ao Zhantian was shocked, the tentacle had already activated the wave of water, and it slammed into Ao Zhantian's back. Xiao Hua didn't have time to reply to Ao Zhantian. He waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning like a flying sword streaked across the sky, quickly striking the tentacle. Zalala. A section of the tentacle that was over 100 feet long was chopped off by the lightning. Pooh! The ink in the tentacle splashed out, and without any suspense, it landed on Ao Zhantian's back. At this moment, Ao Zhantian finally came to his senses. He roared angrily, and light flashed around his body, and he suddenly flew forward. Although it couldn't compare to Xiao Hua's teleportation, it was still abnormally fast when he used all his strength. Although Ao Zhantian was fast, the ink wasn't slow either. In fact, Xiao Hua even felt that this ink was a method that the sea beast used to attack its enemies. Zalala. A chaotic sound rang out, and a few drops of ink had already landed on Ao Zhantian's back. When Xiao Hua heard the sound, he looked at Ao Zhantian's back again. The ink quickly seeped into the exposed skin outside of the battle armor, and a patch of blackness mixed with blood and pus spread out. Ao Zhantian's face contorted from the pain. He waved his hand, and a large patch of flesh fell to the ground, and clean blood seeped out again. When he looked at Ao Zhantian's face again, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Woo-woo. A sound like a tsunami came from the bottom of the sea, and 1,000 feet long water pillar shot toward Xiao Hua. There was also another tentacle in the water pillar. Moreover, as the water pillar shot out, the surface of the sea bubbled, and a sea beast that was over 1,000 feet long rushed out. Fight! How could Xiao Hua be afraid of the sea beast? With a wave of his hand, the seal of overturning the sea flew out, and under the stimulation of his transcendence energy, it turned into a seal that was over 1,000 feet long. Layers of illusory images smashed down like huge mountains. The first layer of illusory images sent the water pillar flying, and even the tentacle rapidly retreated. Then, the second and third layers of illusory images landed on the sea beast's body. The sea beast was similar to a squid, and there were dozens of tentacles on its body. Every time the tentacles moved, the sound of waves would be heard. Moreover, there were also sharp barbs on the tentacles, and they looked very sharp. The sea beast had 4 eyes, one on each side of its head. There was also a strange sarcoma on the top of its head, and this sarcoma was faintly shining. Seeing that the seal of overturning the sea was so powerful, the sea beast's tentacles moved in succession. Woo-woo. Not only did the seawater condense into blocks and rush into the air, but even the water attribute Yuan Qi of heaven and earth rushed into the blocks of water, wanting to resist Xiao Hua's seal of overturning the sea. What was special was that the sea beast had too many tentacles, and at the same time, 7 or 8 of them shot out from under Xiao Hua's body like giant pythons. Daoist Master Xiao. Be careful. Ao Zhantian stood in the air, and he had already taken a pill. The new wound on his back was starting to heal. He knew that Xiao Hua's cultivation was very high, but he couldn't help but remind him. This thing is called the water rhinoceros. Most of these tentacles are soft, and there is poison hidden inside. There are also a few tentacles that are extremely tough, and these tentacles can't even be damaged by ordinary magic treasures. Most importantly, before Ao Zhantian could finish, the 7 or 8 tentacles had already landed in front of Xiao Hua. The barbs on the tentacles shone with a pitch-black light, and they whistled through the air. Whoosh! Xiao Hua's body didn't move at all. With a wave of his sleeve, the soaring dragon shears turned into a golden light and flew out. It was like a butcher's knife, and all the tentacles were cut in half. Of course, it was just as Ao Zhantian said. When one of the tentacles came into contact with the soaring dragon shears, it actually let out a clang sound. However, this tentacle still wasn't a match for the soaring dragon shears. Woo! At this moment, the seal of overturning the sea once again displayed its might. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 li of the seal of overturning the sea beast rushed over, and with boundless power, it fiercely smashed towards the water rhinoceros. Roar! A loud sound that made Xiao Hua feel a little dizzy came from the water rhinoceros's body. Then, to Xiao Hua's surprise, the sarcoma on the water rhinoceros's head flashed with a water-blue brilliance, and rings of light suddenly formed and rushed towards the seal of overturning the sea. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the seal of overturning the sea was slightly flipped over from the impact. The coiling dragon's body was slightly distorted, and the water rhinoceros was smashed to the bottom of the sea. Even the water around the water rhinoceros was smashed by the seal of overturning the sea. Seeing that Xiao Hua's magic treasure was actually so powerful, Ao Zhantian was flabbergasted, and he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Chapter 30, 985. Although the sea beast named Aquarino had yet to transform, its intelligence was not inferior to those demonic beasts that had transformed. Seeing that it had met a tough opponent and was smashed to the bottom of the sea, the sarcoma on its head once again produced a water-blue halo. This time it was different from the previous time. The halo spread out in circles, and with a strange fluctuation, the Aquarino was actually going to use the water escape technique in the sea. Taoist Master Xiao. Ao Zhantian shouted, "Quick! Don't let it escape. This sea beast is the prey that I've chosen this time." Oh. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He rubbed his hands and several rays of light fell into the sea, instantly sealing the area within a few miles. The water rhinoceros frantically waved its tentacles, and the tumor on its head moved again and again. Several light circles appeared one after another, but its several 100-feet-long body couldn't even move half a foot. Ao Zhantian opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He flew over and bowed. "Taoist Master Xiao, it's only been 10 years. Your cultivation has become even more unfathomable."
I don't know what to say.
Hee, it's just some rare fortuitous encounters. It's nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand modestly. Ao Zhantian replied sourly, "Just some fortuitous encounters?" Taoist Master Xiao worshipped true monarch Xingyuan and defeated 100,000 immortal soldiers. How can this be explained by some fortuitous encounters? Let's not talk about this. Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at the water rhinoceros in the sea and said, "It's better to be early than early. I've been feeling guilty for missing my appointment with Taoist Ao. Who would have thought that we would meet here today?" Taoist Master Xiao not only saved me again, but also helped me complete the selection. I have to say, Taoist Master Xiao is my lucky star. Ao Zhantian sighed with emotion before Xiao Hua could finish. Xiao Hua smiled and asked again, "Your selection mission is to kill the water rhinoceros? No wonder you're clearly no match for the water rhinoceros, but still want to tangle with it." "There's no need to kill it." Ao Zhantian knew that Xiao Hua was a kind person and said with a smile, "I just need to take the Shiting treasure on its head." "Oh, that's it." Xiao Hua looked at the tumor on its head and shook his head. "This Shiting treasure is the water rhinoceros's life. Taking it is no different from killing it." "That is true." Ao Zhantian replied. "However, after the rhinoceros treasure is plucked, it will be born again after 1,000 years. The water rhinoceros just needs to hide for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Xiao Hua looked at the aquamarine scar on the water rhinoceros's forehead. This Shiting Bao was born from the water rhinoceros's body. Chopping off the top would not kill it. However, looking at the water rhinoceros's crazy appearance, he could not help but frown. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a rejuvenation pill from the space. He threw it into the water rhinoceros's mouth and said in a low voice, "Immortal friend, don't blame me. After all, your Shi Ting Bao is useful. After I take it, I will give it to you. Perhaps it will be useful for your cultivation." Daoist. Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly. In his eyes, Xiaohua's actions were even more pedantic than the Buddhist disciples. Although the water rhinoceros was born with divine abilities, it is already at the 4th grade of essence force like me. However, it does not have the intelligence of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. How can it understand a Taoist talking to it? Xiaohua smiled and handed the Shi Tingbao to Ao Zhantian. Whether it understands or not is its problem. Whether I say it or not is my problem.
All right.
Ao Zhantian carefully put the Shi Tingbao away. Ao. At this moment, under the water, there was a faint flash of lightning. The water rhinoceros actually stretched out its tentacles and let out a low roar. The tentacles' movements looked very gentle. Ao Zhantian was shocked again. He did not understand what kind of pill Xiaohua gave the water rhinoceros. Go. Xiaohua naturally did not understand the water rhinoceros's voice. With a wave of his sleeve, he removed the seal. The water rhinoceros bobbed up and down on the surface of the water a few times before obediently sinking to the bottom of the sea. Damn it! Ao Zhantian did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is the first time I have seen such a well-behaved water rhinoceros. If Taoist had come a few hours earlier, the other immortals would not have died at its hands. Oh? You and the others are all participating in the selection? Xiaohua asked curiously. Then, what about the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Are they nearby? Ao Zhantian nodded. That's right. We are all participating in the selection. The one who can get the Shi Tingbao wins, and the others lose. As for the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace, they have already returned after leading us here. Ao Zhantian then explained the selection. Ao Zhantian waited for a long time, but Xiaohua did not come. Helpless, he could only follow the dragon boat to the North Sea Dragon Palace. After the humans and dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace had gathered, they would be sent to different selection locations by the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. After the selection candidates were selected, these candidates would bring the selection certificate to the designated location on the Dragon Island. As for how many humans and monsters would pass, the North Sea Dragon Palace would not ask too much. After all, they only cared about the candidates of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Speaking of Ao Zhantian, there were 3 scholarly cultivators and 2 monsters with him. The 6 of them did not know what their mission was at first. Only after arriving here did they realize that they had to obtain the Shi Tingbao. All 6 of them knew how powerful the water rhinoceros was. The water rhinoceros could hide in the sea with the help of the Shi Tingbao, making it extremely difficult for humans and monsters to detect. The 6 of them searched for a long time and finally found traces of the water rhinoceros. After killing one of the demons, the 5 of them tried their best to trap the water rhinoceros. However, just as they were about to kill it, they encountered another change. The spring-cleansing Forbidden Sea suddenly expanded several times and covered them and the water rhinoceros in the Forbidden Sea. The water rhinoceros seemed to frequently enter and exit the Forbidden Spring Ocean. It took advantage of this rare opportunity to kill the last monster and scholarly cultivator before severely injuring Ao Zhantian. The other 2 scholarly cultivators could not avoid the whirlpool in time and were dragged away by the green light. Ao Zhantian did not know whether they were torn apart or teleported somewhere else. In the end, after the Forbidden Spring Ocean shrank, Ao Zhantian tried to escape in order to save his life. However, the water rhinoceros gave chase. Ao Zhantian took pills as he fled. When he felt that he had recovered a little, he began to attack again. However, he was still no match for the water rhinoceros. If Xiaohua had not appeared, he would have been torn apart by the water rhinoceros. After hearing Ao Zhantian's words, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The fighting in this world never stops. It's not just you and the water rhinoceros. It seems there are also secret fights between you. AI, indeed. Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly. There is only one Shi Tingbao, 3 scholarly cultivators, and 2 monsters in their own alliance. If I had not gotten close to the 2 monsters and needed my help to kill the water rhinoceros, I would have been killed by them long ago. This selection is much more difficult than before. Now that fellow Taoist has obtained the pass to enter Dragon Island, I have fulfilled my promise. Xiao Hua smiled. I just don't know, can I still go to Dragon Island with fellow Taoist? Xiao Hua had originally planned to go to Dragon Island with Ao Zhantian. Now that they had coincidentally bumped into each other, he naturally had to ask. Especially when he heard that the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace were not nearby. His enmity with the North Sea Dragon Palace would not be discovered by the dragon tribe.
Of course you can.
Ao Zhantian raised his brows. When I was reporting to Long So, I had already reported your name to him. Io. Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, Fellow Taoist, you didn't report my name, did you? Hee, of course not. Ao Zhantian did not know that Xiao Hua had already offended the North Sea Dragon Palace. He thought that Xiao Hua was worried about the Immortal Palace. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, you are my follower. Of course, you are only a cultivator of the Tao sect. However, there is no need for you to worry. Once you reach Dragon Island, even the Immortal Palace will not be able to do anything to you. Xiao Hua smiled and did not explain. He said, Then can we go to Dragon Island now? Of course not. Ao Zhantian replied, I've obtained the right to enter Dragon Island, but I haven't decided where I'll be going to train on Dragon Island. Furthermore, we can only wait for the dragon tribe to arrive at the designated location on Dragon Island. How can we go directly to Dragon Island? All right. Xiao Hua nodded. Then let's go. All right. Ao Zhantian was in an extremely good mood. This was the first time he had obtained the right to enter Dragon Island. It was not that he did not have the opportunity to enter before. However, there were very few cultivators of the Tao sect with the dragon tribe bloodline. He was always pushed aside by other Confucian cultivators or monsters. Today, he could finally hold his head high. Then, Ao Zhantian raised his hand and took out a flying boat. He said respectfully, Taoist Master Xiao, please, I am your follower. This flying boat should be controlled by me, right? Xiao Hua stepped onto the flying boat and asked with a smile. Ao Zhantian waved his hand and said, Everyone knows that I am a follower. There is no need to hide it. Just give them some face in front of the Dragon Island's dragon clan. As you wish. Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He seemed to be meditating. Ao Zhantian wanted to ask something, but when he saw this, he did not say anything. Xiao Hua's consciousness entered the space. What greeted him was a mountain of white bones that was as large as a mountain. It was green-robed Xiao Hua. He had taken out the Kunlun mirror and piled up all the treasures in it in a desolate place. Fellow Taoist, green-robed. Seeing this, Jade Archive Xiao Hua said helplessly, You can just take these treasures from the bottom of the sea. Why did you take so many bones? You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.